Yeah, back with another live. Can't force anyone to wear magic glasses. Quoted by Dick Gregory, the late, great, honorable Dick Gregory. He gave rules to these magic glasses. And if you're catching this on playback, I appreciate you for all the supporting the content. And before anyone joins the live, just want to give a little shout out to the loyal supporters. If you're catching this on playback, once again, I appreciate you. But Dick Gregory said the universe, we are chosen, are given the magic glasses. Can't turn back. You can't take them off. Once when you are awarded these magic glasses to see, can't take them off. You have to see things for what they are, see things for what it is. And then another thing is you can't force anyone to wear them. You can only introduce those of what they see. OG Kicks, what up? Peace to you, brother. These magic glasses are only awarded to those who have chosen a certain path, who have done the work and want to see beyond the veil. We are on a search for knowledge and wisdom, and you have chosen that over wealth and riches, or over the material, period. The universe grants you that wish. They award you to be able to different, see different from others, see just a different way of living, renewing your mind, your mind's eye. These magic glasses that you are awarded once you have chosen to take a different path and to see things a different way. The main thing is that you cannot force anyone to wear them. People will never be able to see your vision. That's the number one thing. Some things are for only your eyes to see. Train Lad, 87, peace to you. Some things are only for your eyes to see. And this term has been thrown around a lot for or regarding those who have deemed themselves the chosen one. A lot of people on this internet call themselves the chosen one. D-Rat says, hi, peace. You have chosen a particular path and the universe has granted you access, that you are good on your path. You'll be able to see things a little bit different. Universe will be able to give you light. That light is guidance. That light is direction to see where you are going. On that path, the path will reveal itself along the way. Just have courage and faith. The thing is that along that path, when you unravel certain things upon that path, excuse me, I'm gonna have to go grab some water soon because I can already see it's gonna be a long night. I'm gonna be talking a lot. When things are unveiled on that path, what you see, what you encounter, whatever your experience is, what you pick up, other people won't able. we able to see your vision. It's only for your eyes to see certain things. Fire Nation official. Topic is going to be what it's going to be. A lot of people are asking questions of Tyler is in here. He's asking, who is the chosen one? Sam Roof says, do you have a Bible near? I always have my Bible near. And dear to my heart is my mother's Bible. God bless her soul. And I love the drums. I am the dad. But Fire Nation official, if you've been here before, you understand that the topic could go either way. Always start off with certain sentiments. K10 Lifestyle says, hi, peace to you. And everybody, welcome into the chat. You can do me a favor, like as you come into the live. If you got time to type in questions and what's the topic and give you something, give me something first, if you will. A simple like. Then all your questions and requests of what you actually want me to do can possibly happen. But for Fire Nation official, I'll give you this. Have you ever seen the movie They Live? And we could start off with that, movies. And one movie in particular that I like to start out with is the movie They Live. Ashley Mitcha says hi, peace. You can tell me whatever you like, Ashley. All the people in the chat right now, once again, as you come into the live, just do me a favor before you make any requests from the host. Do the host a favor. That's awesome, Ashley Mitchell. You just got a boyfriend. Congratulations. I hope that man is prepared to lead you the right way. Has anyone seen the movie They Live? And we could start off there. K10 Lifestyle says, no, you haven't seen the movie They Live. This is a movie that was made in the 80s. So if you're younger, you're from a younger generation, or even some older generations, they really haven't seen it. So it's, an all around question if you have or have seen it or not, whatever the case may be. I'm waiting for more responses. K10 Lifestyle, that's cool if you're younger. Just hang tight, if you will. And I'll get down to the explanation of the movie They Live in short. Owen says, I'll dono or donate 50 if you do something cool. And I appreciate you, K10, for being in here. It's just that the person that asked me about what's the topic and can I put out something out there, I'm waiting for them to respond to see if they actually have seen that movie. Toxic Love. Oh man. I made dinner tonight. My husband said okay. That's somebody that put that in here already. I'm going to get you out of here. You too. No toleration for the BS tonight. But since you in here, K10 lifestyle, and I'm usually on these lives for a little minute, so I'll probably revert back to explaining what They Live, that movie is about. But since you here and I got your attention, I'm not gonna make you wait too long because you're actually responsive. K10, the movie They Live, it came out in the 80s, and it was a wrestler by the name of Roddy Hot Rod, the Rod Piper. And he was at this time in this movie called They Live. And in this movie They Live, he came across this. box that was dumped on the side of the street with glasses in it, and he happened to open the box, see it was a bunch of glasses, and he put the glasses on. And when he put the glasses on in this movie, they depicted him now seeing the world, the outside world, as something different. What he began to see were like billboards, the signs and the messages that may pop up as like ads that we see now on our devices or on the TV. They didn't read as the actual ads that we see. When you put on the glasses, you began to see what they actually wanted you to do, and it was saying obey in black and white. It was saying obey. He would take the glasses off for a short minute, then it would pop up as a regular ad, uh, like how legends live forever, and how the title says it's so like he will never be forgotten. Hulk Hogan fan said, "Hi, peace." He said, "Oh wait, that's cool though." Yeah, it's a great movie, but the symbolism and what they're trying to relay is that they put stuff right in the movies for us to see. A lot of the movies, but this movie in particular is very profound because, like I said, as he walked around, even the city, he would look at the ads, the magazines. They would say obey certain things like follow, conform. Then he would, he thought he was tripping, like, oh damn, like what's going on with the, you know what I mean? What am I actually seeing? He thought he was going crazy. But then, he'll put the glasses down and then everything would be regular, like a woman in a swimsuit, or how we may see it now today with gambling ads and stuff like that. So he'll put the glasses back on and everything will be go black to back, black and white on the film, part of the movie, and it would say conform, obey, pay attention. And then what's most profound is when he would actually look at certain people. Now he has to walk around the city with these glasses on and now looking at the people, and these people were skeletons of themselves, depicted as skeletons. He would take, put the glasses back on. He would shake his head like, "Yo, what the hell?" And then he would look again at the people, and they would be regular people looking like me or you. I don't know how you look or whatever, but I think you get what I'm saying. They would be regular looking people, businessmen, businesswomen, but then put the glasses back on, and they would be walking dead people, looking like zombies, if you will, in skeleton form. Depicting these were basically what you would call dead people walking, part of society. And majority of society was like that when he had on these magic glasses. Happy Friday, Daniel. Peace to you. K10 Lifestyle says like the Walking Dead zombies. Not like the Walking Dead zombies, but similar to what zombies will look like. They would just be in skeleton form, still have clothes on and stuff like that. It's a great movie to check out. They live. Now, the part about not forcing anyone to put on the glasses, there's a dramatic fight scene in this movie. And he comes across his old coworker because as he's moving around town and stuff like that with these glasses, he's being tracked down because they notice that he can see. So now he's being gang stalked. So they're trying to capture him, and they get a gist of that he can actually see what's going on. Fire Nation says, never seen it before, but I have a topic about self empowerment and living a powerful lifestyle. We could get to that topic for sure. I'm gonna be on for a little minute, Fire Nation official. And it's on, I believe you could watch it on YouTube. There's free movies on YouTube you can watch. I think that's one of them. But he runs into an old coworker and he has the glasses on and he realizes that he can actually see some people when he has the glasses on as regular people, as himself, unlike the skeletons. So that gives him the idea that not everyone is under this delusion, this zombie like characteristic that most of society has. So he introduces that these are magic glasses and put them on. He's trying to force this man to put them on, and this man is refusing. They get into a whole fight. He has to fight this man, and there's a whole drawn out fight scene. Fighting, the man is fighting him back. He refuses to put the glasses on. He's calling him crazy, all this other stuff, and they whooping each other too. Like they going back and forth. Great entertainment. Is one of the most legendary fight scenes they say in music in movie history because they're really going at it. But he finally gets him to put the glasses on. Hence why the title and the late great Dick Gregory says when you are awarded these magic glasses and you can see you can't take them off, you have to see things for what they are and accept it. But then lastly, he says you can't force anyone to put them on. Just how I can't force you to watch the movie, I can only give you the information of what's out there and give you my tidbit. You still have to make the choice whether to do it or not, to open your eyes, to see things for what they really are. Is all I could do. I'm not here to convince anybody. I'm not here to force anybody into anything. But once we put the magic glasses on, can't take them off. You have to accept things for what they are, see things for what they are. Other people can't see your vision, but people will notice that you see things a little bit different and they would want to get at you, distract you, or even sometimes do something to your existence. I don't want to be too graphic, but they'll use tactics. But when you see someone that can possibly be able to open their minds up and see, you can fight with them a little bit. You can fight them tooth and nail, but until they actually make the conscious decision for themselves to put on the magic glasses, open their mind's eye, all symbolism in that movie. I encourage the people to watch. I'm not forcing you to watch it. I encourage you to watch it. Then they will be able to see. And he ended up seeing what the hell was going on. Back to the chat. Let me give y'all some attention to the chat. I just wanted to put that out there. But K10 Lifestyle, if you're still in here, I'm gonna catch up to the chat. I appreciate you for being here and wanted to know what it was about, man. I appreciate you, youngin. Hello, everybody. My name is Soft, the friend of Crisis. Hello, everyone, everybody. My name is Soft, and I have a question. What is your favorite funny image? 313 Cutie. You called me a simp the other day. He about to be Muhammad Ali fighting someone, bro. What is the meaning of the movie or a particular part of that changed your life? Fire Nation official. That's a great question. I've come across certain movies that have subliminals in it, like the same movie. I'm talking about They Live. If you just enter in the chat and Fire Nation official. This movie, the meaning of it is based around society and how society is and how society lives, how they live. With society norms and the subliminals that they put in front of us, right in front of our face, hidden messages, hidden symbols, your radio frequencies, your TV frequencies, even on the screen now, with certain subliminals that they put in front of you to get you to obey, to conform. It's done in subtle ways. This movie was made in the 80s, by the way. It stands true till this day. What part of it changed my life? No particular part. Just, being observant, just watching. You pick up everything as you go along, as you watch certain things, right? But the particular part that I talked about fighting someone who may have a little bit of light, you can't force anyone to put on the magic glasses. Was he about to be Muhammad Ali? Nah, he wasn't about to be Muhammad Ali. K10 lifestyle. Katie says hi. Peace to you, Katie. Moss and Mud Outdoors says hi. Peace to you. Hey, I appreciate the sub, K10 lifestyle. But no particular part in that movie changed my life. It's just being observant, taking the information that was given and applying it to everyday life and seeing how people live. A lot of people are walking zombies out here, living off of advertisements that's put in front of them and just going ahead and obeying, conforming. One of the parts talked about religion. I didn't watch that movie until I was a little older gentleman. And the movie made perfect sense and it stands true till this day. Hi, I'm new. Can you give me a recap? Nam, I'm talking about the movie They Live. If anyone seen the movie They Live. Prison is where society sends its failures, but in this country, society itself is failing. Who just said that? Sumament, Sumament. I'm gonna call you Soom. Soom says prison is where society sends its failures, but in this country, society it's failing itself is failing. Fire Nation official says 313 cutie. Yeah, I'm gonna catch up to the chat guys, but I already got 313 cutie out of here. That person is a usual troll and distraction to the chat. They live, we sleep. YK not. If you haven't seen the movie They Live, it's not actually about talking about. I get what you're saying, but that's the whole gist of the movie too. It's showing that the people are. It depicts the people as walking zombies, if you will. They're depicted when you put on the magic glasses. They depict them as just skeleton, dead people, dead people walking around aimlessly, but just to you know what I mean? To they're obeying. Moss and Mud Outdoors says Jesus is still king. You won't be getting the amen from me, brother. You will not be getting that from me. You better off doing that somewhere else or depending on the people in the chat. Hello, my guys. Stay safe during the winter storm if you're in the path of it. Yes, I'm in the Pennsylvania mountains, the Pocono Mountains. So it's expected to be a cold one. Texas Maid says hello. Some says God makes mistakes too, flooded the earth to start over. Noah Ark. Um, damn. Some God makes mistakes. That's a deep one. Um, that wasn't a mistake that he made with the flood. It was done on a purpose. He warned Noah that he would be coming to do that. So he prepared Noah. He prepared certain people that things were on the way, that plagues were on the way, that floods were on the way to wash things, to cleanse what was going on upon the earth. Not a mistake. Done on purpose. God is generator, operator, and destroyer. God. Generator, operator, and destroyer. Destruction is necessary. You must tear within to build back up sometimes. YK Not says the cloud of unknown. Texas May says, thank you so much for speaking. You got it. Once you woke, you'll never go back to sleep. Yes, you cannot take the glasses off. Once when you put the magic glasses on, you can't turn back and you cannot take them off. So, what particular part in any movie changed your life? Prince, cash out. Glad you up in here again, my brother. Peace to you. Glad to see you tonight. Um, Once again, no particular movie has changed my life. Just watching and observing, you take the materials with the messaging and you move accordingly and you apply to your life. I can't pinpoint a movie that I watch and say, you know what, I'm going to change my life after watching this movie. Another great movie. Let me catch up to the chat, guys. YK not Logan's Run. That's more appropriate to the world we're living in. Christmas Baby says, you have a calling. Hey, I'm just one of those ones that's willing to pick up the phone. You hear me? I appreciate that, sis. And shouts out to you. You kind of look like chill out. Christmas Baby says you are very anointed, brother. I appreciate that, sis, for real. I just got back from Elizabethtown. I stayed in Penn Family Mansion. Yeah, everybody with the storm coming, be safe. There will be there were big on slavery in America. Michael Vincent says, you are yeah, she says it again. I appreciate it. I'm catching up to the chat, guys. So bear with me. Hold tight. How deep down that rabbit hole would you like to travel? YK not says. I think I'm pretty deep enough into the rabbit hole. I know it goes deeper. I wanted to bring another movie up, but let me catch up to the chat, guys. Because who keeps asking me about my life changing after a certain movie? Um, Fire Nation official. He keeps asking me what movie changed my life. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give you one movie that will have you with a different perspective on life. It's about changing your perspective. That's where I'm at with it, and that's why I keep answering you a certain way. Fire Nation official. What's good, my boy? Hey, Big South Philly. Shouts out to you. 215. Peace, brother. What do you do ab workouts? Yes. And what's your favorite? One of my favorite ab workouts is something called the dragonfly, where you can hold on to a anything with your hands and then you lifting your legs straight up in the air. It's all core work. I love that core exercise. But some people, they bend their knees and bring it, up to their chest. You lay your feet flat like this, and then you raise your feet all the way straight up, as far as back with control, and then all the way back down with that same control. Simone Bella says, I need this. I'm addicted to pornography. I have no motivation and I'm basically lost in life. I need direction. A's up. I'm sorry, I said Simone. Pardon me. Simon. Simon Bellamondo. Um, please go over to my content. I have on my actual YouTube page, all my content on there, aside from these lives where I talk to men and women on these lives. But over there on my content is a slew of semen retention content where you can use for tips. um, Changing your lifestyle is a lifestyle change. So please go over there and watch those videos, audios. They're mostly audios. But please go over there and check my channel out, subscribe to the channel, and just ref- get familiar with all the content that's on there. And it'll help you out, brother. I promise. Star says, my cat passed away 2025. Every time I see a photo of him, I can't help but cry. We didn't have money to get a vet. Sucked watching him. We just called him Kitty. Shout out Kitty. Shouts out to your cat, brother. I know it's hard losing a I was about to say family member. It's hard losing a pet over time. You treat them as family members, so I know that probably hurts. But shouts out to you. Hi, bro. What's app? Do you remember me? Hey, Raison, peace to you, of course, brother. Peace to you, brother. If you don't want to talk about movies, we can talk about. I can't. Fire Nation official. What you just posted is a hit. It hid your message because you're talking about big booties. But I'm gonna drop another movie that changed my perspective. That the people might be familiar with, but I'm gonna get to it. I'm still trying to catch up. C Must says hi, peace to you. Hey, bro. Hey, bro, can I get a shout out? I just left this big, big black, big back John who was letting me crash at her house if I slept with her and finally got my own. Can I show this message? Ev, Blue, shouts out to you, brother, for getting up out that situation. You don't understand, but you're going to have a supernatural encounter with God. Fire of God is upon you to bring revelation. Have a great night. I appreciate you, Christmas baby. Once again for the love and the sentiments. Great words. Sound Daniel. Channel is a gold mine of gems. Hey, Sound Daniel, finally great to see you in one of these lives, brother. I thank you for being here tonight. It'll get you far in the journey. Hey, bro, see you tomorrow. See you later, Rezwan. Sound Daniel says, peace, bro. Just passing by to support. Have a good one, bro. I appreciate you, bro, stopping by, man. Thank you, bro. Say by love. Peace. Just got 4 G's of hash. Sheesh. Take it easy with that. But it's great to see you tonight and alive, man. Say by love. And Ev says, God bless you, for real, for real. Yes. And like Sound Daniel said, Ev, or Evo or Ev Blue, please go check out the content. I would go over, you know what I mean, some stuff with semen retention and getting over corn addiction and stuff like that. But the content is there for people like yourself who are battling that addiction. So I would much rather encourage you to go over there and check out the content than for me to talk about it now a lot, because we're going to have a lot of people such as like trolls and agents and stuff come through and disrupt what I'm talking about. And it's more and more people in the chat, and I like to keep the topic free flowing and on other stuff. Now finally caught up a little bit at the beginning of They Live. The blind teacher reveals a lot. Yes, YK not. Have a great day, love you, and shout out Kitty Stars WTF. I appreciate you. Ness Ramirez, pardon me, says hi, peace. Now, I can finally get to another movie drop. Fire Nation official. Have you seen The Truman Show with Jim Carrey? Is anybody right now, if you are live in this chat, if you're in this live right now, please in the chat, if you can let me know. Some people, They Live is an older movie. I got some youngins in here say that they never see it. I encourage them to see that, please. Once again, I can't force you to put the glasses on and watch. Series B, YK not. People, if y'all have seen The Truman Show, there's another movie to let you know how, or give you insight, subliminal messages on how society moves with someone that has that light on them. As Christmas Baby was saying that I have, how society has revolved around Jim Carrey's character in the movie The Truman Show. If you have seen it, am I muted? No, I'm not. If you have seen it, please let me know in the chat. OG Kick says, yes, I've seen The Truman Show. It's a good movie. It's a great movie. It's a great movie. Lubis, you are out of here. And that's the main reason why I don't like to, go into certain topics too long. I like to stick to the topic for the most part of what we're talking about and keep it open ended. Certain topics I could go on and on and on. But good one, Fire Nation. Cameron says hi, peace. Truman Show. Truman Show is revolved around Jim Carrey's character. And in the beginning of the movie, YK Not, there's a satellite or a whole damn camera that drops from the sky, smash in front of him, and it says Sirius B written on it on the light. Yes, you're absolutely right. The Truman Show, the true man show, when you have come to your true self, your true form. Now, in the movie, they depict him as, being sought out since he was a baby, and the movie is based around, his life, his upbringing, and stuff like that. And certain things, the movies will, they put certain truths in the movie. All in all, in the Truman Show, this shows true gang stalking, what gang stalking is like. A whole society built around Truman, the true man, to make him believe that he's living a certain reality when he really is not. And everyone, everyone is in on the show around his life. He feels like he's living a regular life, going through certain experiences, certain traumas, even losing his father and all this other stuff. The whole time, his life has been a whole script. His life has been scripted for him. He's been following the script based on the characters around him. He's not even really living in a real city. What's separating him from the outside world is his fear of water. Anytime he gets around water, because he's been traumatized at a young age, going to sea with his father on a fishing expedition or whatever case may be, they get lost, and his father ends up getting thrown in the sea. And that's how he feels like that his father passed away. So now he has this trauma of water. Now, as he grows into the adult, he can't go near water. He won't go past the water because he has this trauma. So it keeps him encapsulated. It keeps him boxed in because of the trauma. He only knows Sea Haven. He only knows this place. His wife has been picked for him. His wife is in on it. His best friend, he's come to know as his best friend, is in on it. So they have actual distractors, people in his life. Whenever he gets an inkling of going outside the box, they reel him right back in because they know how to play on his heartstrings. They know how to manipulate Truman. It's funny because the director, and not the director of the movie, but the director of the show, The Truman Show, in the movie. Do you guys know what his name is? Do you remember what his name was? The one that was running the show. The philosopher says, "You keep up the good work, man. I'm gonna go troll somebody else." Yeah, you do that. I appreciate that. The philosopher Simon Bella says, "If you still live, if you still in the live, I see you as a lion today, and I believe without a doubt you are able to live like a lion king." Great words, Fire Nation. Ernesto says, "Let me get a pass, my ninja." A pass for what? You've seen the Truman Show, the one that is orchestrating everything to control this man's life, Truman, Jim Carrey's character in this movie, The Truman Show. Do you remember what his name was? Please, somebody. Bro, but imagine eating. Luke Sanderson says, "Bro, but imagine eating a fish stick right now, just vibing with no F's given this particular night. Deep, if you say so." I'm vibing right now on this particular night. I'm vibing out with some open knowledge, introducing some, talking about movies, talking about some key movies that has been put out here. The Omen 666 number 2, 3, almost an exact reflection of their tactics. YK, now I see you up in here, and I'm gonna just say it because no one has really responded to my question. His name was Christos. Christopher. Christos. Yeah, there you go, OJ Kicks. Christos. Christoph. Christos. Christ. The orchestrator to hold this man captive. Isaac, peace to you. How do you know a girl is worth your time? We talking about movies. He's really talking about me for real. Fire Nation official. No, we talking about movies. You asked me to name another movie that name a movie that changed my life, but no movie has changed my life. But movies have changed my perspective for sure. And I'm just naming movies that have changed my perspective and may change yours and should change yours. If you have the eyes, you put on the magic glasses. If you don't actually watch it as a movie, but watch it as a documentary, watch it with different eyes, put on the magic glasses. I can't force you to, only you can. But if you watch it a certain way, it'll all make sense to what's going on around you. But OG Kicks, his name is Christoph in that movie. Christos, Christ. He plays a Christ role, making the commands over his life, the actual writer of the script over this one said true man's life. And he does everything in his power. And as Truman starts to wake up and start to realize, hold on for a second, some weird shit is going on. He starts to realize that he starts to pick up on synchronicities and patterns. Even with the light falling in the beginning of the movie, it kind of like, I was like, what the hell? Like a satellite or whatever the case may be. But then he starts catching on to certain patterns, synchronicities. Then he starts to catch on the people, the characters. Then he ends up seeing his father, noticing the extras, noticing the guy riding on the bike, the lady walking by with the flowers. So he starts to pick up on some things. He starts to make the world that was constructed around him starts to crumble. And then he wants to get away. And this man does everything in his power, Christos, to have him not leave. But he ends up saying, fuck it, you're going. He actually, at one point, says, you're going to have to kill me. He actually gets out to the water. He ends up fighting his fear of the water. He gets there, and then they control the waters. Christos ends up saying, make the waves bigger, make it more intense, because he doesn't want him to get to where he has to go. Make the waves more intense. And he shouts, you're going to have to kill me. He starts to realize what's going on for real. It's being controlled. Isaac, how you know a girl is worth your time? If she is reciprocating that same time and energy that you are putting forth, she is willing to reciprocate that time back. If she's giving you that same time and attention, then you give it back. If she pulls back, you pull back. It's about attraction. It's like a magnet. It's a pull. But if you feel yourself drawing and doing too much to get near to her and she's not reciprocating that back, then I suggest you revert your time and attention somewhere else, brother. Do you know Bloodhound, Little Jeff? Brick says, Brick, peace to you. No, I don't know that. Boo, yeah. Said, hi, peace. Marginal, peace to you. And when Jim Carrey finally faces fears and freedom, YK not, yep. And I'm going to catch up to the chat. You know world history if you do what's your favorite era in history. Fire Nation official. Fish drinking soda says, what is your favorite dinosaur? Mine is I don't know what that is. Sounds like trying to set me up for something. My favorite world history moment is when The Haitian Revolution. If you know about the Haitian Revolution, that is one of my favorite world history moments. Learning about that. Haitians did not have a slew of weapons, a total army to go against the French for their sovereignty, for their freedom. It is said that they fought a spiritual battle. They used voodoo to win that war. It's one of my favorite world history moments. They didn't have a strong army, but they won that war. Beautiful. And OG Kick says, noticing the exact same patterns. Yes. Fire Nation says, my favorite dinosaur is the Parasaur. What? Parasaurolophus. Why though? Why though? Why though? Why I gotta be that? Because I'm doing this? YK Not says, it's Machiavellian. Yes. 307 Outdoorsman says, how's your day been, bro? Great. I've had a great day, brother. How's yours been? Just want you to know there is um God bless you too, brother. 307 Doorsman. Outdoorsman. See, the thing about me is that I didn't ask any deity to die for me. I didn't ask for that. Being that I have to die one day, like all of us do, I didn't ask for that. So I don't like that to be put on me. And that's what gets people tied in. I didn't ask for that. I didn't ask anyone to sacrifice their life for me. But I thank you and God bless you. Real pretty. Says good. YK Not says, "Oh, you reading my mind?" Yeah, I'm a little backed up a little bit on these on the chat, especially with people spamming like that. Just get you out of here. Noemi says, "Hi, peace to you. Peace, sis. It's freaking me out. You're saying everything I'm thinking. YK Not? Hey, man, it's great minds think alike, but the open minded also. When you're on the same frequency, it's no coincidence. Did you stop smoking weed permanently?" OG Kick says, if so, that's a great decision. I'm coming up on 6 years free of marijuana. Hey, OG Kicks, that's crazy that you just said that. And then with YK saying I'm freaking him out by saying everything he's thinking, I recently thought that today. OG Kicks. I question myself like, am I done smoking weed permanently? On everything I love, my mother and father's grave. I just had that thought earlier today, bro. I don't have the urge to smoke. I don't have the urge to smoke like that. So I ended up asking myself, like, am I done permanently or will I go back? Um, I haven't made the conscious decision to say it's a permanent thing. Um, but as of right now, I don't know, bro. I feel great. And what the brother said, you know what I mean, before about, you know what I mean, don't about being kept up at night about certain things. I don't stay up. Well, I'm on here at nighttime and stuff like that doing these lives because I enjoy doing that at this hour. But I go to sleep and sleep peacefully, like a baby. So it doesn't bother me that I'm not indulging in marijuana or anything like that. But I literally thought about that today. Like, am I done forever with this, or is this just another phase again? Because I've gone through those phases where I've stopped, came back, and you know what I mean, not smoked as heavy, then went on a binge where I smoked heavy, stopped again. felt bad, then only on occasion, then started smoking heavy again as of this new recent cycle. But it's like those patterns again, right? We talk about patterns in our life when we start to notice there's certain patterns in our life and where it takes us, certain things you have to cut off permanently. So being I had to question myself and now you're posting that tells me something. Tells me a lot, brother. The answer might be yes. Yeah, Kevin the Bray, you smoke damages your lungs for sure. But there's other ways to ingest marijuana too nowadays with edibles, with oils and stuff like that. Infuse it in your food. But it's supposed to be a healing flower for real. They used it in ancient times as healing. When I was in Jamaica, I drank tea that was infused with marijuana. So it's not um just with the smoking for sure, with the smoke for your lungs it's damaging. But yeah, there's other ways to take it. But altogether I'm talking about like not doing all that other stuff with the tea and stuff like that. I might be done for real. I don't know. If I go to Jamaica though, if I go to Jamaica, brother, it might be all bets are off. I'm gonna tell you that much. Kevin the Brave says time for sleep. You going to sleep. And many Menkins, peace to you, says hi. Um, Kevin the Brave, you still in here, man. Have a great night. Why is it such a big deal Trump wants Greenland borders to be open? Isn't that what everyone wants the US to do? Redeeming in Jesus Christ. Um, I'm not too much into the political stuff, but of course I can't avoid certain news and stuff like that. And I do from time to time comment. Ah man, yo Ken Shri, how much burpees did you do today? I did zero. Did zero burpees. I was busy for real during the day. So I didn't get to work out today. Over the next over the next course of a couple days, I'll be stuck in the house with this snowstorm coming. So I plan to do some home workouts. I'll make sure to get burpees in. I promise. Um, but what it seems to me with what's going on with all this political jargon and what Donald is doing and what happened in Venezuela, things going on in Puerto Rico, threats against Iran, other things going on all across the world, world news, right? It seems like a Bogart of land. They're going to go after the weak countries and take over. That's it. It's a new world order. It's been predicted for years now what would take place, and it's a new world order. You can't see that. Plain and simple. It doesn't. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna go into this or that. I've expressed before. Whoever the powers may be, um, the president isn't really the one calling all the shots, but the elites, the elite of the elites. It's that time. If you don't notice, but you have to have a face. You have to have the face to put out in front of the people, and that's what the president is. Is the face that's presented in front of the people to make it seem like he has all the power. Say by Love says, "Can I join?" Yeah, of course. YK Not says, "You seem to have a strong control of your thoughts. It can get scary when you realize the extent of some gifts you may have acquired." Yeah, YK Not is um YK Not is very scary. It's very scary, but um I'm not a scary guy. Like, you have those instances where we're all human. We deal with certain emotions, right? We might deal with fear, might deal with being scared, being frightened, but some things I've learned to embrace. embrace those emotions, embrace those feelings. And with some people, they when they don't know how to embrace certain things, they can go cuckoo. You dig what I'm saying? To embrace it, really sit with it, process it, and understand that you have a certain you have that gift. Please everybody be careful this weekend if you're in the path of this bad weather. Yes, that's a fact, OG Kicks. Heading our way, don't go out unless it's mandatory. The committee of 300 is the society in charge of all the others. Yes, say by love. That's beautifully put. People don't realize that when you have someone who steps outside the bounds of society, they're not going to be too much worried about you because they'll depend on the society around that person to get them back in line, control them because they have those people under that control. Kevin Guy says, "Love your beard, so cute. Can you talk more about some of your hopes and dreams?" Kevin Guy Patrick, I appreciate you, brother. Um, some of my dreams, brother. I'm at a point in life where I just want I have offspring, right? So I'm in a position where I'm raising another man. He's only 9, but it starts now into introducing him and putting certain things, planting seeds with him and planning out his future for him so that way he doesn't have to be at a disadvantage so much. So one of my dreams is to position myself in a way where he doesn't have to go through certain avenues to achieve his goals. He has hopes and dreams of his that he wants to get to, so it's my duty to set him up. Now, I can't predict the future. I don't hearken too much on the future because the future doesn't exist. Doesn't exist yet. So I've learned to not worry about too much of what's ahead. I just take it one day at a time. But the necessary steps that I take now into building that future isn't really for me because what's ahead of me in my future, um, you know, it's not too much I can do with it, if you get what I'm saying. So I gotta set my youngin' up for the best. So that's one of my dreams to see my seed be successful in whatever endeavors he wants to go do. And if I could set him up in that way, that's success for me. I've reached certain heights in my life already. I'm not even 40 yet, and I'm just starting on certain things. Um, I'm 38 years old, by the way. And OG Kick said, "Yeah, I'm sure you'll raise a solid king. Yeah, man, for sure. But just yeah, setting him up a certain way because I'm not selfish like that. Like everything that I'm doing is just for me to build up myself, my future. I got somebody coming up right behind me, and I've already manifested things that I've done in life where I'm good. Like I've gained success. I have a successful, successful business. I've gained success, so I'm not needy like that where I need to get more, because it's a chase game. Always going to be chasing something, and once when you stop the chase and you sit in certain manifestation, you like, yo, you know what? I'm all right. So now that I'm responsible for a youngin, and I have to raise a man. I have to raise him up to a man. I have to set him up the proper way. Why you look so young to be a dad? You seem so good-hearted. I love hearing about your dedication to being a dutiful father. It's so important. Yeah, that's my where my path is now. Being a father, brother. And thank you for that. Thank you guys. Say about love. Say about love says, you don't even look it. Though she was a bit older than me. 23 years old, man. Yeah, at 23, I was playing semi-pro football. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's one of my hopes and dreams, man, to see my work now as a father produce. Yeah, semi-pro, brother. I had dreams of being in the NFL, but my age just surf and smoke. I hear you. Yeah, 23, brother. I was living life on the wild side a little bit, but I was playing semi-pro football, moving a certain way. Taught me a lot, though. You know what I mean? And past the pork chop, you're done right away. Kevin Guy says, "Do you still talk to any of your teammates?" No, no, I don't. I'm more of a loner these days. I don't really trust too many people. Um, some of my I still have friends and stuff like that. But when you have friends, you're not, always checking for them on the phone. We're all grown. You feel what I'm saying? Being 38, going on 40, we all got lives to live and stuff like that. So, every now and then I check on certain buddies of mine. Um, but it's funny that you bring up old teammates. I did have a teammate and a close friend at one point. Well, I consider it a close friend, but I got the, as you get older, you start to grow apart and then people start to change as well. And I just started to see, and Malachi Wise, peace to you. Um, yeah, I just said peace to you, brother. That's it. You're not really saying much, but I acknowledge you because you just got in. Did you at least hit the like on the chat before you wanted my attention? That's okay, man. Life is crazy. It's hard to stay connected in the same way. Yeah, and people change. And yeah, I got to see one of somebody I consider a very close friend, man, change and have a lot of hate in his heart, negativity, I should say. And whatever he went through, I don't want to put his business out there, and even in the midst of that. But when people start to come at you with that energy, and you can sense it and you can pick up on it, it's like, brother, I'm not the one to do that to. If you want to talk about something, if you got something that you want to say or whatever, we could talk about it. But you're not going to spread your negativity and then bleed over into what I got going on in my life. So I had to cut him off straight like that. And I told him too, um, you're done. I cut family members off also. I have no problem cutting people off in my real life. The same way I put people in timeout on here, I do the same thing in real life to close people that with their negative, because just because someone think they got access to you, just because someone think that they are close to you or considered a friend, that they can push their negativity on you. I have boundaries. You should respect your friends' boundaries. You shouldn't come to them with BS and bullshit and try to gaslight them. It don't work. Yeah, say about love, like I'm not gonna talk to them, dead ass. I'm blessed and with a green money, all sorts of stuff. Mr. P, peace. Philip Long, peace. How you? Kevin Kevin Guy, Patrick says, how did he take it? I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know, brother. I'm telling you, I'm cold, brother. I'm cold, brother. When I cut you off, I'm not doubling back. I'm not checking. I don't have this the thing, like when you live a certain lifestyle, right? Um, like I don't have too much social media. I just activated Instagram based around this page. Because someone asked me about Instagram or whatever the case may be. And shout out XXX too. It is his birthday. Well, it was yesterday. But I like XXX. Powerful spiritual brother. But I don't have I have Facebook, but it's not active. I'm not active on there like that. I only had Facebook because of Marketplace and I needed to get equipment for my business. So that's the only reason why I was on there. I reactivated well, I created a Instagram account based around this channel. So it'll be Instagram posts and stuff like based around just content that I'm doing or whatever. Um, I don't have no TikTok. I deleted all that stuff years ago. So I didn't I deleted it for a purpose back a couple years ago for a reason, but now I really don't need it because yeah, I never used TikTok either, but it's just a way for people to be nosy for real. See what you're doing, posting stuff that you're doing, and nobody really posts the real. Like when you really going through shit or whatever, nobody really posts that. They always gonna post what they want you to see. And if you really fuck with me like that, then you got my number. You know how to reach me for real on away from these social media outlets. So it woke me up to see who is really for me, who are really friends, because you can have a bunch of friends on Facebook, you have a bunch of followers, but who really rock with you like that? So it exposes a lot. So I say all that to say this: when I cut people off, I don't go and check if they posted about me or how they feel about it. I cut you off for a reason. I don't care now. Blue Cat says hi, peace. Start bumping hat, new young boy, Austin. Is that you in the profile picture? Damn, dude, you built like the pyramids. Mud. Yeah, man, that's me, brother. Someone said they thought that was AI at first. And then I guess they did some snooping on my page. I got a short on there with me working out at what they would call nowadays one of the world's most dangerous gyms, Diamond Gym. Diamond Gym is in New Jersey, and it was right around the corner from where I used to live in Jersey. And I visited there a couple times. At the time where it wasn't like that, it wasn't as popular as it is on social media now. But I trained there a couple times. I'm really about that life. Say by Love says, all my homies hate Oracle. What's your opinion on that stupid AI song Triple XF label release? I didn't even listen to that. Blue Cat Bandit. I don't listen to AI songs because I don't do the AI stuff with Juice World. Yeah, no, I don't listen to like the AI music and stuff like that. So I didn't even listen to it, be honest. Um, Kevin Guy Patrick, yeah, you need to know who the real ride or dies are. Yeah, for sure. And one thing that rubbed me the wrong way at that time, now that you bring it up, was being that I'm not on social media, and then when people the said person was talking to me, they said, "Wake up." And I said, "Wake up to who? What? Like I have to answer to you because I'm not on social media or I'm not making myself known to a bunch of people that don't really care about me, that I don't really care about like that. I need to wake up." Like I said with that movie They Live, you put on those magic glasses, you see what people really are. You got to make a decision because those same people will try to revert you and try to get you to wake up to their program. And I told him straight, I'm like, who are you for me to wake up to you and what you got going on? You a whole grown man. You'll be very surprised how men feel about other men not following them, not doing what they are doing. You would think that your friends would not celebrate you, or how would I say this? Not or cheer for you, if you will. I don't even really want to use that word, but who's for you? Like who's really rooting for you for real? Than opposed to they're watching you and they're saying you're doing something different. They don't like it. They want you to do what they doing, or they low key don't want you to succeed. Why would a girl cheat on their man? For real, JS says. Um, because she's not really into you like that. She's not locked in with you like that. She's on her own timing. You can't control what a female does. Whether she cheats on you or walks away from a relationship with you, you can't control that. Either she's attracted to you and with your program, or she's not. She could have multiple reasons. She lost feelings for you, lost respect for you. Blue Cat Bandit says, locked in twin life, too short to worry about someone else other BS. Yeah, it's a lack of respect if she cheats on you, for real. Love the content. I've been on seam retention over 3 years now. Keep up the good work. I appreciate that. Antonio Salazar. Appreciate the love, brother. Great to hear about your progress, man. Stay safe. Stay on that journey, brother. And Hell Thrift says a bunch of hoes. And I wouldn't necessarily say it's a whole thing. Some women do cheat out of emotion. They're emotional beings. So if they feel a certain way about you, women will step out as a form of what they would feel is get back, or to make themselves feel better. It's a sick world out here, but that's just some of the truth. But once again, lack of respect for you, lack of boundaries. Think you soft, think you sweet. So they'll go out and be sneakers. Some of them are, you know what I mean, promiscuous like that. So, but not all. But some women do cheat for different reasons, bro. When does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent. Ultimate Warrior, that's a good one, brother. I appreciate you for that. Cole says, name a Morgan Wallen album, and I'll name 5 songs. I don't know who that is. YK not. And it also works in reverse. If I told the thing over and over again, it will become your truth. Judge with your discernment too, and you'll see you through their lives. Kevin Guy Patrick says, I had previous relationship end because some guys are too interested in social media and keeping up appearances online. Exactly. Exactly what it is. And when you're not one to have to do that, and then people are still asking about you. See what that does is create a mystique about you not having a social media. And I started to learn that more and more, even dealing with women. See, another one thing with women, I don't know if the women are in here yet, if they just watching and just listening right now. But a lot of my guys are in here. Guys, women like to be on your social media to see if you have status, how many followers you got, because that'll say a lot about you, right? But the same sense, if you don't have a social media, it creates a mystique around you. It makes you a mystery, makes you more mysterious. It's a little tip. Now they really have to come towards you to figure out who you are, what you do, what you like. They got to ask you certain questions now. They really have to do their due diligence. And that's how you'll be able to tell if a woman mess with you or not. Because if she's willing to go outside the bounds of not just stalking your page and watching your pictures to see, oh, he likes to go here, he does this, he does that. The game changes when you don't have access. Now they have to talk to you for real. And you got to see what's going on up here. That's how you know she's interested. She's going to ask you certain questions. What do you like to do? What do you like to eat? Some females won't do that with you because you got everything on your social media. Game. Which came first? Lips or the beard? Crowfish. The lips came first. Crowfish. Do you think the 16 nominations for Sinners is about reparations? What? American flag is crazy. That's a regular Mike. He is 29 feet tall. Oh man, that's funny. You guys are funny tonight. Hate it when a girl yaps about her ex. Hey, Blue Cat Bandit, that is the hugest red flag. It's one thing to bring your ex up, Blue Cat Bandit. And hold on, Captain Craig, you're gone. OG Kick says, I've been with my old lady 20 years. God bless you, brother. You got a real one. That ride has been up and down, more ups and downs. But yes, she is my queen. That's beautiful, brother. For real. When you got a good one, it's nothing like a good woman, brother. And I mean that. When you got a good one, you got a solid one, even through the ups and downs. That's the test of times. It's going to be that. But when you got a good one, the man is only as great as, you know what I mean? The woman staying behind him. Woman makes you stronger, bro, when you got a real one. She'll ease those stresses, if you will. But Blue Cat Bandit, when a woman yaps about their ex, is a red flag. It's one thing to bring your ex up. That's what I was gonna say. It's one thing to bring your ex up. You know, you talk about whatever happened in the past for a little bit. You feel what I'm saying? Because you can learn from that. Past relationships, what she's been through. Maybe some trauma happened there. um Maybe it's certain patterns that you may practice that her ex practice, that you would have to hear her talk about and be like, damn, I kind of did the same thing too in my past, or I kind of follow that trend too, let me not do this, because that can make her think a certain way, or whatever the case may be. So there are certain things that will come up about past relationships if you're dealing with a female. But if it's yapping, and I get you saying, if it's yapping too much, going on and on, it's a red flag, because that shows still, whether it's negative or positive, some type of let me slow down, some type of attachment still there. Once again, women are emotional beings. Risa says hi, peace. Women are emotional beings. So if her ex still has a place where it's still affecting her emotions, and she's still talking about it, she hasn't really healed. So that man still has a place in her psyche, in her heart, whether it's negative or positive. I'm not saying she still love him. I'm not saying that she still has certain type of feelings, but she has feelings though, because if you keep talking about it, that means you still hurt. So that's why I say it's a red flag. She has to get over that if she keeps yapping. YK Not says, who's the movie I enjoy? It's about Haiti along with other topics. YK Not says, The Serpent and the Rainbow. I don't think I heard of that. YK Not. Uh Kevin Guy, Patrick, best relationship I have ever been in is with someone else that doesn't have social media. Telling you, brother, that social media stuff is, then you start comparing your life to another person's life, or that person starts comparing their life to, or that their relationship to another person's relationship on social media. Is a mess, bro. Ends up being a mess. We go through stuff to grow through stuff, you know? Yes, Risa out the 7. And once again, peace to you, Risa. Yo, UBCD for life. You are a sick mofo. I should get you up out of here, but I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till you say something else. You crazy for that? Hey, shout out Nolans. Shout out Nolans. That's another place, man. I wanna go. I wanna do a lot of traveling in the future. That is something that I do have hopes and dreams for, is to travel a little bit more. Just to get away, change the scenery, change the atmosphere, does something to the psyche, to the body. But I'm into spirituality. So I would love to come to New Orleans for spiritual cleansing, if you will. YK not I tell everybody about my ex. She played with koalas down under. I got you, YK not. Tony Smith, Macon, Georgia. Peace. Shouts out to Macon, Georgia. But yeah, going through relationships and then also relationship patterns. I've been one to not try to repeat certain relationship patterns, especially as a man. You feel what I'm saying? I've been in relationships and to be honest, I've cheated in the past. As being young and mature, not being disciplined enough to not be in a healthy relationship for real like that. But that goes through going what you have to go through, going through some of the stuff. You feel what I'm saying? So being older, no, we're not necessarily talking about retaining, but I was almost getting close to getting out there. I was talking about my past, being in my 20s and stuff like that, moving around. KLA, peace to you, man. Glad to see you tonight. YK Not says, I lived in New Orleans. I loved it. It's really expensive though. And Risa says, oh my God, to YK Not. It must be yeah, I ain't going down there to live, but I can only imagine. Like I said, a little short trip. But yeah, I can imagine. And this is the thing too though. Once again, when we talk about what happened with Katrina, I brought up a conspiracy of what happened with the levees, and I brought up about real estate and those investors. When you wipe out a place like that and rebuild, it only makes sense to drive the prices up because you need people to invest. You need investors to build the place back up, and they need a return on that investment. It could be a conspiracy of what happened, why they did it, but the way y'all talking about how expensive it is makes sense. RX. Once again, you wipe out. I'm sorry, I don't want to keep on going down that road. But when you wipe out a place, and it's an easy way to gentrify, if you will. Say something natural happened, but actually gets tricky. Me too. Yeah, I've been working on my what throat exercises. All right, RX, you got it. Are we? And she X star F. Are we talking about retaining? That was a question. Actually, I hope you'll never get it if you understand what I'm talking about. But no, we're not talking about retaining. We're talking about relationships. We're talking about relationships for a little bit. Red flags. Sam in Wakefield, your knowledge is limited. Remember that. Human. You're right. Sam in Wakefield. And yes, KLA, I remember you now. I remember you. Aubrey says, Crowd of Boys. Crowd of Boys is my nonprofit organization. If you would like to donate, my Cash App is $ Crowd of Boys, just how you spelled it. I see that you're asking, so there you go. Crowd of Boys is also the semen retention channel that I have over there, empowering guys from boys to men through the practice of semen retention, giving out advice, tips, some tricks to better yourself physically, mentally, and spiritually. Period. I was listening to your YouTube about eye contact on semen retention, then saw you were live. Oh yes. Thank you for going out to check out my content. I appreciate that. See, I love the people that actually go see what I'm about, and then they come over here, or they come over here, go and check out my content, vice versa, however it works out. I thank you for your support. When I come on lives, not every time I go into Senior Attention. When I go on live, of course, it's live and direct, so the conversation could go any which way. Eli Bennett, peace to you. Off Castle says, "Yo, chocolate covered Incredibles, bro. I can't believe you let Buddy get away with that disgusting question." Yeah, some of it I let rock. I just wanted to see, but I wanted to see what was going to happen. What does magic glasses mean? Yes, I knew somebody was going to come along and ask that again. I was just explaining to someone earlier about the magic glasses. Um, I got you, KL. You just got in here. Early in the chat, I went through that, or early in the live, I should say. Um, I got you though. Just give me a little bit as I catch up to the chat. Eli Bennett says, "What's up? Why do I get spiritual attack when I'm retaining?" You get the spiritual attacks because it is you fighting against your subconscious. You're reprogramming yourself, and the program will tend to fight back. That's when the attacks come. You're on a good path, brother. You're on a great path. But it's your subconscious fighting back new programming. The old programming doesn't want to die, if that makes sense, if you get what I'm saying. So when you're doing something new or introducing something new to your body, your system, your mind, will start to fight back. And in your reality, if you get people telling you you're doing something wrong, they can see your light. They see that you are on a path. They can't quite get what it is about you, what you are doing, but you'll have hate, jealousy come your way, and that's energy. So it'll start to affect you for real. Jason Taylor says, "Hi, peace. Do you have Roblox?" Yes, I do. My 9-year-old son put me on Roblox. So yes, I am on Roblox. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whoever believes in him should not perish but have eternal life. What you know is who you are. Know thyself. Timid no say. That's what that sign says. No one has asked me, but that's what that means. Timid no say is Latin for know thyself. Ed bucola, abiola. Thank you for that. Roblox has lost 6 million, or that's 6 billion, since that Sean Ryan episode came out about the pedos on there. Yeah, I also noticed that you're not allowed to openly chat on there as you were before. But whenever I'm on there, me and my son, I'm on there with him as an adult, so that's never been an issue for us while we've been on there. But I heard about that, and I'm glad that they did something about it, because even when I used to be in the chats over there, I'd be like, "Yo, anybody could come." I've never seen anything inappropriate while me and my son was playing, and as we chat, and we used to engage in the chats too. But nothing inappropriate ever went on while we were on, and I never seen anything outlandish. Just a bunch of kids going back and forth on there being crazy. But when I seen that news, I'm like, wow, that's crazy. So I'm glad that they actually did that. But as a monitoring parent and as being an active parent and playing games with my son like Roblox and many of the games that I enjoy, I was always able to be on there and monitor some of the stuff that was going on there. And always have a great time, bro, playing on Roblox. And KLA, I still got you. Don't worry about it. If you know yourself and know your enemy, you need not fear the outcome of 1,000 battles. Yes, YK, not. And I see I got my boy Joe Smith in here as a moderator, getting rid of all the inappropriate and wild comments. I was doing that myself a little bit earlier. Some of them I was letting ride. I was just ignoring. Some of them I was just ignoring. But some of them are funny though. That's why every now and then I do read them, and I just chuckle because they funny as hell. You know who Grant Nelson is? Cooper Flag says. No, I do not. Say by Love says, I got a good night ahead. Yeah, you told me you was on some stuff. Or you had some stuff. You had some hash or whatever. Alexis Ortiz, peace to you, says, talk politics. Not just yet. I don't like to talk too much politics. I don't choose a political side, so I'm very open minded with certain topics about politics. But KO8 had asked me a question about the magic glasses, and it I got the title credited to the late great philanthropist, if you will, Dick Gregory. And yes, I've heard of William Cooper. YK not? And he says with the magic glasses, there's three things when the universe has granted you magic glasses that you can't take them off. That's one. Once when you put them on, you can't take them off because they are a gift for you to see. It's a gift for you to navigate this universe in a particular way. Two, those glasses also, you must take care of them. You cannot, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself on three, but with two, you cannot, I'm gonna just get straight to it. You can't force other people to wear those glasses. Meaning, in short, no one can see your vision. So what's meant for you to see is what you will see. Once when you put on the magic glasses, once again, you can't go back. You can't take them off because it's like the Matrix. Once when you are exposed to seeing for what things really are, you can't take them off. And I brought in the reference of the movie, if you ever seen it. And I know it's probably new people in the chat. I see she X star or she X star. If you have seen the movie They Live, no, I don't live in the hood, KLA. I was blessed enough to move my family out of Sh- uh Sheck Star. You seen the movie They Live, right? Yes, that's a reference I use to talk about these magic glasses. When the character in the movie finds the glasses, he puts them on, he starts to see the billboards, the signs, the advertisement as subliminals now of what they really are trying to put and introduce in front of society and the people to obey, to conform, to consume. Then he puts them down and like, yo, what the hell? And then when he looks, they're regular ads like McDonald's, Burger King, swimsuits. You get what I'm saying? Then he puts the glasses back on. It says obey, consume in black and white. The real hidden messages, the subliminals and all that. They put everything in the movie. That's why I was explaining earlier. So KL8, once when you put the magic glasses on, it's no going back. See things for what they really are. You have to see things for what they really are, and you have to accept. It's exactly what I'm about to say. Shaq Star, it's the truth. You have to accept things for what they are because it's the truth. That's what the magic glasses does. And then the very last thing, and that's why I say I wanted to jump straight to it. You can't force anybody to put on the glasses. In the movie They Live, and what I brought up earlier was if you have ever seen it, the infamous fight scene. This man, he runs into finally someone when he has the glasses on. But now, hold on, before I jump too far. When the glasses are on, and now you look at the TV or a billboard, and it's giving you a certain command basically to obey, consume, whatever the case may be, right? But now when he uses those glasses to look at people, they're zombies. They're in skeleton form, meaning symbology that they're dead for real. It's a dead society. Then once again, he takes the glasses off, or, peeks over them, and they look like regular human beings like you and me. He puts them back on, they're really skeletons. And then they end up realizing that he can actually see, no soul. He can actually see. They recognize that, oh, he's one that can actually see. So now they're after him. They're gang stalking him, trying to get him. He ends up running to a old coworker, right? And when he runs into him, he has the glasses on and he realizes that he can see his old coworker as his human self. So he's like, yo, hold on for a second. You got something. It's that light. He tells him, put the glasses on. And his old coworker is like, no, they're looking for you, brother. You crazy. You didn't kill people and this and that. He's like, no, just get away from me. He said, nah, bro, you have to put on these glasses. He says, no, I'm not putting on. What are you talking about? These are magic glasses, basically? No, you sound nuts. Get out of here. You lucky I'm sparing you right now. He says, no, please listen. He's forcing him to wear the glasses. So they end up having a whole brawl. It's an infamous fight scene in this movie. And it's so profound because you cannot force anyone to put on the glasses. They have to ultimately make that decision to put on the glasses. And Sergeant Joe Smith, I appreciate you. But they end up having a whole fight scene. They're fighting each other back and forth. And ultimately, he ends up putting on the glasses and ends up seeing for what things really are. But still, he ends up actually beating the main character's ass. And and he's about to walk away. He ends up putting the glasses on under his own volition. It's not like he was beaten into putting on the glasses. He ends up beating the main character's ass. And then he says, you know what? We done went through all this. I'm put on these glasses. He puts on the glasses. Then he realizes this is what you were fighting for. This is why he wouldn't let it go, because he was trying to get him to see things for what they really are. Even some people that you fight, they'll fight you to the end, fight you to the death. But until they actually make the decisions for themselves to put those magic glasses on, that's when they will truly see the vision. NASA says, hi from Russia, peace. Sexstar, once again, no soul. They haven't found the light within. Sergeant Joe Smith, shouts out to you again. I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum. And I'm all out of bubble gum. Hey, Sergeant Joe Smith, salute to you. And that's a great quote from the movie They Live. Yes, sir. The late and great Roddy Rod Piper. I was a huge wrestling fan back in those days too. Early 90s, 90s. I came up in that area. So for me, when it was WWF, wrestling was prime. So I had to go back and watch that movie because that movie came out in the 80s. But I also brought up a movie called The Truman Show. If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it is, infinite. Yes, that's a fact. Man, Dr. Joe Smith, man, that's great quote, brother. Blue Cat Bandit, what's your top 5 artists from the 2010s? Hmm. I would have to think about that. I don't remember putting on no damn glasses. Oh man, that's funny. Blue Cat Bandit, 2010s. Who's out there? 50 Cent. Uh, I don't know. It's a blur a little bit because I'm a huge music fan. So there's a lot of music that came out at that time. Ludacris. And I gotta catch up to the chat. I can't sit here thinking about the 2010s too much. I'm sorry, Blue Cat Bandit. I've been hiding in the bushes, picking off trolls for the last 30 minutes. Currently. So damn drunk, can't see, man. Desmond, Calvert, yes, like the Matrix. Agents. And anyone can be an agent. He was like, give me those, and he puts them on because after all what a man literally fight to the death, to have his friend do something like wear some damn silly glasses. Yeah. It was so silly. It sounds so far fetched. It sounds so crazy what you're talking about, especially when you catch wind of what you've been doing before you got to me, and now you're talking about some put on these glasses, brother. I just heard you kill people, but the way he was fighting and the way he was showing up and how convinced he was, he stood on it. He was willing to die. He was already on that path. Listen, I'm not. They're already after me. They already sought me out. Trolls never know when I'm watching until it's too late. Zamari Kelly says, "Dance if this is real." You know, gives you yeah, Blumpkins is crazy, bro. It's funny that if you know about Harold and Kumar, that's where Blumpkins come from. If y'all ever watched like Harold and Kumar goes to White Castle, that's why it was funny to me. I'm originally a Jersey head, so in the first one, they're actually going to Jersey, so that's why I let it live. That's why I actually let it live because that was funny to me. You don't remember putting on the glasses, but do remember asking for truth. Oh, okay, nah, yeah. Leslie Chavis, God bless, brother. Thank you. Chavis says DMX. It's okay, dog. It's just a question. Yeah, yeah, I would really have to sit back and think about the music that came out 2010s and with how the chat is going, how things are moving. I gotta catch up. Hey, crowd, do you know what Far Cry is? Yeah, I know what Far Cry is. Far Cry is video game. Was an easy thing to get money. Wowzer, what did I drop in on? Zion, what's good, brother? Great to see you tonight, man. Easy thing to get money. I mean, there's various side hustles. If you got a car, you could do, deliveries and stuff like that. Uber, Lyft, what's that thing called? DoorDash and stuff like that. That's true. I always ask the Lord for wisdom, and that's what I said earlier. She's ex when this live started, I always start off with a greeting to the playback people um who catch these lives on playback, and that's what one of the things I asked them for. But that's one of the things that I mentioned and that I say I ask for is knowledge and wisdom instead of material things. With the knowledge and wisdom, it'll guide me in the space to know how to get those things if I really need them. So that's profound that you said that. Shalimar says, I need help. Help me. What type of help do you need? What's the topic? I seen the title and man, D. Gregory, no lies, it's very hard to take them off. Yes, it's hard to take them off. You can't take them off. Once when you put them on, that's what D. Gregory said. Once when you put them on, you can't take them off. And you have to believe the things that you see. You got to take it for what it is. The truth hurts. That was the second. That was the second thing. That whatever you see, it is what it is. You have to believe it because once we are granted those glasses, those magic glasses, you can't take them off, and then you have to accept what comes with them, and it's full truth. And with that truth, you have to accept it, whether it hurts, whether it crushes your ideals, your ideas, or whatever the case may be. Then that third thing, you cannot force anyone to put on the glasses. They have to make the choice themselves to put on the glasses for themselves. And I always like to say, no one can see your vision. You have a certain vision, certain place that you want to go. No one can see it for you. You've been granted that vision for a reason. Then I brought up the movie They Live and The Truman Show. That's one of my favorite movies as well, is The Truman Show. Blue Cat Bandit said, "I'm going to bed." Hold on. Have a good night. Have a great night, Blue Cat Bandit. Thank you for reading Fly Chat. I appreciate you. Kale8 says, "Rob the bank, FYI." Just try to joke. You joking though. You joking. Shalimar says, "Is this a spiritual channel?" You can consider it that, yes. Thank you for asking that question instead of "Am I Christian?" I'm glad you asked it that way. Yes, this is a spiritual channel. You could come on here, take off your religious hat, cool out, chill out, and just be yourself. Nipples Malone says, "Give a shout out to Weed, California. I'm from there." That's nice. Um, yeah, I've stopped smoking. I stopped smoking for 3 months. But shouts out to you. You got it. Sean 11, peace. Anthony says, "Black don't crack." Yeah, when you take care of yourself the right way, it shouldn't. I'm not gonna lie. I tried to tell myself that it wasn't true. But once I sat with myself after the beginning process of going down that road and trying to share with friends, it was clear. Yes, it's a fact. And that's the thing. That's why it's so profound of putting on the glasses and not forcing anyone to wear them, because when you go down that certain rabbit hole and you start to try to introduce it to people, because that's the first thing you want to do, is try to help people with what you know, what you have come across, because it is actual help to get people out of the state of confusion and moving around like a damn zombie. It teaches you not to fight. You're fighting the wrong fight at times. What does the sign behind the window say? Chris Hale says, "Timid no say." It's Latin for know thyself. Center of the Web, 1996 EP, Beyond Human Comprehension. Why have I heard that before? Center of the Web, 1996 EP. Check Star says, "I sometimes wish I stayed in the dark." Man, see, there's some real shit coming out. "But it helps elevate oneself. I even managed to open my third eye on this path. See, man, I need to sleep. Man, been a rough week. Got drunk and and had to see a therapist for mental health crisis." Hey, Sean, man, I didn't mean to chuckle or laugh at you about that. It's great that you got, you know what I mean, going to seek help. It's not easy dealing with mental health issues and stuff like that. So it's great that you are working through that and going to see help and not using the coping mechanisms that you did the other night. That's what I was laughing at, because you showed up to the live drunk and could barely type what you was trying to get through, brother. So I'm glad you stopped through. I'm glad you're doing better. I'm glad on your progress. Have a great night, man. Get some rest. Rest up and heal, brother. Yeah, Sean came through and was drunk and was trying to ask me a question. I couldn't even decipher what he was saying, man. It was like reading it's like reading a foreign language, bro. But Sheck Star and Zahn, y'all saying both of the same thing. And I've been there on both sides, questioning myself on why did I have this knowledge, and it was better to be left in the dark like in the Matrix. Ignorance is bliss. It's better to not know. But then you start to, once again, elevate yourself, become stronger through the process, and understand that it was a reason why you were chosen. to wear the magic glasses. I've come here to chew bubblegum and have a lot of bubblegum. And who is this? Priscilla Padilla. Peace to you, sis. How you? Um, broke, broke a boy. Nah, I don't remember you, sir. But peace to you. And YK not is a copy. That's what he's saying. Sean 11. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Last night I was consistently almost vomiting and had dehydration. Yeah, man, you gotta rest up. Angel, St. Claus, third eye, question mark. Doesn't understand what the third eye is. Did you see Adam 22 get his ass whipped? Nah, Lord. I didn't watch that. Charles Hale says, I know as a effing Gandalf, the gray, I'd rather been killed in bliss that lived to learn the absolute horror. Hmm. With the business, whose fault is mental health? Whose fault is it for mental health issues? A lot of people can't help the trauma that they've been through. The trauma that we go through, the trauma that people have put us through, is all how we deal with it and cope with it. But with the mechanisms that's put in place in front of us and advertised to us and so easily to access, it's easy to fall into a pit when you are going through certain traumas, certain mental health issues. It's easier to take a hold of those things than to actually seek and get the necessary help. It takes a lot of putting your pride to the side. It takes a lot of courage to admit to yourself that you have a problem, and instead of placing things in front of yourself to make you feel good for the temporary, um, you're looked at as weak in society if you actually go get help. But it's actually reverse. It's strength. Man, I remember the first found out about population control. I thought I was going crazy. I sat in my room for about 3 days depressed. Like, damn, why the F am I finding this stuff out? I was just about to mention something about what you just said, Zon, about population control. Let me catch up to the chat a little bit. All right, I must have stumbled on Hotep's algorithm because I thought this was something else. No, this isn't anything about Hotep's. Once again, I don't conform to any creed, culture, cult, religion, or anything like that. Um, but your pineal gland is something that we all have. That is what they call the third eye. Pineal gland is a connection between you and yourself. That has nothing to do with Hotep, Angel, St. Cloud. Um, but you question third eye like you didn't know, but I'm pretty sure that you knew. So that's why I didn't really answer right away. I wanted to see what your reply was going to be. And now that you're saying it's some Hoteps, it's not Hotep. Even animals have a third eye. Did you know that? I have a book that talks about that. Where's the third eye book? It's a short read. I don't think I have it accessible at the moment. I think it's in my bedroom. But it's said to be between the connection of you and God. And once when you decalcify your pineal gland, you'll have a better understanding of what it actually is and how it works in your human body and your brain. So scientific actually is it has if you want to make it a Hotep thing, that's on you. How you doing? Beautiful, man. Who's peace to you. I get happy when I meet other awakened person. It also feels like there is a great awakening coming soon. Check star, that's a fact. Someone made a comment about is only X amount of people in the lives. I don't care. I'm not doing it for the numbers. Great minds think alike, but awakened people think more alike. I don't care about the numbers. I don't care about the money. I don't care about anything anybody else is saying. Once when you put on the magic glasses, you can't go back. It's only my duty to not force those, but to wake the people up and just let some of the people know, hey, you see me? I see you too. Not alone out here. Not alone. The distance between men and the earth is so far detached, we don't even remember that trees speak. Chris Hale, very profound. Some people, Chris Hale, will call you a tree hugger if you go touch a tree and use it for grounding. Go use it for healing. Swear to God is a soldier. SEG is a soldier and is trying to spread that, and I like it. Thanks, Kel. Hey, Gabby says hi, peace, Gabby. Chris Hale, mental health is a very new concept. What is normal human behavior being characterized? Man lives on a plastic island of ignorance amidst the black sea of infinity, and it is not meant that he should voyage far. G Kick says, teach. I've been told I'm schizophrenic, but I don't hear and see things that aren't there. Yeah, people try to put their self diagnosis on you when you are just a thinker or think outside the box or think differently than the crowd. Chriselle says, my brain was illusion, but my wit distinguish reality. Some people with imaginations are void of natural wit. Yes, the imagination is very key to have. I talk about that also when practicing semen retention. Angel St. Cloud says, I'm aware of the holistic mentality. However, they out there hanging dudes who look like us at college campuses. I thought this was going to be about community activism. Wish you the best, but my heads will remain below the clouds. Um, I don't know what exactly you want me to do about that, but Angel Saint Cloud, I wish you the best also, and good luck with trying to do any type of activism out there to stop people from getting hanged at college campuses. That's not my fight to fight. I wasn't called to fight that fight, Angel St. Cloud, and I would advise the people also not to fight that fight as well. You can't control what negativity wants to do. Negativity is going to be negativity. If you want to put yourself out there and want to go fight that fight and be an activist, then go ahead. You seen when Black Lives Matter came along, right? And those were a bunch of activists and stuff like that. Then years later, you come out to find that they were buying real estate through that same under the name of Black Lives Matter. And George Soros was actually the funder of Black Lives Matter. And George Soros, it's not about a race thing, but George Soros, who's funding or was funding Black Lives Matter, was a white man. One of the problems that I had with Black Lives Matter, there was majority of black men being unalive, but the two leaders, And I have no problem with the LGBT community, but the two leaders of the Black Lives Matter and who were in control were two lesbians. No black men were heading the charge of that community activism. They don't want us to head the charge of community activism because the way true black man speaks, they don't want that. George Soros was funding Black Lives Matter. He look him up. That's all I'm gonna say. If you don't know, don't look up Angel St. Cloud. Boy, painted theater. Black activism. Listen, someone said this best. Oh, J. Edgar Hoover, former president, said the next time black people will get a black messiah, they will be in control. That's quoted by a former president by the name of J. Edgar Hoover. So, whenever you think you have a black messiah in front of you that will be activist and be able to change everything, he's most likely an agent. Don't everybody get a pair of 100? It's a sad thing. Yeah, not everybody get a pair of those magic glasses, said at the end of the day, but when you find others that was given a pair, it lightens the mental load. Yes, many are called, but only a few, small few are chosen. 144, they say. 144,000. That's small compared to how many people that are in this universe. Name one angel. Michael. Archangel Michael. If that's what you're talking about, Sergeant Joe Smith. Ricky Feather says, "What's up from Memphis, Tennessee?" Shouts out to Memphis, Tennessee, man. Did the people know? Also, I love dropping some knowledge. Did the people know Memphis, Tennessee, was named after Memphis in ancient Egypt? There's a Memphis out there. Memphis right now, and no disrespect to you, Ricky Feathers. I pray for you and your community and stuff like that, but it's very dangerous out there in Memphis. Do you think it's a coincidence or say by love? He pretty chill for real. Uh-oh, I think the next door neighbors are trying to break in. 808. You know that they're doing was doing some construction next door and stuff like that, rebuilding the house. I guess they still, I don't know. It's 1 a.m. though. That is kind of weird. It's some Oh yeah, and there's a dumpster outside. So someone, I think somebody was throwing trash away. If y'all heard a boom or whatever, there's a dumpster outside. I can hear something move in the glass or windows. Yeah, now that was somebody throwing some trash out. If y'all heard something, yo, dude, what's your thoughts on these live streams of people playing this crocodile game that stabs your hand? People have been putting on YouTube. Lucis, I haven't seen that, but I know there's been some weird stuff going on these live streams for likes and subs and notoriety, clout, attention. Zahn says that's a fight we will never win. Exactly. You trying to lead us to the slaughter with that black activism stuff. You can miss me with that. J. Edgar Hoover, former president, is quoted saying the next time we will ever get a black messiah, he'll be selected, elected, chosen for us, put in for us as a plant. I got one for you. When Black Lives Matters killed David Dorn, Dreamwalker says. FBI states the last 50 years, 90% of blacks are killed by blacks and more whites are killed by blacks instead of other way around. Prince Cash Out says, facts. They were two black lesbian women. That's a fact, bro. Yes. I did my research. A lot of people was just jumping in. As soon as they hear black activism and new Black Panther Party and all this other stuff, a lot of people like to jump on. Let me donate. Let me do this. Let me go out and march. Let me go out and protest. It's the same tactics that's been going on. That shit never worked. But everyone wants to be down with certain movements in society and be part of something that they don't know what they really getting themselves into until the ball drops. I'm one of those ones that never conformed. I sat, watched, observed, and when you have done your studies on this country and what has happened in the past and watching the past repeat itself, you're able to see the play being played. Dream Walker says, or how about Sakori Turner? Dream Walker is dropping some names in here. Public philosopher says Jesus was Asian. Kale 8, saved by God, I'm only 11. Yeah. Poor innocent little girl whose mother struggled to get away from them when BLM started shooting. Dream Walker, thank you for dropping some knowledge, information in here that you won't be told about your movements that have their own underlying agendas. Once again, I'm not homophobic. I'm not against anything. But when I read who, what was actually going on, who's running this, how did this get funded? It never made sense to me that George Soros was funding Black Lives Matter and he's not even black. That's a red flag, biggest red flag. And once again, trying to get people to put on the glasses, they don't want to put on the glasses because I'm just an ordinary black guy. I don't know much. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a conspiracy theorist. Years later, you find out they buying real estate not in black communities. They in Beverly Hills. Yo, come on, bro. Oh man, KLE says I'm oh man, 144 was chosen. It's also acknowledged by Jehovah's Witness. Prince Crash Out. Yes, they will take and plagiarize whatever they have to make it a part of them. Memphis rap fire. It is. I ain't gonna lie. Memphis rap is fire. It is dope. But yes, that gets acknowledged by a lot of groups because they want to include their groups in that 144. I wouldn't want to be excluded from it. But this is the thing. In due time, it'll all be revealed who the 144 is. Okay. It stopped, I think. In the clear. Oh, you talking about it was at your spot. Okay, my bad. Say about love. I love my rap singles. I never take Jehovah's Witness seriously. Only Jesus is the way. Dreamwalker. That's what's up. Charlie Pimpin talking about. Abe Diaz says, "Yo, bro, what's your thoughts on long distance relationships? As long as communication is key in any relationship. So as long as you have communication, depending on the distance between you and that said other person too, is a factor as well. But communication is key in any relationship to effectively work. But with long distance, it's also compromise, time, and you know, really building with that person. But the communication is key. If y'all not in communication and communicating, needs, wants, feelings, and things like that, then it's not going to work. And then compromise. Who's willing to travel to who's, making those trips or whatever case may be. Lifestyle also matters. Say by Love says, I F with Obama, he made it allow for me to spread propaganda. Woodrow, Wood, Wall drop. Peace. Flint says, hello, Lamont Patterson. Oh man, in the ministries, if only people weren't so ignorant. I'm tired of racism, but only racism I see anymore is from Democrats. Some black community members trying to keep racism alive. People of all colors got more opportunities now than ever. Stop the hate. Sergeant Joe Smith, I'm going to say this about racism and racism being kept alive by the black community. When you have gone through generational trauma through the black community, it is hard to just let it go. There's been generations of trauma in the black community that has been passed down. It's hard to just say, we're going to let it go. A lot of people won't understand that, will probably fail to understand it. But when your people have been oppressed, have been brainwashed and conditioned a certain way, certain of those traits get passed down mentally and through DNA. Those traumatizing events won't just disappear for some of these people in the black community. But as far as the political propaganda and stuff like that, that's why I don't play politics. I don't play that game. Blaming the Democrats for racism is the new Southern strategy. It's a political party. That's just a organizational structure. Nobody has any interaction with their politicians, Dante says. We all the same color inside. We all fought side by side for our freedom and constitution, Joe Smith says. Man, I envy your beard. The connection is strong, my brother. Adrian Alexander, bro, I appreciate it, man. Once again, and I always say this product wrong. Scotch Potter or Porter, Scotch Porter. It has a whole line of beer products and stuff like that. It's very good to use, but there's a leave-in conditioner that I stick by that works very well. Leave-in conditioner for your beard works very well, so I recommend that. And then castor oil and coconut oil. And if you have patches, micro needle. That's it. Becca says hi, peace to you. Hi, Dante. Welcome back. Good to see you. Oh, that's you greeting the people. My bad. Have you noticed that people say you're racist but never say you're wrong? Like why? Hmm. Hello. And most people will never understand because they're not our color. And peace to you, the real Onika Star Malone. Peace to you, sis. They're not our color, so they're not going through what we go through on the daily basis. That's a fact. The real Onika. Peace to you again. And yes, when you actually study the black community, what has happened and the generational beatdown that the black community had to suffer just to get rights. And we still see, like someone said earlier, college kid getting hung on college campuses still in this day. It's hard to just say, nah, it's okay. It'll happen. But it's a reason for that. It's to bring the people outside, get them to fight the same fight that we've been fighting for years outside. It's that trauma that is built up that they want to use for that energy to bring it out. Hey, Sergeant Joe Smith, we actually didn't fight together in World War II. Republicans and conservatives opposed the war and actually supported fascism. Dante also says, after the war, we pretended none of that happened. Katie says, how are you doing? I'm doing great tonight, sis. I appreciate you for being here. Let me catch up to the chat. Howard Thurman. No different than white people, Veggie Man says. You don't know him. Damn. Howard Thurman says if you don't know him. And what's not true, Veggie Man? Dante says you're gonna advertise it. I don't get paid for that advertising either. That's not a paid advertisement. That's real deal what I use as a product. Whenever guys ask and make a comment about my beard, especially if they say that they jealous or they envy my beard, I try to put them on game. That's game, man. I tell them what works for me, and if they use it, you know what I mean, it's a good product. People don't tell Scotch Porter. Still tell Scotch Porter to holler at me, man, for the advertising, man. They owe me some bucks. People don't tell the Jays to let the Holocaust go. Wow, son. Yep. Here we go. I didn't want to say it because I don't like talking about them, but here we go. They don't tell the Jays to chill out with because they'll tell them quick. They'll cancel me quick once when I start talking about the Jays. That's a fact, Zon. But they always want the black people in the black community to just be okay. I don't understand why people tell the black community to let 400 years of trauma and bondage go. It's insane. It is insane. See, the people that got control over these power media outlets get to call the shots. If it was the other way around and we got to call the shots, I bet you it'd be the same thing. Once you start talking that all that other talk, you out of here. We're gonna ban you. But we don't got that type of power. We gotta get told it's okay. Don't worry about it anymore. It's not that easy. It is not that easy. Suffering is suffering. Oppression is oppression. Bondage is bondage. And to not be properly respected and dealt with in the right way. I always like to talk about this story of Muhammad Ali, reading the book The Greatest about Muhammad Ali. After he won a gold medal for obviously America, he went back to his hometown of Louisville, Kentucky, with the gold medals around his neck and everything, to go have a cheeseburger and fries at the local restaurant in his neighborhood in Louisville, Kentucky. They told him no, he cannot eat there. He went and won a gold medal for America and could not eat there. He took those gold medals and threw that shit in a creek somewhere, he said. So we could fight for the country, but then when we come back and try to, we're still deemed a certain type of way. It's trauma. Past this, a lot of shit that's happened. So it makes us look at the country as still a little funny when things happen. You don't just forget things like that. Rest in peace, my granny. Shouts out to your granny. Actually spoke on this the other day about the rights. That's sad about the college kid. Read some Howard T. It'll do you good. White people also got enslaved, KL8 said. Black people have same as white people. We tried chicken chalupa from Taco Bell before. Yes, I have. Wagyu bobo, delicious. um, don't live in the past. Don't forget the past. Those who forget the past. My boss is black, has same as white. Taco Bell nuggets are back, baby. I spirit box. I'm catching up to the chat, guys. Spirit box. I'm sorry about your grandma. Rika, he was trolling. He's saying she got hit by a bazooka. By a bazooka. Those same people won't stop complaining about the Clintons, and some of them still blame Carter for everything. You still, you sound chill, crowd. Here's a gift. Timbo, I appreciate the gift. Thank you. And I'm catching up to the chat. I'm not skipping any questions. I'm just catching up, guys. There's a lot going on. People feel how they want to feel. Other people who are non-black feel entitled to tell blacks how to feel about their trauma and what they should do about their trauma. So I find it very entertaining and funny how someone non-black can tell someone how to feel about the trauma suffered in a community that they have never actually partaken and been amongst the people who have suffered this trauma. Do you guys remember when the crack epidemic hit in the 80s? That affected the black community pretty severely. That's trauma because black people don't grow crack. We don't grow no cocaine leaves and stuff like that. Where did that come from? Let me catch up to the chat. Remember when we were kids, we were all together, one peoples. They thrive on us being divided. Who's oppressing people? Benjamin says. Only after being told that we're supposed to hate each other. This is the thing. I'm not pushing any hate. I'm not pushing to say we should treat anyone other than positive. But I said what I said. People, non-black, trying to tell black people how to feel about trauma is insane work. If you were traumatized in any way, let's not make it about race anymore. If you were traumatized in any way and you have not worked through that trauma, nothing was done in recompense to heal your trauma. And believe me, I don't think money or reparations will heal trauma, but to actually be acknowledged and not be told to not live in the past, don't worry about it, don't just move past it. No, 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 no. Let me bring up this. If you were traumatized as a child and it wasn't properly dealt with, you will feel abandoned by the people who left you in the care to be traumatized. I'm not going to get too graphic. I'm just making a short example. But if you were abused in any way and you weren't able to heal properly from that abusive relationship, whether you were a child or coming up, whatever the case may be, and people were responsible for it and they weren't held accountable for that trauma, you think it's okay to tell someone just move through the trauma? Is it okay for real? No, now we're not talking about color. We're talking about real trauma now. The same thing applies when it comes to talking about black community and the trauma that the black community has experienced. There was a bomb dropped on Tulsa, Oklahoma by the United States government for no reason. There weren't any RICO charges being brought up against them. This was a black thriving community, minding their own business, funding their own shit in their own community, and they dropped a whole bomb over their head to destroy and kill those people. Whoever told me to go read up on Humor Thurman or uh, whoever that is, read up on Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's a good read. When you read and come across certain things and it leaves you with a traumatic experience, and the traumatic experiences has happened to the black community, and even when you try to move past and be on your own as a black community and they drop a fucking bomb on your head, no one outside of the black community has the right to say anything. Nobody can tell you how to move past your trauma. It's like telling a woman you should smile more. Dante, who am I talking to? They be doing charity for people like me at this point. Yes, Dante, everyone likes to blame the president or someone else for their laziness and failure in life. Zon, I don't even want to get into the breeding farms and alligator feeding that our people went through. Guys, let them teach. Let them catch up. Yeah. You guys could, you know what I mean? I really admire George Washington Carver. I do too. I don't care about this land. It's God's land. I agree. Dante too. He is the right. I'm telling you, bro. Howard Thurman has the answers we are all looking for. Okay, I'm not going to cut off my live stream to go read Howard Thurman. I got the people to talk to and my own thought process outside of Howard Thurman to get across. That my parents quit their swim club in 1970s because they refused black families membership. That's 1973. Awakening Empress. Chill out, girl. Yes, I agree. They love to tell us what we should do with our trauma. We should just let it go. Yep, I know people lost everything. Everything? Everything. Don't you love when someone speaks with education and sense and then all of a sudden they diagnose you with bipolar schizophrenia when you awaken everybody up? The real Onika, that's a fact. Someone mentioned that earlier too about schizophrenic, bipolar disorder. They love to label you with some type of disorder because you aren't part of their order. Hey, look, I didn't mean it like that. I was just saying, and I normally get bullied a lot. It's okay, KLA. Nick Wilden, you're coming across as a racist. It says you're a Dragon Ball Z villain. This is about us political and commercial leaders respect dictators more than they do black leaders. We appreciate you and your questions, KLA. You're just a cool guy. Don't think anyone in the chat is racist at all. Um, there's no hate being spoken about. We are just stating historical facts. As I catch up to the chat, I thank you, Zan, for saying that because people aren't actively listening to what I'm saying. They just want to hear what they want to hear and say, "Oh, you're a racist." What I'm speaking about is pure facts. I haven't said anything racist. What I've said have been racist acts. Anything I've been saying is facts. I don't know why people feel re-speaking about past events that certain people cause is racist. Trauma bond is a real thing. Southside Frog, peace to you, God. Just promise me if there's anything you take from my influence on this chat, check out the works of Howard Thurman. He is an inspiration to everyone, regardless of creed, color, and cloth. Daniel Buskett, can you give a brief analysis on who Howard Thurman is? Because if I look him up and if it's on some bullshit, I'm going to be very mad that you wasted my time with that. You keep name dropping this man. Who is he? Please, if you're still in here. Southside Fraud, Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Black Wall Street, minding their own business in our own said black community. They came, dropped a bomb on that shit. We wasn't bothering nobody. We were trying to move past all the shit that was done. We was trying to forget. The same way y'all talking now. All right, we want to take what we got to do. Let's go build our own. They started to build their own. Forget y'all. Because we see we're not going to get no recognition. We're not going to get no reparations. So we're going to create our own. And when they did, you know what happened? Boom. Some people aren't qualified. You don't hold the qualifications to tell anyone about their trauma and how to address it because when those people did, I think they do those horrible things because they saw something special in the people in Tulsa and were envious and jealous of it. That's crazy about Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's insane, actually. Tuskegee Airmen, Black Wall Street, many other massive population control events that happen will never be set aside as just let it go past. We tried to let it go past before many times. We tried. We tried to move past the trauma. Turn Joe Smith says, I like that Dante guy. I might not agree with him, but he seems okay. I hope he comes back here. Why don't you say hi? Oh man, Woos Woos. Is America your favorite country? Yes. Yes, it is. It's my favorite country. Do you think I'm an idiot or something like that? Every race has had trauma. Quit making it about race. Nick Wilden. Yeah, you're one of those guys. When I brought up traumatic experience, not regarding race, why didn't you address that, Nick Wilden? I brought up a situation about unracial trauma. Let me give you an example again. Would you tell a child that was abused just move past his trauma if he hasn't had the proper help to move past his trauma? A child is at a disadvantage. Can't pay for the resources. Was actually neglected if he is receiving a set force type of trauma. Mm? Would you tell him to just move on, regardless of race? No, you wouldn't. I'll answer it for you. No, you wouldn't. You were possibly cater to that child. Make sure that that child got the proper resources. So that way, when that trauma builds up and he grows up, he doesn't express that trauma in a violent way because that's what happens when trauma is built up and it grows up. When it's not dealt with properly, that energy comes out in a different way. Or is it like telling, ooh, Southside Frog, gotta be careful. The Jays to stop crying about concentration camps and genocide within. Southside Frog, someone brought that up a little bit earlier. And you are 100% right. Go on someone else's page, perfectively. Go on someone else's page and try that, and tell them to not talk about a topic that they're free to talk about. I'm free to talk about any topic I want to talk about. And being that this topic came up, that's just what it is right now. Like, and the people are responding to it. Who says, everything is about race, man. When will you learn that? I guess Tulsa, Oklahoma was thriving too much. They had too much. They didn't like that too much. When black people are doing great, I think they like us struggling, oppressed, and not successful in life. Jasmine Jones, peace to you. Great to see you tonight, sis. CLD says, "For God so loved the world." Okay, yeah, we already got that in here. Carmela says, "Nick, racists expressing your feelings towards their own race, loving your race, respecting your race, admiration for your race. Doesn't hate other races. He respects all, but love his facts." Carmela, great to see you in here tonight, love. And I respect and love everybody in your race. But to tell someone and to talk about a community, any community, and if that community has experienced trauma amongst their people and been oppressed in their community, no one has the right to tell that person in their community that they shouldn't worry about it, ain't about this, ain't about that. when all the historical documents show you plain as day in writing set in stone that has been about race. You need us suppressed. They need us at a certain level to feed off of us. Because if we're placed at the forefront, we will be feeding off of them. Make sense? Right. I think people love seeing corrupt systems, and a living chaos is misery. So they love everybody else to be miserable along with them. That's a fact. Your head mistress is here, Camilla. Sorry, Joe Smith, buddy. You're sensitive to truth. He's not racist. Yes, awakening empress. And it might not even be some people just sensitive to the truth or whatever. They're just trying to use trigger words like calling me a racist. That doesn't trigger me because I know who I am and what I stand for. Um, what about what you said about DN? Tone, it's you again with that. Pure facts, they get offended about pure facts. People just don't understand what they don't understand because they're not like us. Facts. The real Onika. Drop us some bars. Michael says, I don't think you're racist. Yeah, I mean, Sergeant, yes, I say silent at first just to get the vibe in the chat. It's not about being you know, racist. This is just it just is what it is. Then I have historical facts to back it up. This all started because someone mentioned Black Lives Matter. And someone actually said they thought I should be more they thought I was speaking on more black activism stuff. And I brought up Black Lives Matter and J. Edgar Hoover. And I said that J. Edgar Hoover said that the next time we get a black messiah or any type of black uprising, basically, that it would be controlled, that it would be handpicked by them, not necessarily something started from the ground by the actual black community. Because anything started actually from the ground by the black community will be destroyed. They have showed us that. So I just brought the examples. I brought up certain facts that people can look up. J. Edgar Hoover was the president of the United States at the time too when he said that. He was leading the country. He was bold enough to say that. He wasn't assassinated, but JFK was. You was speaking of black people trauma. Yes, and black people trauma, the trauma that I experience, like people are the only race that experience trauma. No. Once again, I speak on black people trauma because obviously I'm black. I don't speak on other races black people trauma because that's not my dealings. But people are quick to talk about black people trauma that are non-black. I'm not going to speak on someone else's trauma if I have nothing to do with it. I have nothing to do with Jay's trauma, so I don't speak on Jay's trauma. The little hats, they experience trauma too. They've been acknowledged. But I want to speak on Jay's trauma and continue to go forth on that because I'm not a little hat. I'm qualified to speak on black people trauma because obviously, if you could see me, my point is that people are quick to tell the black community that we should get over our trauma that are non-black. Period. Listening comprehension is very key when someone's speaking with the mic and you are the one that's supposed to be listening, reading, and observing. But thank you, Nick Wilden, for letting me clarify once again, just so that way we get my point clear, because I know exactly what I'm talking about. You're not going to bait me into any type of whatever you're trying to bait me into. I said what I said. I'm not going to speak on anyone else's trauma if I'm not part of that community. It don't make sense. Yeah, I know other people experience trauma too. I'm speaking on black people's trauma because I'm black. Duh. And that was recently last year. Karina Green says, I love tacos, just another loner. Was Discord? I don't have Discord. Mystery Sergeant Boy. Southside Frog says they burned Tulsa down to the ground. There was a court proceeding. They won the case. Land was awarded from Georgia to Florida coastline. And yes, as of now, Tulsa, Oklahoma is thriving. They still have, well, not still have, but they had to rebuild the community up, and now it's still, it's up now, thriving. They're going to be left alone. But back then, when they were trying to rebound, get themselves together off of slavery, when they didn't think that black people were going to be successful, have successful communities, they let the free slaves go and they say, all right, they're going to figure out. And actually, some slaves ended up staying on some plantations or coming back because they couldn't figure shit out. They didn't have the proper resources. But the ones that did, that were strong enough, that were bold enough to live on their feet, they did what they had to do. What traumatized you personally? Sweet hands. If you want to talk about my personal trauma, I don't do all that on the internet. That's weird, right? To come on here and talk about my personal trauma like that? Come on, what do I look like, a sucker? That's giving the people ammunition to keep on going with what they're going with in the chat. You are a agent. I handle my traumas a certain way. When the cameras turn off, you know, anything that I've experienced in my life that has been traumatic, I get my own personal help. That's not something you share with the internet. That's personally. We're talking about a community of people. But good try though. No, remember your history. That's like telling a white American to forget the Declaration of Independence or American history, etc. Don't let their feelings influence you, bro. Y'all forget, then you'll forget when it repeats itself. That's a fact. That shy kick, Dre. They want you to forget. They want you to forget that it never happened. And no, I'm not in my feelings, but I like talking to the people who think they have an influence over me and what I know and what has happened, and try to rock you to sleep, like trying to get you to steer away from that topic. It makes people uncomfortable, and I'm comfortable being uncomfortable. Black people are not the only ones going through trauma, but we're the only ones in the country going through the most trauma because of the color of our skin. That's what he don't get. And Karina says, F their feelings. Yeah, no, I'm not worried about their feelings. But this is a great topic point. I can't ignore the topic. That's something that I can't do. We all got along, great grammar school, high school, still today. Michael says. I was called a nigga to my face in grammar school before. This was in the 90s, by the way. We all have a move on eventually, or we just stay stuck in the same rut. And it wasn't a traumatizing experience when got called a nigga to my face in grammar school. It was actually, I didn't react to it at all. Someone else actually told the teacher that I was called a nigga. I was asked if I was all right, and I said, yeah. Word does never affected me. Um, I was born here in America, but my family, my mother and father were immigrants coming into this country. They taught me to have control over myself, and yeah, it's all right. I just understood. All right, well, that white kid is a racist. That's it. And if I catch him outside of school, it will be very bad. But I never got to catch him out of school. It was grammar school, so he was safe. People that are guilt free in their hearts won't be offended by others' feelings that That's why guilt is a part of programming for most youth today. But still, how did you know that my neighbors been building crowd? Oh no, KLA. I thought someone mentioned outside of my window because someone was at the garbage can and they slammed the garbage dumpster. So I thought the sound that you were talking about was like what you picked up on my mic. But my neighbors are building next door though. So if they're doing the same thing over there, that's crazy. They're doing reconstruction on the house next door. Real Onika says was one of the ones that was abused, by the way, as a child and an adult. Made me relive my trauma. What advice would you have for me and my oppressors? Exactly. Now we moving away from race. We moving away from all that. Now, how you tell someone who was abused and stuff like that, that experienced trauma in that way, move on. Example, two boys selling juices, Carmela is saying. Two different races, one fits you and the other fits another. Most people lean more towards what they resemble because they understand backstory, they relate. Yes. The magic glasses work in reverse also, YK9 says. What do you mean by that, YK not? How do the magic glasses work in reverse? Sounds like you're trying to put your own spin on it. Let me hear this one. Let me catch up to the chat. Easy E or Eminem? Ty Killer Raw says. What you mean as far as rap or just I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that. But we talking about rap skill, Eminem. How much you bench press? I always get asked that. 225, bro. I don't do all that heavy stuff right now. What's the topic? Just got here. Oh man, sweet hands. I'm talking about a lot right now. I don't know if I'm trying to catch up to the chat. Maybe the topic might switch, but a lot of people got input on what they're saying about traumatic experience in the black community. And I was just expressing some people are unqualified to tell people how to deal with trauma, especially in the black community. If you're not black, you shouldn't tell people in the black community who have experienced generational trauma, ancestral trauma. They don't understand that part. It's easy to just say, "Don't worry about it, move away. You shouldn't live in the past and stuff like that." You don't truly understand trauma, and you're not qualified to tell someone how to deal with that type of trauma because your people haven't gone through it. I feel like the ones who say get over it and let it go are carrying the guilt from the ancestors. That's what I was just saying. Ancestral trauma is a real thing. They don't understand. Like we carry that trauma for our ancestors. Our ancestors lived through us. How deep is that? It changes your DNA when you have gone through certain traumas. Your nervous system reacts a certain way when you have gone through certain traumas. So, watching one of your relatives get burnt alive does something to your nervous system that carries with you in your mind, your subconscious, and also in your DNA. It does something to your nervous system. It puts fear into you. They instilled fear into our black communities. You can't tell people, the black community, how to deal with their trauma, people. That's all I'm just saying. Because I could keep going further of the trauma that is incurred for generations and to our ancestors and how it carries down the blood line. Some of you not qualified. Trying to tell you, you'll save yourself a lot of heartache. You can get a shout out if I get my mom to get $100. Rohan, peace to you, man. Rohan Rad. Racism and colorism is in your face, not going anywhere no time soon, to be honest. Sprinkle says, I agree. It becomes much more of a lifestyle and handle healthy because it's too foreign to them. Sweet Hand says, tell us what happened to you personally. Once again, I, I guess I gave you as I catch up to the chat, I gave you one of my traumatic experiences. That's just me on a personal. That's how I deal with things on a personal. I got called a nigga to my face in grammar school. Somebody mentioned grammar school getting along with, this, and that. It leaves scars, takes time to heal, and truly caring. Be patient, Rohan. He will get to you. What's your opinion on Nick Fuentes? Fuentes. I don't have no opinion on Nick Fuentes. He don't care about me. I don't care about him. The part about healing that they don't tell us is that it hurts like a motherfucker. Yeah, Sprinkle, it does. Real nigga says I like dropping ball. No generalities. What is your story? What is your journey? How were you specifically changed? Sweet hands. I have my own personal journey documented. If you want to go support my YouTube channel, my content, I talk about my semen retention journey of how I healed from being over sexualized. I have a whole journey on semen retention that is documented on my channel. Go check it out. That's a personal journey of mine, some personal trauma that I've dealt with, being overly sexualized, being exposed to pornography, oh, excuse me, being exposed to pornography too early at a young age. Also having sex at a young age, also objectifying women, leaving my own trail of trauma to these women because of my ways. But I have my whole journey of how I healed from that. So you can go check out the content if you want to know more personally about my experience on that topic. Can you do me that favor? Don't talk about it. Be about it in 2026. Peace out. Young Chatsi, are you a government teacher in high school? No, I am not. Aiden Lee is asking me if I am a government teacher. Why can't I? Absolutely, they can control that. That's where everyone separated into groups. For example, people saw the evils of slavery and some died fighting. It was so we must remember the martyrs who died for all our freedoms. I'll never forget what they fought against. Yeah, that is absolutely BS when people like that. Yeah. Nobody's trauma but you. Speak your story. What is your personal journey? Oh, we got a beggar over here. You're begging me to speak my story. Once again, sweet hands, as I catch up to the chat, you can go over to my content and you can listen to all the content that I have on there that talks about my spiritual journey of finding myself, healing from lust, an overly sexualized mind and body. That's trauma. Healing from trauma. I even have one of the titles of my on the content talks about trauma. So I much rather have you go over there and really be a supporter. If you really care, you'll go over to the content and check it out. I dealt with trauma in that sense. That's my whole personal journey. You asked for it, it's out there. I got more people to attend to in this chat, sweet hands, not just you and what you want me to talk about because you want to hear my story. My story is documented. They like to argue. We see that now debates. Yeah, the real Onika. There are ladies in the chat like Lovely Carmela, so bad language will not be tolerated. Of course, being the majority of us are black in this room, we're going to speak on black issues. They want to control the narrative. That's what it is. The people that get riled up, the people that want to distract from the actual topic that's at hand, like getting me to talk about my own personal. Once again, I talk from my own experience on my content. That's why I share my content to have guys closely relate because I'm not the only one that has went through that sexual deviant trauma and healing from that trauma. But the people have spoken. Ain't nothing I could do about that. Not gonna lie, why this dude low key? Hey, he could be my older brother. Skimbo, peace. Please ban a person who said cracker, that N-word offensive to my people. They cut a place in Tulsa called the center of the universe. It's pretty wild. I'm not speaking on my personal journey in here. That's too much information for the chat. They not ready for that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like somebody trying to get you to talk about your personal experience so that way they can make fun of you and troll is a nice tactic to try to use to, get that. But once again, it's cool. It's a good try to bait me into something like that. Like, oh yeah, here, let me talk about my trauma. No, I'll give you one or two examples. That's it. That sounds narcissistic. I'm not trying to bait you, bro, but when you are only speaking of black trauma, it makes it sound like no other races have had trauma. So that's why I said it comes across as racist. And once again, Nick Weldon, and yes, I seen Sprinkle comment that sounds narcissistic as fuck. At Nick Weldon, you're trying to gaslight me, like call me a racist, and trying to bait me into talking about another race and their trauma. I cannot talk about another race and their trauma because I'm not another race. I'm a part of the black community and I have experience with the community black trauma. I cannot speak on something I don't know about. Makes sense? Makes sense, right? That's not truly having knowledge. Having knowledge on something, that's something you can speak about. So if it sounds racist to you, then you got to do a little bit of more active listening. That's why I say active listening is very, very important. If you're not trying to understand where I'm coming from, then that's a you problem, not me. I know exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm not going to go there with anybody else in their race, their culture, or whatever they have experienced because I haven't known anyone to understand their experience and what they have went through traumatically through their community because I've never been in their community. I haven't been never been introduced into their community like that. Exactly. They think we fools. That's a fact. Personal trauma ammunition is exactly what the agents want. 100%. As a man, we get through it our own way in our own lives. Period. If I needed to talk about my trauma on the internet, like deep personal trauma, I would go see somebody else. I wouldn't be on here to the public. I don't even know you. I share certain things and certain topics because as a community of men, we share a certain trauma dealing with a over sexualized society and the peer pressure that we go through as young men, having to get women, um, having to date women, having sex with women and treating women and stuff like that. That is a trauma that we most men can relate to. So that's why I share that. And I expose the trauma behind that on my channel. So please, once again, I'm not trying being facetious, but I'm dead serious. If you really want to support and want to know about my personal trauma and not beg me, that's personal trauma as well. But I share that because as a community of men, this got nothing to do with now black community. As a community of men, I get men from all across the world who come across from India, Australia, Germany, who tells me, brother, you have helped me because they have experienced something along the lines of what I speak on and what I talk about dealing with that said topic. That's a community of men that has dealt with trauma. So I speak on that. That's something that we share and bond and ways to work through that trauma and get through that. Some guys are still struggling. Now, when it comes down to the black community, now, even with that, with semen retention, the content that I create, women can't really relate to that. So women aren't qualified to really speak on semen retention and the trauma guys have gone through to make them a certain way and why they move a certain way, why they have a corn addiction or whatever the case may be. Women aren't really qualified. Only men, we can address each other as men and really talk about those issues in that sense. Now, when it comes down to this topic in the black community, a woman right now could say, I sound sexist or whatever the case may be. But women, y'all don't have semen. If you have a corn addiction, women, then once again, that's something y'all got to address as women or whatever the case may be. I don't know how y'all deal with that, but men, a lot of men have that problem. So as a community of men, that's what I do. Now, community of black people, totally something different. I'm not going to tell another community that cannot relate, that's not qualified. You cannot tell us how to deal with our trauma or what we can or cannot talk about. We gonna feel how we gonna feel about our trauma. And then you don't understand something your people have never been through respectfully. You have no battle in this fight. Yes, I'm gonna try to catch up, guys. I may have been banned. He may have been banned. I scrolled up and didn't see anything. Sweet hand. I respect your privacy, but history is something we didn't experience. All right, sweet hands. But that is our experience, of course. Privacy from your live stream and pulpit. I get it. All right, bro. You got it. Once again, please go support my channel. If you really want to know, you would go support my channel. And that's where I'm gonna leave it at. Fear no one but God. Peace. Ooh, that's a hard one. I got to get to from a cop at 9. Call me that. Some cops in our town were racist in uptown Albany, where I'm from. I am Colton says, nice beard, thanks. While people of different races or backgrounds can have empathy for one another as they should. One can never say they know exactly how it feels to be in the shoes of someone that experiences horrible. Hey, crowd, I bet you live in Kentucky. What? So true. Things things that happen to them because of their differences. That's ignorant. Nick Wilden says that doesn't change a person's DNA. You got it, brother. If you know about the nervous system and what fear and trauma does to a person's nervous system, it changes their DNA, sir. Just how you can regenerate your DNA, you can change your DNA, sir. Do some homework, do some studying. That's all. Nick Wilden. Nick Wilden is one of those guys that knows it all. I see. Just wants to disagree with me. To this day, I've never liked German Shepherd. Like I always been nervous or anxious when I've seen one in real life. Most likely, the reason being, I'm one of those people. I try to be lenient in negative questions and disagreements. I respect people's opinions. Thank you, Sergeant Joe Smith. Hey, listen, that German Shepherd was that dog to go get those runaway, those ones that was bold enough to try to run away from the plantations on. And I'm catching up to the chat, but those German Shepherds were the ones. They were the dogs. Those are the same canines that the police use too. Some of them, not all, but those bloodhounds, those German Shepherds, those are dogs that hunt you down. So if you get nervous around them, I agree. I wouldn't like to be told how to deal with the trauma of my ancestors. I am also the child of an immigrant. Okay, not. Okay, seriously asking. When and how does it stop? Who decides? What decides? I don't have the answer for that. And you see, that's the thing, sweet hands. I'm not one out here to pretend like I have all the answers for something, but I'll let you know this, that you cannot tell the people. The answer isn't to tell the people how to react and tell them what to do. Period. Let people be, address their traumas and their feelings, how they're going to address them. And if you get uncomfortable with that, then that's on you. You don't have to be here to hear this stuff. You can leave accordingly if you don't like it. But if it's doing something to your spirit and you don't like it, then I suggest that you leave. I'll be quick to tell you I don't have the answers for everything. I don't have the answers to how to deal with ancestral generational trauma that's been purposely passed down. Listen, they knew at the time what they were doing. They knew it would affect the people for generations to come. That's why they did some of these heinous acts. They took pictures. Also, there's picture documents. Picture documents. They used to wear suits. They actually used to pull up to events. See, and I had to go here. They would, from the oldest and even youngest, there are pictures and archives of them wearing suits and gatherings. These were like parties to them, original barbecues, hmm, that they would have lynchings, burnings. They would make the family watch, buck breaking, taking the strongest of the tribe or the community and buck breaking them to instill in the people that if we can do this to the strongest of your people, imagine what we can do to you. Even if it doesn't change your DNA, like you, whatever you want to believe, sweet hands, I'll let you know this. Just like the stories and the photographs, there are historical documents. The stories get passed down, the pictures are held in archives, so that way they are shown to the people and the images are put into your subconscious. But I could tell you're one that doesn't believe in spirituality and doesn't believe in DNA generation, regeneration, and degeneration. Just like how you might not believe with C-19 came out, that was supposed to do something to the DNA of the people, just how it did when they let something off in the air and got everybody sick. This was doing something to your nervous system and also to your DNA. And those shots and booster shots were doing something to your DNA. So to tell someone like me, you can't change your DNA. Okay, the great government knows exactly what they can do with your DNA. I'm sorry for ranting, guys, but a lot of people think that they're so they got it all. And again, this topic is not a racist topic, it's just historical events happen. Would you ever, yo, I'm gonna catch up, guys. Let me catch up. I know I've been ranting for a little bit. But I love this topic though, because when people trying to tell our people how to feel about something, it's crazy. If I was to start talking about what the small hat should do with their trauma and how they should do something else, my life will get taken down. So that shows you how they handle when people talk about their trauma and how what we do when we talk about our trauma. I'm just trying to have a conversation, an open conversation, open dialect. The other side, you start talking about their trauma and what they've been doing and how they should handle and how whatever they should do, they strike you. Period. Why carry generations in the womb? Babies are created with the next generation. My grandmother was pregnant with my mother. My mom was developing with me already. Generation connections. Fear no one but God says night. Great night. Jason Cliff says this a female last night said I look like Marvin Gaye too. That shit was funny. And that's the same thing I thought. I said, yo, it's this damn haircut. That that is beyond amazing and 100% times more, 90% of the souls of the earth will be able to accomplish. Hats off in mad respect to you. I appreciate that, Sprinkle. Sprinkle is funny. She got questioned if she was a bot. 90% is incorrect. It's more 90% of responsibility on earth, not soul's responsibility. The real the real Onika Sars. Just I appreciate the sub. Thanks for the love, sis. I appreciate that. Uh what's in school and went through racist stuff. Had other people fight for me and I fought others. Also, this is like in the 80s. And bro, I believe in you, bro. Work in this goal. Work, work, work. Bro, people didn't do that in the 80s unless you pissed them off. Everybody you baiting you that disagrees with you. Nick Weldon, no, I'm not saying everybody baiting you that disagrees with me. I'm talking about you. Not everybody. I'm talking about specifically you, Nick Weldon. Don't make this about everybody. I'm talking about you. Whoever else is challenging me on whatever else you're talking about. Everybody is not challenging me. Everybody. It seems like more people are open-minded and agreeing to what I'm saying because they are a part of the black community. Once again, if you're not from the community, been around the people of the community, haven't expressed a real interest in the people of the community, you're not qualified. You're disqualified. So to tell people how to deal with certain traumas and you're not part of that community, you're not qualified. I like this vibe with everyone. This is cool discussion, great meeting. Hey, once again, I appreciate you, the real Nika. Now you shouldn't be giving advice if you're not a professional because you're just talking from experience. I never claimed to be a professional anything. People come to me for advice. You don't have to be a professional to get advice. Do I have to be a professional dad to give my son advice? What are you talking about? Raymond Rivera? Are you a hater because people come to me for advice? That's some shit a hater would say. You're not a professional. I never said I was a professional. Anywhere you look on my page, it says nothing about me being a professional. It says nothing about me having a PhD. And I'm on record saying, listen, I don't got no PhD in nothing. I don't got nothing like, but what we do have is a shared experience. And that's what most people got in common with me is a shared experience in life dealing with certain things. So I thank you for that, Raymond Rivera. I'm not, you making it seem like I claim to be a doctor of something. I never claim to be a doctor of this. There's people out here with that title that's not really doctors. I don't claim to be shit. I get mines from the mud. And I'd rather get it that way because a lot of people get theirs from mud. More people relate to someone on that type of level that's not a professional because most professionals think that they're better than the next person. I'm not no better than nobody else. So I never claim to be a professional, prophet, or anything like that. But I do God's work. That's for sure. What's up, copying the Braves? Toronto, appreciate you, bro. Raymond, he's not talking from experiences. He's talking in the present right now. What he sees, opinions, not experience, and he decides on what opinions to make. Thank you for that, Hunt. KL8, what's up, brother? I always feel bad for the trolls that get so bored with their teeny tiny little weenies that they put on their troll mask instead of changing their boredness by just going in buying a wow. Yeah, Sprinkle just went off. She talking to y'all trolls, y'all distractors, y'all agents. She says all the trolls and the agents have a small penis complex. That's a small penis complex. When you don't feel like your manhood is man enough, so you gotta come and try to come at someone whose energy speaks for themselves. And Raymond Rivera, you got it, brother. And you rather learn from someone who hasn't done the work or hadn't walked the walk. Talking from experience is much more than a professional. Hey, everyone, check out my channel too, Sergeant Joe Smith, Network News. Yeah, I sub to Sergeant Joe Smith. And guys, if y'all got channels on here, if y'all on here in these YouTube streets, producing content, putting out content, trying to make it work for yourselves, y'all can let me know. I'll be willing to follow. You guys who come to the live and support me, I would love to come and support you guys also. And then we also got supporters in here as well. You know what I mean? People who would love to, support you guys as well. It says Raymond, read books and you will be smarter, trust, and better person. Call me a nerd all you want because nerds are better than an average person by 72% average person lays on their phone social media. Yeah, Hunt really a nerd. He got the percentages down and everything. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing around, Hunt. People like to fuck with me, so I'll fuck with the people in the chat. But yeah, when people come along and be like, it seems like they watch in the shadows, and when they see people come to someone normal or ordinary like me who doesn't claim to have nothing, I'll tell you straight up, I don't got no doctorate and nothing. I dropped out of college. I dropped out of college. So I'm not no professional in nothing. I've lived life and have done things in life where I have knowledge. I read books, just like Hunt is talking about. I read books. I'm a nerd too for the books and the knowledge. So I have certain things about me that I'm willing to share and share with the people. That's genuine. Empress Wilson says, but explain sexual deviant because that sounded crazy. I was being facetious when I was saying that. I was going on my little rant when I was saying sexual deviant, but just being overly sexualized and objectifying women. You feel what I'm saying? Like just having this mindset, especially young, is immaturity as a man. One, we deal as men, we deal with a standard of how many females you got. Especially if you're single man, how many females you got? How many females you dealing with? Now, if you decide to be in a relationship, you got a girl and stuff like that. That's that conversation a little different. But when you single, young, whatever the case whatever the case is, it always seems like a certain competition with guys and guy friends or whatever. Of how many chicks you can pull, numbers you got in your phone, who you can hit up, is objectifying women. You feel what I'm saying? So it's just growing up out of that maturity, but then also protecting our energy as men. That's not a masculine thing to have women around like that and being able to use them at your expense. It's manipulation. Women are being led on, and it's a game being played. I hope that answers your question a little bit. But I was being, a little bit funny when I was saying sexual deviant. I was dealing with a troll when I was saying that. But the practice of sexual discipline is what all men need, is that discipline because it gets your mind right. Then you know how to deal with women, emotions, your emotions, and things like that. KLA says, crowd, did I get that right? TSG, man. Trauma based mind control. Damn. Yes, Quiet K Not. That was the point and that was the agenda. That's exactly the verbiage I was looking for. That's what I was trauma based mind control. When I say it, right, being that I'm not a professional or whatever the case may be, oh, he's just talking. You can't change DNA or whatever. He's just talking. There goes the professional term. Someone got it. YK not trauma based mind control. So that way it can be produced generation through generation. Empress, But explain sexual deviant because I read that already. Nerds work, they write, they draw, and they study. And I see people today on AI for their personal life to try to get everyone into the app so they can get more money. They always go hard on the people who are the strongest, especially PTSD is a major one, post traumatic stress disorder. This shit is passed down. Call the police. That's another one. Why am I getting that more and more? LA Reese Bivens. Miss Vivens, peace to you. Corey Holcomb is another one I've been getting. It's the beard and stuff like that, and the hair a little bit. Shouts out to Corey Holcomb. Do me a favor, try to get me on the show. Keep that coming in here. If you could reach out to him, if you part of the show, I watch his 5150 show every now and then. I would love to get up on that platform and push my message and what I preach. Craig Smith is somebody that I follow as well, man. Those are funny brothers, man. I love to get in conversation and chat with those brother, but especially Craig Smith because he's another one that's intellectual. He got a light too, guys. He talks about certain things too. Very spiritual brother, but funny as hell too. But I'm starting to get that more and more too, Corey Holcomb. But brother, explain. You keep on saying that, Empress Wilson. Maybe I gotta catch up to the chat. Slim version, yeah, I know. And anybody who wants to Rebel explain. It's called the Hegelian dialect. Oh man. Hold on, chat jumping a little bit. I believe somebody's getting people been getting kicked out. When they cause the problem and then have solutions to offer. YK not, man. You dropping some crazy gems in here. Wild gems. That is 100%. You on point, YK not. The Hegelian dialectic. When the same people that caused the problems is now trying to give you a solution. Make that make sense. And Broke said, "Yeah, I'm still live, man. Usually when I get on these lives, I come on around 11, 12, midnight. And then depending on how the topics go, man, I could be on here for hours, hours upon hours. The longest live I did was 9 hours. I read the book of Joseph, the father of Jesus. A lot of people don't know these books that have been taken out of the Bible, like the book of Enoch, the book of Joseph, third book of John. Why did they take those out? Hunt, how were you able to find that book? Because some of these books is hard to find, brother. And Hunt says he believed Jesus will be back in 125 years. And how did you come up with that calculation? Buck breaking. KLABUCK breaking. BREAKING. And I said it before. Once again, I gotta catch up with the chat, but buck breaking. So they got the term from basically what it sounds like to me, like deers, right? The normal deer, and then you have your bucks. The bucks are the more built, masculine, strong ones with the antlers. They're the more stronger breed of the deer. So they would take the strongest breed of that said group, right? They have to compare us to animals. They'll take the strongest breed and then break them, and then they will watch that buck get broke. They would sit there, cry, suffer, so that they can be all taught a lesson. Glory be to the true and God. May all traditions that degrade you be transfigured through the vision of the crucified Lord. Wow. Okay, a scholastic Christian. Hunt said he'll be back in the he will be back in the 125 years. FS Lock said we need him now. We been needed him. 125 years ago, we needed him for real. You hear me? Just saying. So I don't know how that math is going to add up now, since that book of Joseph was, if you saying it was in a book of Joseph, 125 years. Um, I don't know if you are dating it since the time you have read it and did the calculations yourself, or when the actual book of Joseph came out, and now is 125 years from that time. All I know is, uh, yeah, mm, uh, you got it, brother. That is blasphemy. If the Lord Himself said, "No one knows the hour." Yeah, He comes like a thief in the night. Yo, yo, what's up, bros? Scholar, guys, peace. Or that was a different timeline. Because He will come in the perfect time when we need Him. If that's slop, it says He'll come like a thief in the night. But from what I have been hearing for the last past 30 years, when I was in the church, is when He was coming back then in the 90s. They say He was coming back. He was returning soon. Never showed up. And those people before us needed Him to come then. The same shit that we talking about with all the trauma and these buck breaking rituals that they were doing upon our people. We needed Him to come then. Um, there have been plenty times, more than enough times. And it is almost 3 o'clock my time. It's 2:50, 2:51. So me personally, uh, while y'all wait, J. Edgar Hoover once again said, if there will ever be another black messiah, they will make sure that they are the ones that put them in front of you. They will be in control of that. That was the president of the United States at one time. And he was the president of the United States at that time. Yeah, don't do that. Don't get your life taken down. People enjoy you. Oh yeah, YK, nah, I'm not gonna do that. Any video posted, peace to you, brother. It's kind of offensive when people say let it go, or it's old, but I'm mature enough to know that people just want to understand, don't even care to try. Say, give me your sign on your, hear me right now. Famo says, I'm just scrolling. Thanks, brother. Sergeant Joe Smith says, Jesus with me, that's my name, my landscaper. Who is Hunter Joe talking to, or who are you? What? When you said, shut it, Sergeant Joe is crazy. These trolls want attention. Yeah, they do. That guy was because we're awake and some of them are like playing slow, like they don't understand. Half of the professionals don't have any experience what they want. They try to help with. They just read some books, which is why they suck. All the bad ways. My name's not Hunter Joe. The Joe stands for my friend John. No Limit J. Peace, brother. You know, Kingda at me says, Do you know you are an Israelite? I do not conform to any creed, religion, denomination, cult, group, or gang. I remember what my father told me I was and what tribe he was a part of when he was in Africa. When he grew up in Africa, he was a part of his own tribe, and it wasn't no damn Israelite tribe. My father is originally from West Africa, Liberia. So any other man trying to tell me I'm something else other than what my own birth father told me and where he was born and his father was born and his father's father was born, and I think you get the picture. Please. I wonder if there are any Jesus books coming out. So what do you think about the history before slavery? Hold on real fast. Let me catch up to the chat, Empress Wilson. And I hope to remember and Hunt, I actually had that question for myself. They should actually start making new scriptures. It's a shame that God is only limited to the Bible and then the book has to stop, right? I thought this was the almighty, the all knowing. But within these books stop. Why aren't more scriptures being put out? Are there no more prophets out here to prophesy like they say in church? How come the power is with only in the book that is controlled? The book eventually ends, right? Right. That's how I feel about it. I feel like there should be updated scriptures because the times that we are going through now need to be documented and written down and need to be held court of the times that we are going through, especially now, if you ask me. If you are a descendant of slave trade, you are an Israelite from the tribe of Judah, Kingdom says. I'm not a descendant of the slave trade, so that's what I'm saying. How can you say that? Did I know that I was and that's exactly why I say please keep and refrain from putting titles on me if you don't know me for real. My father was the first one to touch soil in this American land in the 80s, in the 1980s, from his lineage. I was actually the first American born here in 1987. Even my oldest brother wasn't even born here in the States. He's an immigrant as well. He was born in Africa in 1979. So, Kingdom, my descendants weren't part of the slave trade. My ancestors actually, all my family members, I still have family members till this day who haven't come over here yet. I'm going to wonder how you feel about that as I catch up to the chat. Yeah, very few people read the Bible, and I don't know why they want to trash nonfiction. Appreciate everybody who subscribed. New content will be coming soon. Yeah, Zon, keep pushing, brother. But I trash fantasy. All facts. Yes, I agree with the small peen complex. Abe Snake says, you have nice teeth. Thank you. The Bible is the best book ever written. Kingdom. Kingdom. We are animals. Abe Snake says, we have been for hundred thousands of years. Our instincts are to procreate and mate. I could dig that, Abe Snake. We haven't had enough time to evolve and handle our emotions. Oh no, Ape Snake, nah, I can't dig that. You haven't had enough time to evolve and handle your emotions. Practice semen retention. practice emotional intelligence. Who is we? I don't speak French. I'm not an animal. You can be one if you want. Yeah, I feel you on that. Now, Kingdom, that's something we could agree on. He's bugging out. Brandon Wade says, "What's your social security number and address?" Everyone is an animal. Yeah. Kingdom says, "Yeah, I love when the Hebrew Israelites come along and they use their terms. It's funny as hell. 'Cause it be so. I ain't gonna say that. Hold on. He told Abe Snake, not everyone. You must be an Edomite. Are you Caucasian?" Oh man, that's one thing I like about the Hebrew Israelites, bro. The way they Abe Snake says, "I'm human. That's all that matters." The way they verbalize themselves, man, that should be funny. Kingda says, "Human, human, human means colored man. But if you're white, quotations, you've been called colored." See, one thing about also the Hebrew Israelites, they be having some, you know what I mean? Can't refuse some of the gems that they be dropping. Um, the real colored people are said to be Caucasian for real, white. If you it's not a racist thing. This is just said facts, and we want to talk about colors and color, right? If for instance, you see a white person get mad, a Caucasian get mad, you turn red. You go out in the sun, get a suntan, changes colors, bro. That's the true colored man. The hue man, hue man, we have a hue to us. I don't want to get too much into it because I'm gonna get the racist comments and stuff like that. But oh man. Also, them growing out of having multiple women and ghosting sound like grown man vibes. To me, sexually disciplined, I think a lot of people need around here. Mature love from the '90s need to be brought back. I agree with that. The real Onika. Sorry, what? How old are you, Onika? Onika? Because you talking about true mature love from the '90s. Uh, you sound like you come from a different time, bro. Go on Sci-Fi Tech Daily. Oh man, oh man. I'm gonna show this comment. Oh, nah, I can't. Oh, Sergeant Joey got him up out of here. I would have showed that comment. That was crazy though. Article is extremely interesting. No, it means man, woman, child of Homo sapiens. We're all humans, nothing more. That's what Abe Snake is saying. That. Hey man, and Hunt has now said something very profound that I thank you, Hunt. Hunt said we don't like Google, and I don't know exactly what was going on before all this other stuff was happening, but that's one of the things that I don't like using this word, but I hate that. The other night, and the reason why I stayed on 9 hours on a live is because someone was trying to convince me to go on Google to look something up. And when I said, listen, I have a book here that I can open up for you and read to you from the actual book, not this internet shit. This internet shit got everybody. The first thing, go to Google, look up this on Google. But when someone says, yo, listen, I've read this book and I have cited this book to having real information in here. The person didn't want me to open the book and go into it. They was doing all these other tactics. Yo, just going. I said, why go on Google when I can bring you a reference that will be a waste of time because as soon as I read whatever you want me to read from Google, I'll crack open this book and it'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. And whatever you're trying to convince me of, it'll blow that shit out of the water because I have source because I have read from a actual book, not a quick Google search. People are so they act like books don't exist, and Google is the best thing to go to instead of an actual book with sources cited, author, written. When did that change? King, the books that were removed are the ones that were the original. 1611, the King James Bible. Kingda, do you know about who King James was or who he is, brother? He say the book of Enoch was never canon. Okay. I'm Sakai, and today is my birthday. Happy birthday, brother. Yeah, Hunt says Kingda just knows it all. Yeah, he's one of those, man. But it's cool. I like some of the stuff that he's saying. I ain't gonna front to you. D1 Wrench says I love the Bible. Bible teaches no man can save us when the actual Messiah. His name was never Jesus. See, this, and that's why I say I like Kingdom, bro. We could disagree to agree on certain things. And that's the type of person I am, Kingdom. This is a brother here that knows his shit. The Bible teaches no man can save us, only the actual Messiah. And his name was never Jesus, as the letter J wasn't even created until the year 1524 AD. Kingdom, I know you just getting here. This is your first day. This is my first day, first night, first live seeing your name on here. Most of my lives, I've had to reiterate that and put that as a sediment in these lives for the people to understand what type of timing I'm on. Not until someone else comes along with the information and says it. But you still haven't answered my question about what I said to you earlier, brother. You tried to put the Hebrew Israelite thing on me, and I told you where my answers come from. You're not acknowledging that, brother. '80s babies are the best babies. Sprinkle, I agree. I was born late '80s, so I fit. You know what I mean? I was born '87, but coming up in the '90s, man, it's different times. And the 2000s also. Having experience of the '90s and the 2000s is crazy. Great times. I love people who are follow Jesus, praise, worship, and are Christians. Real Onika got me by 2 years. Was born in '85. And you 41, sis. Fuck, I don't just play around. Oh no, I'm just. Kingdom says, children of Israel. Those 12 angels are at the gates to keep the non-Israelites from ever entering. Yeah, Kingdom, you deep into the Hebrew Israelitism, brother. I could tell. I was 84. Dang, sprinkle. Got me about three of them things. She over 40. The the sad part is that we were the last generation that got to experience life without all this craziness. I feel like we had the best of both worlds. Yes, I agree. And I'm touching 40 very soon, creeping up. Bartholomew says, "Hi, I need some help with God. I'm 12 and I need to get some help about God." Thank God for African American fighters, otherwise would not be here. God is always with you. You just have to accept his love and you can talk to him whenever you want. He will hear you. They in fact change color depending on the association. No races, just facts. Facts, facts, facts. Science tells us that we have adapted to handle our primordial emotions, even if you think your age in control, you're not. You are in control, you're not. I got you. All right, you got it, Ape Snake. If that's how you feel about yourself and that you're not in control and someone else got control over you, by all means, brother. Skinny Benny, peace. Oh man, I grew up in the night. Books are online. Power is knowledge. Yeah, books are online as well. But I was talking about Google. Everyone just going to quick Google search. Google this, Google that. Nowadays with Google, not even Google answers pop up. It's AI that answers it for you. The real source is inside you. Gavin, yeah, I like that. When we digitalize books. Do you listen to King Von? Z Baby, peace to you. Nah, not like that. Couple songs, that's about it. I ain't really get into his music like that. It's very low vibration. Too low vibration. I can't listen to too much low vibration music like that. No one in this chat has an old 1,000-year-old book. Kingda, yes, King James wasn't white as you been taught, my brother. No, 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 no. I wasn't talking about that, brother. Kingda. I never I never said anything about King James. I'm asking you, Kingda, how do you know I've been taught that King James was taught to me to be white? I never said that. I asked you about King James. I heard and was taught that King James was a little funny a little bit. You dig what I'm saying? I don't listen. As I catch up to the chat, I hope you still in here, King. I never claimed him to be white. I'm not talking about that. And I wasn't taught that he was white, brother. Through the grapevine, I heard, no cap to me, brother. He was a little finicky with some of his partners, if you will. Yes, we best area to grow up, in my opinion. I agree with that though, Onika. Okay, there you go, Kinda. He also wasn't a homosexual. Okay, now that you put it out there, so what makes you and what you found out that? Because that's what I was talking about. That's exactly what I was talking about. Once again, it ain't a race thing now. It's about that part. You want to refute that? It's not about knowing it all. I've been using scriptures, not emotions. What you see, you think you the only one that knows it all. You got somebody that knows a little bit more than you think. You thought I was talking about him being white. I was actually talking about that part. I don't care about him being whatever color he was. When I found out about his dabblings, and that's the man you want a whole course to say this version of the Bible is this. Once again, hey, that's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. You want to believe in the King James version, but King James was a little funny. He was funny money, brother. That's the man you follow under your Hebrew Israelite. That's the way you want to go with it. Once again, I don't follow any religion creed because you don't really know what you get yourself into. This is the same Bible that don't really give. If and now when you start to look at the King James Bible, how it is, I'm a chill king. I like you, brother. I like that you in here. I guess you was around at that time to know for sure if he wasn't black or white or homosexual or not. But it's funny that that information is out here and that knowledge is given to me. Who's wrong and who's right? You let me know, King. Then let me catch up to the chat. Hey yo, dude here. Request shot shot whisperer's cat. Peace to you. Man, I gotta catch up to this chat. Shot whisperer, I don't know what you about to request, but if it's music, I'm not doing it. I must have missed. And like I said, Kingdom, man, we could agree to disagree. But brother, oh, you want me to sing a weekend song? No, I'm good. I can't sing, man. Can you do a move only Mike Tyson would know? Dosito, peace. I know 40 hit differently for sure. Yeah, I'm creeping up. I'm part of the lost 12 tribes of Israel, Dosito says. Abe Abe Snake says he's in Westport, Ireland. Shout out to Ireland. Yeah, I love the 2000s too, man. It was great, great time. Guess we got more experience. That's the old or the internet area started. 90s and 2000s. Best music. I love music. Zahn says we are the gods. We create our own world. We are the co-creators to our reality. Put the glasses on, people. Some of y'all gotta put the glasses on. Not forcing you, but just try them on. Please try. Just please try. I'm not gonna fight. I'm not gonna fight you to do it. Being that you are African, right? So how do you feel about the Orishas? Odika Star? Now we talking business. Now we talking business, sis. They are part of us. You call it mythology, but when you look at other mythologies and Greek mythology, they have taken their mythology from somewhere. A great book to read is Stolen Legacy by G.M. James, George G.M. James. Oh, I always forget that I got books on my iPad. But mythology has been taken and created from somewhere. Real Onika. Where did they get it from? Everything is stolen from Egypt, from the ancient times. So those gods and goddesses that are worshipped, and even down to our calendar days like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, those days are all represented by not just the planets, but also giving reference to certain gods and goddesses. Just for a short example, we could take Wednesday, and that's Odin's day. Thursday is Thor's day, Thor's day, the thunder god. Friday is a female, and that is connected to Venus. Frida is another god. Saturday, whatever you want to call it, Satan's day, Sabbath, or the Sabbat day, however you the Sabbat goat. That's why they reference Satan or Saturn. And obviously your Sunday is sun worship. That's why people go to church on Sundays because it is sun worship that they're actually partaking in, all hidden under the veil of religion. Until you lift the veil and peel back certain layers, you understand that they have taken this mythology from somewhere. It's stolen legacy. Abe Snake says there's a lot of homosexuality through history. The Edomites came up with that lie, Kingdom says. The same way they try to assassinate all black heroes. Okay, all right. Yes, and there is still forbidden Bible. It is high sin. It was punishable by death. Yo, gang, I did it. You go James to Greek to Hebrew. A kingdom. I know how they try to assassinate the black heroes, man. I hear you, brother. Real Nika says, Kingdom 74, there's a lot of sin in the world. Homosexuality is the least of our worries. Also, Kingdom says, we do know that all of those books and letters in the Bible actually predate that actual Bible. Kingdom, this is the thing. You're putting too much regard and reference into the Bible where there is too many holes, brother, to just rely on the said Bible. And this is where I'm going to get you. There was at one point where the people didn't have the Bible. There was one point where people didn't have a Bible and they were moving just fine. And then what happened? They were on land. The next time they looked up, they were the ones that were holding the Bible and the other people had the land. Do you hear me? Be very careful with this Bible, brother, and only knowing the one book. Because this book eventually has an ending to it. It has a last page, just like any other book, brother. It will behoove you to do studies on other books because some of those stories in that book have been plagiarized and stolen. I'm telling you the basis. And I'm going to tell you where I got the reference to read that book, Stolen Legacy, and it was from a 33rd degree Mason. Yes, I was asked, or at one point, I'm not, listen, once again, I put it out there. I'm not a part of any group. I'm not a part of any religion, creed, denomination, or anything like that. 33rd degree Mason came to work with closely at the time, put me onto a lot of secrets. And he said, knowledge is something that you need to know if you're going to go down that path because they say to be a Mason, you have to ask a Mason. I was so close to a Mason that I was able to have a conversation. One of the things he told me is that if you're going down that path, you need to have some knowledge and information with you and on you if you are going to do it. He also told me to make sure that you have faith and belief in God. Because the deeper you go, you're going to need them. He recommended before I make any decision of joining anything to read Stolen Legacy. And that's what I did. And after that, I do not join any group, religion, creed, because everything has a veil on it disguised under religion. Talk to a 33rd degree Mason if you can. If you can. Trying to tell y'all, chill out with that. All you thinking, all right. Most of your appointed people that you have been given this knowledge from, whether it be your pastor, your Hebrew Israelite leaders, um, whoever, they're most likely tied to, and even in, I'm not giving no one a pass, even your people in your Muslim faith, they are tied to some type of lodge because at the top of the pyramid is that 33rd degree Mason. They have taken the order of oath. Now, take what you will with that information. I'm gonna leave it where it's at, bro. That's it. A man that knows one book really knows none. I implore you, please, brother, for the sake of your mind, put on the glasses. Read something outside of just the King James Version Bible, King James Version of the Bible, bro. Arguing the scripture in English is a chess game with missing pieces. I agree, Charles Hill. Charles Hill says, we ain't gods, fam. Mm, well, mm. Great Hill says, we can't make water or dirt or air. Slim Reaper, we can only play with it. KL says, okay, look, crowd, I'm sorry, but we are not gods. If that's how you think of yourself, bro, then that's on you. Don't include me in that which you think that you are not. I'm not here to convince anyone of their power, bro. I know my power. It's about you putting on the glasses. You're not willing to put on the glasses yet. I'm trying to give you a pair. Zon is trying to give you a pair also. I'm not going to force anything that you don't want to believe upon yourself. If you still have that mindset that you are anything but a, all right, then you got it. I believe in a face to face. I have convinced anyone God is. Hey, bro, they were saying you. There are much more older civilizations than Egyptians. There are African civilizations more than 7 million years old. Those are original people. Until things were documented at that time, the Egyptians are responsible for that. Period. So you can dance around whatever you're talking about. Most of your mythology, just read Stolen Legacy, please. You're trying to debate me on something and you haven't done the research. Read Stolen Legacy. Then, if you can date actual information that goes back further than that and where these stories and where it comes from, then we can have a conversation. Until then, there's nothing you can tell me. Have you spoken to a 33rd degree Mason, one of the top premier people you can be in this society? I like the Mauritius, Osun, Ogun, Oya, Ashe, and my phrase, Yemen, Ashe. Ashe to the ancestors known and unknown. Ashe to the gods known and unknown. The real Onika star is on timing, perfect timing. I like a leg bar, Ashe. Real Christ figures. You feel what I'm saying? Oshun is my girl. Ah, man. When your tribe comes along, your true tribe comes along, it feels so refreshing. It's good to know that you're not alone. You're not alone out here when other people are trying to draw you back into that religious box. Can you see under there, please? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't take drugs, guys. KL8, 3 months sober, dog. Clear as crystal. Clear as crystal, KL8. No drugs. See, the drugs are a distraction to actually pull you and suck you back into something else. But I thank you for the condescending comment. Know thyself is Latin. Latin is one of the most, or is the original language. A lot of your root words come from Latin. Timid no say. Oh, backwards. Know thyself. Put on the glasses. I think a lot of superheroes come from the Orishas in Greek mythology. Rilonika, yes. Your Haru story, the story of the hero, have originated from those say stories. It is plagiarized stories. Haru is the original hero's story. Hence why hero. He's the original Christ. He's the original Christ figure in mythology. Yeah, you got me on that timing, Real Onika. Kingda says, so you're listening to Masons? Hey, if I was you, I would listen to a Mason. They hold the secret order. And if you don't pay attention to how they move and how much power that they have from the bottom to the top, most of your presidents have taken that oath, and most of your presidents of these United States are 33rd degree Masons. They have been elected, selected, because they have taken the oath. At the time, I was working at a juvenile facility, and the superintendent of that said juvenile facility. Do you know what a superintendent is? He is the head boss of the whole shit. He was a 33rd degree Mason. Is it a coincidence that he was able to get that position? So I'm not gonna say that because y'all don't know him personally, but is it a coincidence? It's not about all the time how much you know, because I know a lot. And I don't gotta be a part of your religion to know what you were talking about, Kingdom, right? I'm not Hebrew Israelite. How did you know what I was going to relate to you that I said, do you know about King James? Because I did multiple studies on each religion because I was guided to. The thing is that you only want to listen to a Hebrew Israelite. I like to listen to everybody, whether it's the God in here or the God in here. You not listening to anybody else but just one. I like to listen to all to gather the real information and knowledge and make a decision and decipher what the hell is going on out here for real. I like to listen to everyone. The first rule of knowledge, according to your supreme lessons, knowledge is the foundation of everything, brother. And knowledge is to look, listen, and observe. You only want to look and listen and observe in one place, then you in a box, brother. I like to look, listen, observe everywhere I go to know what the hell is going on around me because I'll be moving a certain way, but then around powerful people who have a secret order, I need to know what the hell is going on. Period. If you want to be left in the dark, then be left in the dark. Be in a box. Crowd, look, bro, the Bible is God's words. Okay. Okay. You're right. Do you know what God that is that you are serving in that Bible, though? bro. I'm trying to tell you. The real Nika Star saying is very limited. The book eventually ends. The book eventually ends. You trying to make it seem like it's something so granted. The book eventually ends like any other book, brother. I just said earlier in this live that they need to create more Bible verses for the future people. A lot of people ain't really reading the Bible. Let's be honest. Someone is so quick. I just mentioned someone's so quick to tell you to go Google and look up something, jump on Google. Who's really reading the Bible nowadays, for real? For real? Let's be honest. You can act holier than now that you got such a connection with God and all this other shit. Who's who's really here reading the Bible like that? And because you're on the internet, you can make up anything you want to say, whatever the case may be. But know your heart. Don't play with me. See, people get lost into all them religions and religious sects. Okay, you got it, brother. A real 33rd degree Mason wouldn't let you know that they 33rd degree Mason. Okay. Now you know everything about Masons, right? See, the same person that agreed with you earlier that said that you know everything, I think it was Abe Snake says, oh, this guy knows everything. You know everything, bro. Kingdom, you got it. You right. A real 33rd degree Mason wouldn't say nothing. So I'm lying then. Basically, you calling me a liar, brother. Hold on, let me turn this off. My phone's running down. So basically saying you calling me a liar, brother. I'm lying? Let me know. And I'll catch up to the chat. Knowledge is and always will be the greatest and most valuable power that exists. Facts. And I actually know Hebrew and Paleo Hebrew. That's nice. Congratulations. Let me catch up to the chat for real, because I need to know what this put faith in self. Do not put all your faith in one simple book. In the end, Zion is trying to, you know what I mean? Thank you, love being here. It feels good to be around educated individuals who have meaningful conversations. One can't always know everything. You can always have to be open to learn. Exactly. Once when a book ends and you feel like, all right, yeah, I got it on God. That seem right to you? That ever seem right to you? Who am I going back and forth with right now? Cause I had to jump forward to the chat real fast because feels like I'm too far behind. Kingdom. Because he was about to chastise me for actually having a conversation with a 33rd degree Mason and trying to tell me that a real 33rd degree Mason wouldn't tell me that he was a 33rd degree Mason, but he didn't have to tell me because to be a Mason, you have to ask a Mason. You have to pay dues in a masonry. He gave me everything that I needed if I wanted to go down the path. But because he really wanted me to make a decision on which way to go, if I wanted to be a part or not, he gave me knowledge first. Then you make a decision. He said, educate yourself, have God with you. And he encouraged me to read a book. It was Stolen Legacy. That's it. Oh, now you listening to 33rd Degree Masons? Yes. Yes. You supposed to be Hebrew Israelite. How do you know what a 33rd degree Mason wouldn't tell you when it's just you and him speaking on the job? Abe Snake says it's just an Afrocentric book.
It's not all pure facts. Have you read the book? No. So how would you know? How would you know if it's Afrocentric or not? And what facts does it hold? It literally holds in there everything about Plato, Socrates. You know, your Pythagoras theorem, plagiarized. That's what Stolen Legacy starts out with. Starts talking about other philosophers who have taken, who actually went to Egypt to get the knowledge and then present it for themselves. That's the opening. So it starts out with certain facts. It starts out with facts. Talk about Afrocentric. Talks about philosophers and where they drew their knowledge from, sir. You haven't read the book. Monica clearly has a great pair of OG glasses that was gifted to her. Yeah, Zahn. Like, how are you going to teach me that God loves unconditionally and does not judge, yet turn around and in the same breath tell me that if your beliefs are different than what I teach, then you are? It's easier to fool someone than convince them they've been fooled. Sergeant Joe Smith. Sergeant Joe Smith says it's easier to fool someone than to convince them they've been fooled. That's 100% facts. You try to tell people, listen, shit you've been doing, or whatever you've been looking at, has been twisted a little bit. That's why I say it's no convincing the people to put on the glasses. They have to do it for themselves. It's more easier to trick you, to pull a veil over your eyes. You must be healthy as an ox, Crowd of Boyz. The real Onisha say, why do you say that, Onika? And I'm pretty healthy for the most part. I drink a lot of water. um, and I eat healthy. I exercise and stuff like that. And I get great sleep, quality sleep. Sprinkle says, man, that's crazy. I'm just about to read this comment. Going to hell. Now, I was raised Mormon and remember sitting in church at 5 and looking at those people and thinking, what are y'all talking about, people? You wrong. Some people can see beyond that veil. They can see what the hell is going on around them and what they're sitting in and sense something ain't all the way right. They were around way before Egyptians and Greeks. All right, you got it, brother. So very sad. True, I can talk about Orishas all day. The Royal Negro Star, yes. I'm not well versed in the Bibles yet, but I like to hear these type bills. Yes, I'm here for it too. That's the same 399, whatever. You should take your money and go back to kindergarten and actually try your hardest to graduate. You can go join. I know many Masons. Abe Snake, it's very easy. I'm not going to say very easy to join a Masonic order. It's just about who you know. But they're everywhere, brother. He's making it seem like getting a hold of a 33rd degree Mason or a Mason period to get you down with whatever type of lodges or whatever things might be into is impossible. I worked as a CO, and at the head of the CO is superintendents who run the whole shit. The dude was a 33rd degree Mason, bro. He got me into the job. I had a drug. I had a CDS charge where it came up on my record when I applied for the job. Because he was from West Africa, Liberia, where my parents are from, there was a connection. He looked out for me. So talking to him about certain things and realizing certain things that he was doing and where I recognized he was already a Mason. Then when he revealed to me what it was, I said, oh, okay. I asked him. He told me about what it would take, paying the dues, making it to the meetings, stuff like that. But then he also looked out for me, said, listen, it's not for everybody. Certain things that get revealed to you, you're not about it, whatever the case may be, but you need to have certain knowledge with you as well. You can't just be, listen, they'll use you as a test dummy and not put you on. But because we had a connection, he put me on. Read this book before you make a decision for real on which way you want to go. And once again, the book was Stolen Legacy. I said, why would he want me to read this? I didn't question too much after further. I just went ahead, put on the glasses, read the book. Because once when someone tells you two things, he told me, read this book. And if you are going to do this, make sure you have a relationship with God. That should shake your spirit and let you know, all right, I need to do something, read this book and get a connection with God. He was warning me some of the shit that might be going on. You're going to need it. Basically, in so short of words, not telling me much, but when I read the book, I got it. I can only relay the message to you guys. That's it. The Bible ain't on your beside. What? Stay safe out here. Sprinkle 77 Sam and me and others in the chat. Love saving your hands. Who says you have to read the Bible to believe there's a higher power or have faith in yourself, Guerrero? You're right, bro. None of that has to do with all that. But it was almost like, for me, it was a warning, because after I really went through that book, I said, all right, I kind of understand why he was telling me to have faith and then open his book. Because once when you start to read the book, and if you have a certain belief in what was told to you, it will start to crumble. It's called Stolen Legacy. So depending on what you follow, what you into, you'll find out your doctrine hijacked from somewhere. Your doctrine is stolen property. And Zion, that's where it comes in, where your mind opens up. You like, holy shit. Certain things I was taught ain't that. People will run away from the book and just stick to their King James version of the Bible and tell you, oh, you talking to Masons and this and that. That Mason dude actually freed my mind. Free Mason. That's what they do. They'll give you a little bit. You figure it out more. Then the more you go down the rabbit hole, that's on you. I said, you know what? I'm cool right here. I'll open up a little bit more of the books for myself. But he gave me fair warning. Invo set you free your mind. Reset shall follow. Yep. 33rd degree Mason is not a secret agent. Any Mason can get to the 32nd degree. 33 degree is like a honorary title. So Abe Snake, whatever degree could have just as much as power and influence, is about really who you know for real. It's about really who you know, how much power you can get. You could be a 33rd degree Mason in a smaller temple and not have as much influence than anybody else that may be a beginner but may be related to someone in another temple or Masonic lodge that has more influence and power because of their position of where they at. That's a fact. It is an honorary title. I'm just trying to let y'all know, the people in here know, I've come across certain information that has been given to me and which way to go with it. I actually entertained the fact of joining to be a Mason. I was willing to take the steps, but after reading reading and doing the study for myself, I got it. I got it. I'm okay. I'm good. I don't need to be part of any order, group, religion, creed, cult, whatever the case may be. I'm good. I'm good on that. It's better to know yourself. That's it. Pronounce Dutch correctly, and also, I hope I said it right. What about Aztecs, Inca, Maya? They came before these religious books. Control of masses, Guerrero. You're right, bro. These are other tribes that's out here. Who's to say that they're wrong at whatever they worship or however they move? They wrong? They don't have a connection to a higher power and a God? There's pyramids and stuff like that in other places. The Grand Canyon is said to be one time hold pyramids and stuff like that until it was destroyed, Al Bundy style. That's funny. If you want, Spriggle's funny. If you want, I can arrange a Mason to come on a live with you. Abe Snake, I'm good, brother. I don't need that. It was a stolen legacy from Egypt. Sumerians invented. That is in Iraq. Abe Snake, if you want to send anyone over here, that's under your volition. But I don't do the agent stuff. I don't do any of the joining of groups, creeds, religions. I never said I wanted to join. This was when I was in my 20s, brother. I'm a 38-year-old man going on 40. I don't need any of that. Also, if I wanted to talk to a Mason, that line is open. It's not going to serve me anything or any good. And Ape Snakes, if that's what you're saying, you say you read it, I call that cat. I call that cat. I have the book right here in front of me and it doesn't say that it was that. Stolen from Egypt, brother. You haven't read the book. Invo, set free. Oh yeah, I already read that, I'm sorry. It's so nice. The other intellectuals like you, KL8, and Zon and others, conversation, yes. How I go live on YouTube, Ran Man Milk. If you go to the create button on your YouTube and just slide over where it says post, where you can post that, whether it be create your own video or post a photo. If you slide over again, it says live, and you can go live. Eric, Erec. And ye shall know that I am the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord God, and none else, and my people shall never be ashamed. The real Omega Star says, I'm curious about that too. Arc Seraph says, do you have a favorite movie? I was just talking about two movies that I have. I referenced two movies in here, Arc Seraph. One of my favorite movies, though, for real, that I talked about earlier was The Truman Show. Truman Show is one of my favorite movies, bro. I could watch that each and every time, bro. But I got a couple more other favorite movies. One of my favorite movies all time, like The Last Dragon, bro. Once again, a lot of my movies are like spiritual-based movies. The Last Dragon talks about a guy who's on a journey to find the master, this great master. Man, what a movie and what a story, brother. And I got the Pats winning tomorrow, by the way. The Last Dragon, another movie made in the 80s. And he's on a quest to find this master. He's always on a quest to find a master outside of himself, this great master, until the antagonist shows up and wants to challenge him because he hears through the grapevine he is the best kung fu master in Harlem at this time. This is a black movie, right? Produced by Barry Gordy. He comes to find out, let me slow down. Gets approached by the antagonist because he hears he got the illest kung fu game in the world. But brother doesn't believe in himself. He doesn't believe that he has that type of wit within him. So there's an antagonist that is self-proclaiming himself to be the master. Who's the master? Sho'nuff is the master. He's self-proclaiming. He's affirming to himself he's the master. But when he's starting to hear other people are talking about Bruce Leroy, talking about this brother here who's modest, who's humble, who's on a search for the master, he can't believe it. So he goes antagonizes him, goes to his family's pizza shop. His father owns a pizza shop. Goes to the family pizza shop, terrorizes the pizza shop, breaks it up, and finally now, being that now he's done attacked this man's family, now he's ready to fight him now. Fuck all this master shit now. You done came after my family. Now he's ready to go handle business. See, it's that antagonist, it's that bully that brings it up out of you to make you have to now realize, like, okay, now you really coming for that part. He goes and has to go through other obstacles just to fight the Sho'nuff, who's self-proclaimed to be the master. And when he catches up to Sho'nuff, finally, he's at the near of getting his ass whooped by Sho'nuff. But then he starts to have these visions of everybody else now telling him about himself. The love interest telling him, like, you sure look like a master to me. Also, he's being dipped in water. And it's funny, the real Onika, Oshun is connected to water, right? As he's being almost drowned in the water each and every time, right? He's having these visions through the water, almost like a, what, baptism. He's getting splashed in the water until now he realizes, I'm the master. Then he gets the glow. Then he ends up whipping Sho'nuff's ass. He ends up even getting shot at, catches the bullets with his teeth. And it's an ongoing joke where it was a rumor that he could catch bullets with his teeth. At the end of the movie, they show he could catch bullets with his teeth. He ends up realizing that he's the master. The whole time he's searching for an outside master outside of himself, he needs a belt buckle and all this other stuff to represent the master, all these symbolisms and all this shit outside of himself. He's been searching for it the whole time. It was within himself. He was the master. He held all the power within. So when Zahn says we are the gods, and y'all say, nah, we're not gods. I don't think you should be saying that or this. Okay. You're the master. So you want to have the glow for real? You want to put on the glasses? That's going to be on you. But the more you tell yourself that you're not, then hey, it makes me know never mind. Thanks for the donation, Abe Snake. The point of, I appreciate the donation, brother. Seriously. The point of Masons is that connection of good men. Abe Snake, I've also read and did research. And this is after, though. I don't work at that juvenile facility no more. I'm not a CEO anymore, right? I came across some information about semen retention being linked to the Freemasons. I understand the connection and being, connection of good men, but me, myself, brother, like I said, if that's what you want to do, that's on you, brother. I didn't ask for that invite. All I know is to be a Mason, you have to ask. I never asked you anything. I'm good on being a part of any cult, religion, creed, but I wouldn't mind having a conversation with anyone. Anybody, you bring them along, whatever case may be, but that's under your volition. I'm good on joining whatever it is, whatever, right? But being around good men, if that's what you're putting out there, then that's cool. I also know some other shit too. So, you know, like I said, I have a conversation, many conversations about Masonic order. I agree. Like the confidence and knowledge, he knows his stuff. Very sure of himself. That's dope. Saying same age, it was just for enlightenment for your followers and you. I wish there was a movie on the Orishas that'll make a great action movie. It's so weird that you said that because The Truman Show is one of my favorite movies and my life was recently like The Truman, yeah? It symbolizes like the gang stalking, people coercing to play a certain role in your life to have you go with the program. And then when you start to break the mold of the program, there'll be distractions, people trying to pull you back into that said lifestyle. Truman Show and The Last Dragon is one of my favorite movies. I used to watch that movie every day with my sisters. Listen, Omega, every day, every chance that I got, even to this day, my son is a fan of the movie. Like when he was old enough, I'm like, listen, you gotta sit down and watch this movie and understand what's going on. Because without me telling you who you are, this movie will show you what you have inside. Because a lot of people like how they saying go to this, go to that. Listen, I love to read all this knowledge and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, I know where the power truly lies. And someone said it earlier, all these books and all that stuff is good. It's good to have the knowledge and all that stuff. But what's good of the knowledge if you're not really applying it? All the knowledge up in here, if I'm not going within to give it out, all that training Bruce Leroy was doing, he was nice. In the beginning of the movie, the master, his teacher at that time, before he told him, like, I can no longer teach you, I can no longer be a master because you have nothing else to prove. You are doing everything you're supposed to do. I got nothing else to prove to you. At the beginning of the movie, a lot of people don't peep. He's shooting arrows at Bruce Leroy, and he's going through like an obstacle course. And the object of him shooting the arrows is to either he's breaking the arrows, right? But they're all marked, like they have a red marker on it, right? So he's breaking the arrows as he's shooting at him as he's going through the obstacle course. The last arrow he catches because it has a blue mark on it. He was told to use your instincts, use your intuition. And whenever you feel like I'm about to shoot this one arrow at you, that the one that you're supposed to catch with the blue mark on it, or whether it was red or whatever, I think you guys get it. He shoots it at him, he catches it. The teacher asks him, how did you know that was the one you were supposed to catch, the blue one? He says, I don't know. He rips the emblem off of him. He says, he bows down. Leroy bows down on his knees, begging, praying, no, please, master. All that begging shit y'all doing, getting on y'all knees. He's telling him, yo, bro, get up. You just mastered the art of not knowing. Using your intuition, just going with the path, using your light, using your instincts and intuition, you're good. You have mastered that. You're at completion. That's what he told him. You're at the completion. You completed the cycle. But now you have a new journey. You still seem to have a trouble. It's just like Neo in the Matrix. You still got something with you that you don't believe. You don't believe that you got the power. You don't believe that you're the master. You don't believe that you're the one. You don't believe that you're the God. And that's your problem, not mine. That's not our problem. I love kung fu movies in general. Yes, me too. Bruce Lee is one of the hardest. When his movie, like kung fu movies with Bruce Lee, Jet Li, Ip Man is one of my favorite movies too. I like Jackie Chan movies too. Jackie Chan, his escapability is crazy, bro. Who Am I is one of my favorite. And Rumble in the Bronx. Who Am I is one of the is funny to me because he's like out of source of who he is and try to find out who he is in that movie as well. Showing appreciation in a simple way, like, comment, and respect. Anyone who goes live knows what it costs. I'm live right now as well, so this one resonated. Hey, how to spell Mark? I appreciate the love, brother. Again, people check out my channel. Yeah, and shouts out to Sergeant Joe, man. He's a moderator in here. He's been holding it down 2 days straight for me, man. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. Go check out and support his channel. And how to spell Mark, man. I gotta look into your channel and what you do as well, brother. I'm gonna try to, I gotta catch up to the chat for real. Let me see. Yes, sir. I haven't watched that in a while. Definitely got to go back and rewatch that from that perspective, brother. Please, man. If it's the last dragon you talk about, Zon, please go back and watch that, bro. Yeah, real Nika. Yeah, the chanting, and even he had background people chanting with him to assure him more. Worshiping, giving him power, and they gave him power. Even Shonuff was able to have the glow in the beginning. Before Leroy was able to catch his glow, Shonuff had the glow during that battle first. Because he had the confidence first. He believed in himself. He affirmed that shit. Whether if he believed in himself already that he was the master, and then he had the outside people, his gang, believing in that shit. He was able to obtain the glow first. Bruce Leroy, when he seen that, he looked at himself like, yo, what happened? What's going on? Like, how come I don't got the glow? It's because you're missing the part where you aren't the one that actually believe in yourself. So you could tell me all I want. I don't think we should be calling ourselves. All right. Watch The Last Dragon. I'm the master. Yep. I'm basically turned into Black Bruce Leroy. I hope to see all you guys and lovely ladies in the future streams here. Yes, absolutely. Yet the power was in him the whole entire time. Yep, and you are what you say. Love reading I am affirmations. Yeah, I recently fell off from doing my daily affirmations. I was doing that at a very important time where I needed to really do them. When someone asked me earlier about going through trauma, my personal trauma, that was one of the practices I did to get up out of my trauma, was daily affirmations, those I am affirmations. You see how everything comes back in a cycle, and you have to actually use the shit that you're learning in movies, and just those simple things will get you right back and use and better yourself. You actually my favorite. That's crazy. Damn, games by the 1,000 says, when was the last time you played Tekken? Definitely in the 2000s, bro. For sure in the 2000s. Tekken is, wow. I was still playing PlayStation, brother. I was getting stocked for almost 10 years, unfortunately. Man. I'm sorry to hear that, sis. Alright, here's a name. They say that if you bow, they're giving away your power. I got this saying. I know this your first stream here, real Nika. I got this saying every now and then I say it. I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees begging like a coward. So it's so crazy, like I use that saying, but once again, I go back to that movie, and I got that movie like memorized in my head because I done watched it so many times. Once when he snatched that thing off his chest, he immediately dropped down to his knees begging, "Please, master. I didn't mean to disappoint you. But he didn't disappoint him. But we are so quick to drop down to our knees and give reference and beg. See, some people think they're praying for real. Some people are really begging. Begging. And once we did that, drop down, begging, please, have mercy upon me. Have this and do that. You're begging. That shows a sign of weakness. It's weakness. I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees like a coward, bowing down all the time. There's a little bit of weakness there. There's nothing wrong with praying, and that's not what I'm saying. But in the fashion that some people do it and make it seem like you have to do it on a time where like you have to always beg for something. The true gods don't even like that. They don't like that. Just saying. Great Value Virgin. What? Speaking on the Matrix, which player would you take? The red one? Or which pill would I take? The red one or the blue one? I'm taking the red pill. Taking a red pill all day, all day. Dimitri Cromwell. It Man is the man, yeah. Have you heard of the 5 deadly venoms? Yes, I've heard of that. Real nigga. I have Tekken 7. I haven't played it in almost 4 months. Dang. Yeah, Tekken I haven't played since PlayStation for real. Because I've been always into sports and stuff like that. But I always used to have like certain games. Tekken, Mortal Kombat. I remember I used to have Max Payne. Of course, like Call of Duty, stuff like that. But Tekken, man, those fighting games was used to be the shit. Dimitri Como says, what, brother? Oh, just join. Love and praying for each and every one in this chat. I hope y'all bless. God bless the pop star. God bless you, man. Yo, what time is it for you right now? 4:11. 4 in the morning right now. God bless you all as well, and thank you. Dimitri Cromwell says, what's the best? It sounds like me. I must be banned 30 people tonight before anyone saw a single post from them, because first post they made was healthy review. Rom, greetings. Oh, I got another donation. I gotta catch up. Gotta remind yourself your goals every day. That's a fact. Zero, me and my dad been watching Kung Fu movies since I was like 6 years old. Yeah, that's what's up. I was scrolling and didn't want to get robbed. Red Devil Paratroop. I thank you for the donation, man. You're not gonna get robbed over here. God is telling me to tell someone in this chat to finish reading up their Revelations chapters. Someone in here on the 6th chapter and not wanting to finish it, and God came up. Yeah, whoever it is, it ain't me, brother. I'm gonna tell you that. I just recently read Revelations last month sometime. We in January. It was around December, late December, before the new year, for sure. It's one of the books I went to. The Real Onika says, I will definitely be back. Yeah, I hope to see you in here again, Real Onika. And told me what they work those affirmations differently. They do work. Yep. Inner peace. Sprinkle, yes, affirmations help so much. If you are ever feeling down on yourself, please, please, please remember what I said earlier. You are the commodity, yes. And I truly hope that you always remember that. It's also crazy how things you experience in life and things you watch in movies come back into fruition. Yeah. Yep. That was crazy, man. When he brought his head up at that water for that last time, he said, "I'm gonna give you one more time with a master." All he said was, "I am." He said, "I am." That was it. The great I am. Self-love and forgiveness. Yeah. When I started doing my affirmations, the advice that I got was write them out first and then memorize. Like write a bunch of them down, how you feel in that moment, or just journal. I was journaling heavy at that time. And then as I came across, you know, the affirmations that I liked that best resonated with me, practiced them, wrote them down, read them. And then after a while, I was programmed where I didn't need to read it off of paper, nothing. And I just started, you know, daily saying them. Mortal Kombat is the ultimate Sub-Zero and Scorpion. Iron Gardens of the Galaxy, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, a couple of superhero games, and Naruto. Yeah, I miss video games like that, man. Those are the best ones, yeah. Got some gamers in. God bless y'all and stay warm and safe during the storm. Yes, that's another thing. Thank you, Rebecca, for that. The storm that's upon us, that's near, that's close, that's coming. If it's necessary, you got to be out there, whether you got to work or whatever case may be. I suggest y'all call out, man. Fuck that. I would call out. Stay safe, stay, you know what I mean, stay in the house. But if you need to be out there for real, and, you know, do what you got to do for your livelihood, stay covered, stay safe, and blessings to you, for sure. Hope you got that covered. Naruto, too, that's crazy. I know I'll never be in lives this long. Ever can't believe it's like 4 a.m. Time flies when you're having fun. And yes, and being on the other side of these lives, right? When I get interesting topics or I get something that intrigues my attention, like something that really gets my attention, it always catches me and it makes me stay on longer, especially like great questions, great conversation. And like you said, when you find yourself having fun, like I was on a 9-hour live the other night, and it might have not been fun to someone else because it was a lot of trolling and going back and forth, but I find enjoyment in that. I find going back and forth with certain people and agents and trolls, I find a little bit of enjoyment in that. So it was fun for me. Because once again, when you grow up at a certain time, like I was a teenager at the time of when the internet really popped off. So um having to get online through AIM and AOL and having the AOL Messenger, I'm an original troll. So these kids that get on now, or these young cats that get on now, like I was originally that. I used to get online and troll people and make fun of people and stuff like that. So when they come and do it to me, I troll right back. But now I got knowledge and wisdom. So I'm able to go back and forth and have crazy dialogue with people. So I found enjoyment going back with certain people. And then I even had someone go on my content and stalk me. Storytime Clip says, are you scared of the word job? Nah, I do God's work. That's my job. God's work. Rock and Killer, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 of the United States Constitution authorizes Congress to grant letters of marque and appraisal. East Indian Company wasn't. What? Come on, Rock and Kill. Why you put that in here, man? It's in the negatives right now where I'm at. Damn. Yeah, I think it's supposed to hit -1. I'm in the Pocono Mountains in Pennsylvania, so I know it's supposed to hit -1 at a certain point. Storytime Clips. No, I'm neither one of those things. I'm not into any religion. Real nigga says for sure he was asking him because he wanted him to name Shonuff. Wanted him to name him the master. Yes. Yeah, he needed him to affirm. Everybody else was affirming that Shonuff was the master. He needed him to put the stamp on it. That was the ultimate bow down. He said, hell no. You already got people out here make it seem like I kissed your shoes and all that other stuff. Because he was bowing down to Shonuff too. He bowed down to Shonuff at that one point. He tried to show him humility. When he ran up in his own studio, in his dojo, he tried to make peace because he was in front of the kids. He didn't want to crash out in front of the kids. So they was forcing him to bow. Bow, bow. He's like, nah, I'm not bowing like that. Like you want me to, The ancient way of bowing is showing respect. He was trying to show him respect, but yeah, sure enough wasn't about that respect shit. He was trying to bogart his respect, and then say, yeah, you got to kiss his shoes, kiss his Converse. Yeah, 9 hours. Yeah, 9 hours. It is what it is. Yeah, most of it wasn't just going back and forth, but something caught my attention, and it's just like imagine now catching the sentiments we was talking about earlier with the black community and the trauma and people not qualified, basically trying to tell us. You seen how long that dialogue went for it actually switched, right? So imagine that happening. You know what I mean? At the end, when you trying to end your stream, and it happens at the end of your stream, like so right now I'll probably say I've been on since 11, so 5 hours of the stream. Imagine that happening like 5 hours into the stream. Now it's starting to get spicy a little bit. The time just started going off like that. So, but I was having fun. It's fun dialect for me. It's fun to interact with people on that manner where it's not disrespectful, but it's just back and forth dialogue. But yeah, 9 hours is crazy. People are flipping nutcases. I've been stuck in this conversation all the time. I haven't even looked out the window. Yeah, I haven't looked out the window right there. I already know what it is, what's going to be happening out there. As me too, I have anxiety and ADHD, so a lot of conversations don't keep my attention very often. But when they do, they're very intriguing. Yeah. And once again, hold on, let me catch up to the chat. When we did have an earthquake here like 2 days ago. Damn, just a 5.5. That's crazy. It's very entertaining. So many black unemployed men on YouTube. Clarity, Whistler. Damn. Sorry that you feel that way. A long time ago, before I knew anything about the internet, I used to troll and stuff like that too. But I was younger. I was like 15, 16, didn't really know any better. Yeah, same here. So I treat them the same way. Like, I know y'all don't know any better. You know what I mean? Y'all just coming along trying to have fun on the internet. So, you know what I mean? It's cool. Yeah, that stream was definitely for the, he said, Son said that stream was definitely for the books. Yeah. Did you guys know about Crisco candles? If you get a can of Crisco and put either a candle, oh yeah, wick or a tempered candle in the center, it will burn like 72 days or 72 hours, I think you meant, or something crazy like that. I think you mean like 72 hours, sprinkle. But I did see something like that, like a DIY. Somebody was making a candle. I see the dialogue. I like intelligent banter. Yes. This is an 18-year-old and older chat. Please, no minors. Adult topics are discussed, and no one under 18 should be here. Those under 18 will be banned. Yeah, Sergeant, man. A while ago, I had someone under the age of 18 up in the chat. She was 17, but she was asking about, she asked me for advice, bro. She asked me for advice about, well, she didn't actually ask me advice, but she brought up waiting until, she asked me what was my thoughts on waiting for a female to get married before having sex. Before having sex, waiting to get married, whatever, however you want to phrase it. So I just gave her my advice and told her, wasn't trying to speak for all men, but I told her men in society now, dealing with society now and how things are going, that's rare to find. It's rare to find. And that's just on a short end. I don't want to go too long when I gotta catch up with this chat. But I mean, it's the internet. Every now and then you do get some youngins on here. But also, there's another guy also, Sergeant Joe Smith. I don't want you to kick out. I don't know if he's 18 yet, but his name is Javari. I believe he's in Jamaica. He's a young kid. I think he's 18 though. I think he's 18, but he always comes through, asks for advice. He actually was trying to make a move to the States and stuff like that. So I love when he comes along too. I haven't either. I bought like 4 cans. Yeah, just for emergencies. I hear you, young whatever your name is. C Must Staples says, "Hi, peace. R.P. Mama 4, my guy. Look like chore boy off 5 heartbeats." Oh my gosh, man. Some of y'all are funny though, man. Y'all funny as hell. Do you think about the book, The Alchemist? Yes, that's one of my favorite books. It's like a warm cup of tea that confidently explains the universe to you. Yes. Yeah, that's one of my favorite books, man. I read that book twice. Some books I haven't read more than once. There's certain books that I've read twice, bro. And that's one of them. I don't remember. I will ask our holy grail that knows all Google real quick. Like, and I don't mean to talk shit on Google like that, but it's just when you giving them like a real source for real. And I'm telling them like, yo, listen, I got the book right in my hand. And that was the same night. That was the same live. I ended up going 9 hours. I'm like, listen, I got a actual book in my hand. Or it might have been a live after. I was trying to show him that. But anyway, I got the source right here. I'm like, do you want me to read it to you, what I'm talking about, instead of just trying to disagree with me? Some people just want to argue and disagree. I'm like, listen, you don't have to disagree with me if I could bring you the actual fact what I'm talking about. You don't have to make it a guessing game or I gotta go here to validate you or whatever. I'll let you know right here what I'm about to read to you, what you're saying isn't valid. Straight up, because I got the source right here. They said no, they didn't want me to read it, this and that. So I said, all right, well, go to Google. You go to Google then. I'm not going to go to Google. Let me say the 8 or 11. Yeah, 8 or 11 is crazy. Okay, yes, so smaller ones or like 50 hours. But it said a 6 pound. Okay, yeah, that sounds more. Yeah, it can burn up to like 72 days. Damn. In 8 hours per day through the anecdotal and not universally verified. Damn, so you got a 6 pound candle over there? That's sheesh. 16 or 17, I'll be lenient. Look the other way if they being cool. But post you. Yeah, and this is another thing. Before I come on lives, it asks me if my lives are made for kids anyway. And I always put no, my lives aren't made for kids. Like I curse. You know what I mean? People, trolls come in here and be saying some wild stuff. So I would never dare to say, yeah, my content is made for kids. Kids shouldn't be hearing certain stuff. It shouldn't be seeing certain stuff. But I think they come in here to troll for real. When they do say they're 11 or 10 or whatever. But if they're, you know what I mean, old enough teenagers and they hold themselves, to a certain standard, they good in my book. Some of them, are looking for that guidance and stuff like that. And my channel and what I do on here, I don't do anything outside my body. I'm not on here on no BS. Look, I won't do anything. I'm not doing shit for clout. I'm not doing things for notoriety, fame, or nothing like that. I'm just being myself, talking knowledge, spreading some positivity. That's it. So when the youngest come through and they are chill, I appreciate that. And then most of the time, if they are that young, they coming through for advice. They could tell like things are chill on this side. So I like to make people feel comfortable when they come, be themselves. And once again, I got no problem with anyone, whether you're homosexual, whatever your preference is. I don't care about that. But if you come here cool, the content is what it is. It's free topics or whatever. We talk about religion. We could do a little bit of politics, whatever the case may be. But yeah, but I'm thinking, when is that candle start a fire or something. Yeah, I would be kind of skeptical of that too. Like, the candle burning that long for that many days. It's so true. Like, how are you going to question a book over Google? Nah, that's not the thing. They aren't even in the same category. Yeah, it's just that people want to be right. They want to prove the host wrong. They want something to, you know what I mean, hang over my head and say that I was wrong. So at the end, I just told him, I'm like, yo, you know what? You got it. You right. When I'm done for real, like I shut down for real. Like I shut down and I just be ready to move to the next topic. That's it. I'm not here to one force you to put the glasses on. That's to the point where I get for real. And I didn't even notice it until I did it. Like I'll get to the point where, all right, I feel like now I'm trying to force it, and I don't like doing that. So I'm not gonna force you to put the glasses on if you don't want to. So I'm gonna just chill. I'm like, yo, you know what? You got it. You right. If you're saying you wrong, if you're saying I'm wrong, then you right. Cause now you're trying to, I don't know who you're trying to convince. Hey, yo, boss, give dog some words of advice. Cheese addict. What type of advice you looking for, brother? Lisa, spell, bro. Talking to strangers is scary. Period. Um, yeah, for the most part. But I'm not a scary person, and for the most part, I don't know. Something about talking to people on the internet, like you have to have a certain confidence, and then I have something to offer to people as well. And it's just something I've been called to do is to talk. You know what I mean? Talk to the people, engage with the people. I got content on here, and I just been called to talk to the. You know what I mean? Go live and talk to the people more, get some engagement, get the people. You know, some knowledge and wisdom on the fly whenever it comes through. But I get it. Yeah, it could be. It is what it is. But I'm not. I don't have a scary personality type. You know what I mean? It's a little bit fearful when I started doing it at first. Like, damn, I wonder if my style and way I deliver. But when I see what's going on these lives and on the internet, I'd be like, yo, you know what? What do I got to lose? Because I'm not doing anything strange where people will judge me. People gonna judge me anyway, but I'm not on here making a fool of myself. That's something I promised myself I would not do on this internet because the more I post and keep these videos, this shit is going to stay. So I'd rather be authentically and genuinely myself on these lives than to be anything else. So what I offer and what I bring is what it is. Zanya says, you fine. Thank you. Thank you, Zayana. I appreciate that. Remember AOL, you got mail. I was like, hey, yeah, at least a spell. That AOL joint that was my joint right there. The dial up, having mail, those secret messages. I was a little bit older than 8 at that time. I was just coming into my teens. The real nigga says, I never read that book, but I saw the movie. The movie was really good. The Alchemist, yes. That's one of my favorites. Says, us that were raised on E40, Snoop, Tupac, etc. You speak truth through. Man, that's what's up. They shouldn't be around certain combos. I grew up way too fast. Yeah, me too. Same here. Grew up pretty fast. But I'm glad that I kind of grew up at that time. You know what I mean? Grew up kind of, it is what it is. Um, I never shared this with any of my lives before. Um, but being in the dream state, I had a interesting dream about confidence and being charismatic and delivering a message a certain way and being authentically myself. Goddamn Tupac was in my dream, bro. Tony Stone, hello, very handsome, bro. Thanks, son. I recently found out that these record labels make life insurance policies for rappers they sign that make a certain type of PF, low vibrational music. That is a fact. Damn, and speak of Javari. Here, bro, go. Javari, drop. How old are you again, Javari? I just mentioned Javari being up in here. He's one of the youngest, man. I don't know if he said he was 17 or 18, but I told Sergeant Smith, he's a moderator, not to ban you, but you cool though, brother. He was saying something about having the youngest in here. The youngest like to troll a lot. They have a tendency to troll. So I told him, I said, nah, it's a kid that comes in here. I don't know if he's 17 or 18, but Javari, he's good money. And here you go. But Zon, I recently yes. These record labels, they know what type of activity that these kids get into. They still in the streets, they still moving around, and they make that low vibrational music, that destruction music, and they won't get away from it. So they take out that life insurance policy, and I hate to say it, but they wait to cash that in because they know where it's headed. When we talk about affirmations and our words and the power of our words and how it comes through these frequencies and these speakers and how they come to manifest, I would take out an insurance policy too. Very smart how they work it and the secrets that they know. That's what I try to say. They know the secrets too of certain shit and they use it to their benefit. Never knew that. Yeah, Real Onika says, Zon, I never knew that because they probably think that the industry probably knows that the low vibrational music is eventually going to kill them because of the manifest deaths in life, to be honest. Exactly what I said before even reading that. Because I think that's what happened to Biggie. I love Biggie's music as much as I love Biggie, Tupac. I think they music was somewhat low vibrational, even though some of Tupac music is positive, yeah. But you know what? Tupac was always conscious to those. So Tupac was extremely intelligent because his mother was a teacher. Very powerful background. Tupac was very powerful. No bullshit, man. I had a dream about Tupac, bro. And that nigga was talking to me. No cap. But you know what Tupac was always conscious to? Yeah, okay, I already read that. How are you, man? What is semen retention? Thomas Bull. Thomas Bull, semen retention is semen retention is a practice of holding on to your life force energy. Your life force energy is your semen. It's what gears you. It's like the fuel to the Ferrari, which is your body. You need your life force energy for various amount of things, whether it be to build up natural testosterone. The more you hold on to it, the more your natural testosterone builds up. You hold on to it. You feel more powerful. You feel more vibrant. Um, a guy like me going on into his 40s, almost 40, I don't look 40, right? One is because of genetics, but two is because of the practice of semen retention, holding on to my sexual energy, transmuting that energy. It is said to enhance your looks and just have a more youthful look about yourself because you're not expelling all that sexual energy and all that sexual fluid out frivolously, aimlessly. So you're able to harness your semen, use it for those benefits as well as many benefits, boosting up your confidence, natural glow to you, yourself, your aura, light in your eyes. My eyes are red. I'm getting tired a little bit. I've been up for a little bit. It's going on 5 in the morning. But once again, it gives you a natural boost of energy. I'm good. Like I could actually go until another 9-hour stream if I really wanted to. Also, with your, I talked about your physical already, your mental capacity. You're able to control your emotions, your mental health, be able to fight the desire has a lot to do and link to your mental because now you have to fight a mental battle up here, holding on to your sexual energy, depriving yourself of whatever it is, whether it be releasing to corn or dealing with women. You just take the time to step back and just get your mental right. And then spiritually, Semen retention can help you out spiritually. It's all about how you practice it and what you put your energy to. Transmuting all that sexual energy, the urges, the lust, all that other stuff, that lustful energy, you can transmute that into something good. Stick to your purpose. Use that sex drive as motivation, other drive to do other things. Be more productive in your own personal life and just focus on you, brother, and your energy. That's it. If you need to know more and go more in depth, please go follow my channel and look at the content. I started isolating hardcore when the C word happened. Yep, 19. And it has become an issue of now, but seriously, the only reason I have not lost my damn mind is because of the people on YouTube. Damn, that's what's up, Sprinkle. Yeah, being in that isolation period, I wasn't isolated, but I was an essential worker at that time. I was a CO in a juvenile facility. So I still had to show up to work during that C time. I didn't receive no hazard pay either at that C time. At that time, my son was 3 years old, so I took a risk of still showing up to work and potentially coming home with the C word with the 3-year-old in my house. They did not give a fuck. Little by little after, then they started saying, you know, you gotta take the vaccine and stuff like that, and I'm sorry, you had to get jabbed and stuff like that. I refused it, and I was willing to lose my job over it too. I wasn't taking that shit. I wasn't taking it. I don't fall into the fear tactics. I know how they get down, but they get down. Nope, I'm good. I was looked at like I was crazy. Okay. Good try. Can't stop the hustle. Yeah, I can tell you genuine. I appreciate that, the real Onika Star. Excuse me. Yes, I'll be scared. I'm going to kick it over. If I kick it over. Yeah, said I'm clumsy. Yeah, Javari, I thought you were 17, brother. But you good though. Yeah, Javari said, I'm not sure, I'm just vibing. Nah, Javari, you good money, man. And once again, man, I'm glad to see you in here tonight. Me too. People always joke about wanting to go back to childhood. Hell no, I'm never going back. That's what means I love it. I think the dream world is us living in a different dimension. Different dimension for sure. Sometimes you get tired of going back and forth. I do the same. I shut down and I have to get better at shutting down because I crash out sometimes. So this is the thing about me, right? I never really used to believe in like zodiacs and stuff like that. You know what I mean, at a certain point. But then I started to really notice my personality. So I'm a Cancer, right? And if you notice Cancer and the crab that's connected to it, he has a shell. I always go into a shell when things like that happen. Instead of crashing out, I tend to go in a shell and you know what I mean? I'll be like, yo, you know what? I'm already expelling too much energy. I'm gonna just go in my shell and just block you out. That's it. That's how I get. And that's in real life too. Like if something happens to me personally, like we face to face, and I feel like if it's going to a place where, you know, we could agree to disagree or whatever, I need that time and space where I will just go in a shell. So Onika, I don't know what your sign is. But that could be correlated to, you know, how you are, your makeup, your sign. And then also women, y'all are emotional beings, so y'all crashing out is more likely than a man crashing out for real like that when emotions and the stakes get high like that. I don't need sprinkle hell dog. Go back. Yeah, that's crazy. I called on Javari, man. He popped up. But nah, Javari, man, he's great, man. He, like I said, man, he's got a future ahead of him. So I want him to stay close and connected, man. He's been trying to get to the States. He was upset. I know you was upset last week. We're getting some news about what's going on with the US and the visas trying to get over here. Certain countries are affected by it. But I told Javari, man, don't let that disrupt your plans. Still continue to have your plan set, man. That thing will come to manifest. You just got to ride the wave right now. Big money in life insurance, good money in trading life, settlements. But even more lucrative is via tactical settlements, though it's super morbid to think about. Doyle, McLaren. Ever see the movie Suicide Kings? Javari? What supplements do you take? Right now I just take like regular pre-workout, bro. I don't take really no crazy supplements right now. Brago says, remind me of my favorite book, Alchemist. Everyone gets something different out of it, and mostly because isn't much there to argue about. Hey, Barco, that's definitely a fact. It's crazy you another person that brought up that book. Says everyone gets something different out of it, and mostly because there isn't much there to argue about it. Facts. It's not a that's not a book you could argue much about what's going on in there. It's a journey. It's a journey, picking up a lot of gems along the way too. A lot of lessons to be learned through that. Dealing with love, manifesting a dream, search for gold. One of my favorite parts about The Alchemist is it finding love along the journey where he's not even looking for it, but having to leave his love behind. But then every now and then catching a scent. It's crazy, bro, how things happen. I don't want to go into too much in that, but it's crazy, bro. But that's the thing about it. Manifest bad things that happen to them. Yes. And y'all talking about, I'm catching up on the insurance policies on these rappers who go too soon as well. My Mars is in Scorpio. I don't like ignoring my sex drive. I have though. My guy is in jail and has been for almost 2 years. Damn, Sprinkle. When does he I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but when does he get out? And that's cool that you are you holding him down like that, for real, for real. Not that shows a lot. That shows loyalty. That shows that you down with him as he's, riding out whatever sentence he's riding out. If you don't mind me asking, how long is he in for real? But ignoring sex drive, it comes a time where it's necessary for real, especially for guys. It's a discipline. A lot of guys are undisciplined. A lot of guys will lay down with anything, and that's not good. I think that's been the move for them because it makes them more money. When the artist passed away, I feel like, I hate to say it, but I think they must think they're worth more dead than alive. Nah, that's a fact, Onika. That's what happens. They make a play on. They know that the popularity rises more when a person is dead than alive. You get your flowers when you go on. You get more of your flowers when you go on. So people appreciate more of the music. So it only makes sense to make everything make sense and have that life insurance policy around and then bake on them making that mistake. Pop Smoke was another one. Um, I'm pretty sure had a life insurance policy out on him and gained more popularity after he passed. With his death, he actually dropped the location to where he was at, but and he was on another side, LA. He was on the west coast when it happened. But with things like that, also, these guys be getting lined up. These guys be getting lined up with certain stuff like that. Bro, the stolen legacy, so much info, is hard to bear. How old were you when you got open to this kind of wisdom? The first arc Seth, I'm glad. I'm glad you're talking about the stolen legacy, brother, and you can get a glimpse of what I'm talking about and what I've been talking about. I didn't open that book until I was working as a CEO in the juvenile facility. So I was about, this was 2013 when I started working there. Um, but I was in my 20s, bro. I gotta do some math. It's late, bro. You make me do math going on 5 o'clock in the morning. 2013, I was 25, 20, 26. I was 26 when I read that book. So 25, 26. 26, 27, you can put it like that. So around that age, once again, I'm young. I'm talking to an older, person that's a part of a certain order. I'm not going to keep on talking about what type of order it was, because I don't want to, continue to trip anything or whatever. But he advised me, get some. I didn't have too much knowledge at that time and stuff like that. So he actually did me a favor. Yo, go read this, go study, have faith in God. He literally told me, I don't know what God you believe in, but you need to get some faith in God and read this book. So yeah, around 25, 26 is when I really started getting to it for real. And that book opened up my mind to a lot of stuff, opened my eyes to a lot of stuff. Yeah, and you are beyond amazing for doing that. It is a much harder job than anyone even knows. I have a degree in criminal justice and wanted to do that, but after my internship at the Juvie Center, I decided that wouldn't work for me because I would get fired within the first week. Any jobs because I can't handle how they treat the kids. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's definitely it was an experience. I was young at that time. You get what I'm saying? I was 25, 26 years old. So having those juvies, imagine now me. I'm almost 40 now, right? So now imagine me 25, 26. I look like them. Like for real, for real. Like some people now tell me I look 28 instead of 38, right? So now let's go back, back in that time, the connection that they had with me, you feel what I'm saying? The connection that I had with them, so closely related to them, how I looked like them, I could connect with them better. So they treated me a certain way, a little bit more of a respect because they looked at me more as like a big brother than really like a authority figure. So it was cool. It was an experience working with them and being in that type of work. And I love those kids, man. I always love working with kids, bro. Oh, sis, I'm sorry. I dreamed Tupac was still alive. Yeah, I dreamed Tupac was still alive on an island somewhere sipping on Marshall living. The best life in Hawaii somewhere. I'm gonna tell you this. Once again, hold on. I got more catching up to do. I study astrology hardcore, like all this stuff, and I love it so much. I understand nothing can ever be 100% accurate, but it is crazy how often it is on point. Yeah, when I really started to look at certain things, I'm like, that's interesting. Well, that makes sense. And then I'm like, all right, yeah, like you said, it can't. Not all stuff is 100, but a lot of it makes sense. The narcissist women be on another level. I heard, yeah, Arc they do. Women know how to women in general know how to manipulate, and it's not like a bad thing, but women know how to get to and push a man's buttons. But that's why it's very important to know how to control yourself, because sex is a weapon. And the easiest way to manipulate a man is, just give him a little. He'll figure it out. He'll be under the, you know what I mean? He'll get under the wing if you give him some little extra attention. I don't blame you. I see that myself. Well, right. That's visa worry, man. Focus. Now it's college, and I have plans on. It's gonna work out. Yes, blessings, Javari, man. I hope everything works out. J.E. Cruz says, "What's a good pre-workout to use?" I like to use damn, what is it? The Woke AF, Bucked Up. I'm sorry, the Bucked Up pre-workout. You know what I'm talking about? That's the one I like. C4 is decent, but that Bucked Up one is legit. Name a car for an edit. Always get that randomly. Ferrari, Testarossa. Says all good. Yes, that's so true. Some guys will lay down with anything. They don't care what it is as long as they get what they want. It's crazy, yeah. We don't know yet. He still hasn't gone to court for it. The system has royally fucked up his case, man. I'm sorry to hear that. And has violated so many of his constitutional rights. It's not even funny. My degree helps, so yeah, I'm glad that you got that degree, sis, and you able to help him with that. You know what I mean? That criminal justice background. That sucks. I don't like that. I don't even know you, sis, and that I don't like that. It's wrong how they, you know what I mean? They do certain people out here, man. Man, but my prayers and thoughts to you and your man and your family. I know it can be stressful. 2 years is a long time, and you trying to hold somebody down, man. Blessings to you, sis, for real. Aisha Clay says, well. I don't know what that means. I know a girl with one leg, Corey Cram says. Oh, boy. This dude said, I know a girl with one leg. Her name is Eileen. Corey Cram, you are a savage for that. With the fact that I started learning about the law at 14, when I started getting into trouble, I'm fighting for him. I have decided I am going to draft a writ of Bill's corpus. Oh, wow. In regards to it all. Yeah, keep fighting. Yeah, juvenile facility, CEO. Aisha Clay says, why they having you do math at this time of night? Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. It's wee hours in the morning. It's 5 in the morning having me do math like that, having me go back. But it's all good though. It's good. It's good for the brain. I appreciate it, and hopefully that will be the best one because the worthless lawyers we wasted money on are just that worthless. Yeah, I wasted money on a lawyer, and I just chalked it up. You know what I mean, for what it was. But yeah, pissed me off, real good, for nothing. I was better off. You know what I mean? Just showing up myself. So I got a question for you. How do your girlfriend feel about you being celibate? That's a sneaky question, real Onika. Very sneaky question. Oh man. If I had a girlfriend, real Onika, then she would feel a certain type of way, but I don't have no girlfriend. I don't have a girlfriend, so it's no way for anybody to feel any way about what I'm doing. I've been trying to pay an office manager $50 an hour for 20 years now. Everyone, and I mean hundreds, sit and stare at a wall for no pay all day like a retard. If he was answering phone. Yeah, and yeah, yeah, Sergeant Joe Smith, you had reached out to me through the email, brother. I appreciate you, man, reaching out also, and you know what you've been through and what you was going through, man. And once again, man, I don't know how else I can help right now with everything I got going on and trying to build up to that certain point. And I know you're in a totally different state, man. I wish I could help you out more, brother. But if I come across something, man, we definitely in touch, and I got you. The real Nika says, I pretty much would have guessed 28. Yeah, that's what a lot of people say. Like 28, not even 30. Yeah, I'm almost 40. I would love to be your office manager. I have my moon and rising in Virgo. Yeah, sprinkle really all that astrology for real. I am very good at stuff like that. It is sad though how most people are nowadays. Like you're an office manager and you answering the phone. My fault. I'm 19. I feel bad. I feel led to expand. I have faith in God, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Yeah, but I want to dig deeper and I'm getting into cards like tarot and others. And yes, I see there's karma, but what you think? Arc Seth, um, you saying you into tarot and stuff like that? Hey man, that tarot is based off of ancient times and ancient deities. There is, something that comes with that because you're playing around with energy. You feel what I'm saying? So with the energy, what comes around goes around. If you use it for good, not manipulation, brother, just be careful with that stuff. Um, and if you're doing it for people, you really have to pay attention to who you're doing it for because then that person can be doing it for negative reasons. And you, along with that person, can receive karmic debt when dealing with, may I say, dabbling into future events. So when you're playing with cards and trying to reveal stuff that's happening in the future, you're doing fortune telling, basically. And when you're doing that, you're messing around with energies and stuff like that. So once again, you got to be careful of what you're doing it for yourself. And then if you plan to do it with or for other people, you got to watch them. And you can't control anyone's intents or intentions. So you end up receiving that karmic debt that they will be responsible for as well as you. But if I was you, I would do more studying. As man told me when I asked about certain questions, get more knowledge, do more research, and like you said, man, you took that step to opening up that book. Continue to read it, bro. I'm planning to actually go back and reread it. Like I said, there's certain books that I've read twice, 3 times. Um, I haven't read a book more than 3 times, but certain books I need to go back and refresh myself on, and that's one of those ones. Stolen Legacy is one of those ones. I gotta go back. I only read it twice. I plan to go back and read it a 3rd time. I like Egypt. I support the Africans. I love all people. Art Seth says, yeah, man. Erica Badu. I said, hey, bro. Yeah, bucked up. Bucked up is that's what works for me, bro. I love that right there. I spent 5 hours arguing over 3 receipts. Thank you. Criminal justice makes my blood boil. The biggest thing I have found through this is huge for his case. They have held him without bond, and the prosecuting attorney never filed the motion that is necessary for them to be holding him without bond. Damn, yeah, you got a nice, you got. It sounds like you got a suit on your hands for real. He's gonna have to sit. It sucks they gotta sit though like that, man. They holding him. It's about to be witch hours for me. Art says, yeah, it's almost about that time for me. I'm chilling though. There's still people up in here, man. I'm still chilling. When this case is done, I am going to sue the hell out of the 2 lawyers we hired Yeah. Yeah, you gotta go after them. I'm trust attorney again. I can teach myself and do better than any lawyer. Yeah, Ark says I'm gonna do cancer too. I see. Yeah, man. Romer Jacques says open AI. I'm the #1 snitch in the county, and I'll tell on you. Okay. Artificial intelligence. He's talking about create all my images with AI. That's nice. Nader Zal says, Assalamu alaikum. Alaikum salam, brother. Okay, so kind of like Ouija boards in a sense of manipulation. Now, Ouija boards is something different, brother. Tarot is messing around, you know what I mean, playing with the cards and stuff like that, revealing certain things. Now, Ouija boards is like really, it's like contacting spirits, brother. Now, you playing around with a Ouija board and you contacting spirits, or you want spirits to come in contact with you, is to be said what kind of what's ever connected to that Ouija board, what kind of spirits you're gonna be entertaining. That's gonna be on you. That's all I can say, bro. Really, really do your studying and educate yourself, brother. That'd be my advice. It's all about intention, I believe. So very true. Yep. What age did you get? What? Dispense. I'm suing cops for warrantless search and assault and battery. Damn. Sprinkle says, fuck Ouija boards. Yeah, those are so bad. I'm a medium, though, so I hear them without a Ouija board. Yeah, Sprinkle. Let them know to deal with that. Yeah, I wouldn't mess with the board like that, because whatever that board has been connected to, from what I know, just as small knowledge that I know, mediums are better than messing with that Ouija board shit. Cause that Ouija board, I don't know what it's connected to, but it could be something else, bro. Yeah, I don't conjuring. Bro, I did open AI. I had to ask AI to understand Stolen Legacy. AI, good one. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of people don't understand, like, and it's crazy that you say that, RSF. And I see your other question. What's the difference between medium and empath? But you saying that you had to go to AI to understand Stolen Legacy, I know why you had to do that. And that's why I said some books you got to read twice to really get the understanding behind it. At the time I was reading that, it wasn't no AI for me. I had to read it very closely, go back, read certain chapters, and now, even now, like I'm telling you, like I want to go back and read it again. It's like watching a movie, right? Some movies you're intrigued to watch it more than once, and then when you watch it again, you might catch something that you didn't catch the first time. So I get why you say, you know what I mean, you had to go back to try to understand what was going on, but I'm glad that you know, we in a time of information and stuff like that where you can go to AI and be like, yo, what's going on? But I'm just glad that you're willing to put on the glasses, brother. And the difference, hold on. I hear that people, some see and hear. I don't want to see, so I don't. Empaths literally feel and can absorb emotions of those around them. Yes, thank you, Sprinkle, for explaining that. I was just about to get to that. Thoughts on demonology? That's what you're talking about, Floyd? But hold on. But yes, Arc Seth, exactly what Sprinkle was saying. A medium is like, imagine a median, right? They're the middle part of interpreting what's going on from one realm where there's people in another realm, a higher plane, if you will, dead people, more spiritual realm, if you will, and then between this realm. So they're able to pull messages. They're the middleman. All right, they're the middleman between the spiritual world, if you will, and this realm. All right, so they're able to hear certain things, know the signs, get messages, and stuff like that. Now, empaths are just sensitive to the energies, emotions, like she's saying, um, of the people around them. They can pick up on, you know, whatever is going on around them. Long story short. Arksef says, I respect the hustle. But once again, man, that Ouija board, I've never messed around with a Ouija board or none of the case may be. Like, so you got, from what I hear is there's a difference between, when people hear witchcraft, they automatically think it's a negative thing, but there's dark magic and light magic, and that Ouija board shit is some, yeah, it's, I think I said light magic, dark magic, light magic, or black magic and white magic. A lot of people think black magic is a negative thing because it's black, but it's been named black magic. It's actually, you call us black, right? It's actually black people's magic. But that Ouija board shit, that is that ain't black magic. That's something else. Something else, brother. Um, when I was 10, we messed with a Ouija board. Freddy Krueger showed up and killed 4 of my friends. Yeah, Sergio Smith, funny as hell. Felipe Diago says, Donald, how do you get your medium powers? RXF, man, I don't know about that, brother. I never said to be no medium. You gonna have to ask somebody else about that. Um, the mediums that I have met and I have seen, you believe in God, right? I hope you do. It's a gift from God. Chosen. There's chosen people out here. Certain people have the power, certain people don't. It's meant to be that way. Once again, it can fall into, someone can get the gift and use it. Everyone has free will. But there's no sad way to, from what I know, to get the powers. I can't speak much up on it. I'm not a medium. But from my experience of who I met and the people that I've been around, and most of the time it has been women that have had those type of powers. So you would really have to ask a woman for real. But to my knowledge, is God-given gift. It's from the divine, bro. It's not like, I don't know, you can't just go out here and just practice it. But sometimes it's just that with the women. Hot boxing, Chevy says, you gifted, dude? Yeah, I got certain gifts. I got certain superpowers. One of my superpowers is having emotional intelligence. It's a superpower, if you don't believe it or not. Because I'm an empath, and I think I seen orbs and ghosts before. That may be possible. Sprinkles says, Joseph said he sees stupid people. I hate Freddy Krueger so bad, he gave me so many nightmares. An empath, can I pick up on people's energy? Yes. Yes. I could pick up on people's energy, sense people's energy. I consider myself to be an empath. Too much of an empath, too. I used to care too much. Thoughts, the theory that there are multiple dimensions horizontally, and vertically. Multiple dimensions. 3D, your 4D, your 5D. however which ways, whether they be, if I can reference, if you're into the series called The Stranger Things, how they reference it as the upside down world. Where do they get these things from? How are they so creative and imaginary? Where did they get it from? Muhammad married 9-year old. Damn. That's how you feel, brother. Muhammad married a 9-year old is this man's screen name. Is wow. It's some wild shit going on this internet and how people can just white magic be the worst. I had bad dreams too about Freddie, but I love Jason. He's a good boy. Arv says. Arv and Mike Tyson, they both had traumatic experiences to make them who they are. Yes, times a million. There are many different dimensions. I was born that way. I think anyone can tap into that kind of stuff, though, if they do the work to get to that place, work being understanding the truth and it and putting the programming in the trash. Sprinkle77 also says once it's removed. Oh yeah, put the 77 once it's removed. Floyd asking another question. So, are you spiritual? I am a spiritual being living a human experience, just like you are, brother. Like everyone is. I'm nothing more special than the next person, just able to understand my gifts and my God-given right of what I've been down here and put to do. Just a spiritual being living a human experience, brother. Before it says, I am also. That's great. I know you are. I know you are. And I'm glad that you know it too, because a lot of people don't know that. That's been, you know what I mean? Most of the time when I come on here is always something else. You try to tell someone something and they'll tell you, no, I don't have that power. I don't think you should be saying that. All right, well, I won't say that about you. I'll just, keep it to myself. Nice 1970s hairstyle. The one and only Nicole. Yeah, it's hard learning how to protect yourself as an empath without letting your heart become empty. Yes. We have to, though. You must learn to control it, block it when necessary. Yes, and that's the point where I'm at, Sprinkle, is I pretty much got a grasp on it of controlling it, but now blocking it. Blocking it is something that I still work on. But I know how to cut people off and, you know what I mean, just chill out. It's cool. That's why I like to be in peace. I like to be in solitude. A lot of people don't get it. They say, oh, it's lonely and stuff like, listen, you don't understand some of the shit that I pick up off of people, being around people. I value my peace and my solitude too much, Daddy. Oh, man. Are you Marvin Gaye? Hey, Floyd. Talking about astral projection again. I ignore the gifts I have too often, though, but it can be intense sometimes. Like, there was a period where I tried to watch, like, criminal stuff on here where they were talking about people who got their lives taken away and whatnot. And I had to stop because I could literally and physically feel the pain, damn, that those people endured during that time. Damn, that's deep, Sprinkle. And that's why I said women are more closely tied to those type of gifts, those spiritual gifts. I don't know what it is about these women. Um, Men, we have to work, from my experience, a little bit more harder to be able to tap into stuff like that. Precious Stream I swiped to spoke more in jive than you, do, and he was white. Spoke more jive than I do. Previous stream that you was in. Makes sense. It could be. It makes sense. Could be. It could be feeling. Um, and Floyd, I didn't know your question. I just wanted to get to what these other people were saying before I talked about astral rejection. If you believe in astral rejection, what do you think about schizo affective or schizophrenic people? Um, Dirty Damn, what's good, bro? And once again, that's deep. Sprinkle. There was another one I wanted to address before. Oh yeah, this dude saying this previous stream, someone was talking more drive than I do, and he was white. I don't know what that means. I know they said I got a 1970s haircut, but I don't know what that means. They were speaking more jive than I do, and using a stream. Do you mean that you found someone that was agreeing with what I was talking about? Was saying some of the similar things that I be saying or copying? I don't know what you mean by that. Was he copying me, or was he just, speaking it in his own terms, and you made a connection to say, hey, this is another person who speaks like that. Maybe he's onto something. You had to come back and let me know. Let me know. I personally believe that schizophrenia is a condition that is so widely misunderstood that it's not even funny. No one wants to educate themselves on topics that they should. They just want to judge and put validity behind what they learn about it through media and whatnot. Yeah, it's been crazy sometimes. Yes. So, Floyd, you still in here, brother? Floyd, are you a fan of X-Men by any chance? The X-Men. Like Wolverine, Storm, Rogue, Beast, Gambit, Cyclops, the X-Men, Magneto, Professor X. Do you know that X-Men, you know that series? Okay, great. Very great. Do you know that Stan Lee, the creator of X-Men, if I'm not mistaken, great visionary and comic book writer, right? Do you know that he based those characters, but specifically Magneto and Professor X, right? Do you know that he based Magneto and Professor X after? Listen to this and really pay attention. Professor X, I'm sorry, yeah, Magneto and Professor X. Do you know that those two characters were based around Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr.? Listen very close, right? And I'm bringing this up for a reason to, when you ask about and what Sprinkle is saying about the misunderstanding people with schizophrenia and these gifts, because Simon says, I knew that. Professor X is actually what you would probably think, but he switched it. Magneto represents Malcolm X and what he stood for. Instead of integrating with the people and being as one, he was like, no, we need to separate ourselves. Yeah. Magneto was Malcolm X. Magneto is the one that wants to have the mutants with all the powers and stuff like that, because they won't really be accepted. They will be misunderstood anyway. So let's group together with our powers and basically take over because we are the ones with the powers. Magneto. Professor X was actually Martin Luther King. He was the one that wanted to, we can get along. We can all be together and live as one. Doesn't make sense when you really pay attention to the X-Men. That's really where it was based around. Now, I wanted to just shed light on that. Whichever side you stand on, there are going to be people with certain powers. There's going to be some that say, yo, we can all get along and live together and make it work. Just understand me, that I have a certain power. You may not. You just may be this. But some people don't rock with that. What Magneto understood, or Malcolm X, we got the power. We could flip this shit upside down once when we are really ready to, but it will take all of us as a collective with all our powers to do it. But when you got two on one side, Simon says, Team Magneto. And listen, bro. Long story short, about your question. People with schizophrenia who are put in a crazy house, who are deemed to have this disorder. It's a shame because, like Sparkle said, it's a misunderstanding of what's really going on. Some people have been given a God-given right. God-given right to have certain talents and gifts. But they will be deemed crazy for if they were to even speak. Some of us are speaking about some of our gifts, what we're able to do. Some of us are visionaries, seers. Some of us are what they would call an empath, able to feel people's energy around us. But when you start to talk about it and then other people from the outside looking in, they're like, yo, this, you're talking jive. That's what someone just recently said. I heard someone talking jive in another live, just like you. Meaning you're talking bullshit or accuse you of being on drugs or whatever. And to be honest, since I've been off of marijuana for 3 months, it's the greatest I've felt in a long time. The best energy I have felt in a long time. I'm able to be up with you guys for hours on end. 5 o'clock in the morning. I started this live maybe around 11:30. Been up here 5 hours. Well, not 5 hours, more than 5 hours. It's going on 5:30 now. But energy is everything. And once when you understand your energy and yourself, and you start to tap in certain gifts that you may have, it may be different from the next. Like Wolverine and Cyclops don't have the same powers. Do y'all hear me or do y'all? You feel what I'm saying? Gambit is nice with the cards, right? But then you got your women out here, like Storm, your Rogues. So once again, man, let me catch up to the chat a little bit. I know I always go on these rants and stuff like that, but when I want to connect the dots for you guys so that way you guys can really understand. You know what I mean? And that information right there, when I first came across and heard that Stan Lee did that, I'm like, damn, he was really for the cause. But then I'm like, wait a minute, hold on for a second. You really sit down and like really pay attention to what both parties are standing for and how they really conducted and how Stan Lee said these people, then it really starts to make sense. It makes sense. I'm Falcon X. Argue, right? I have a Stan Lee autograph photo. Yeah, man. Rest in peace to Stan Lee. And when Simon said Team Magneto, man, that's Revolutionary, bro. The word slave, it comes from Slovenia, which are white slaves. Make with Mike. For real, real, recognize real. Yeah, power is so much greater than in numbers. And this is something that every single person in the world right now must remember and act on when necessary. Yes. Yep. I remember being very paranoid of that show specifically. Floyd said, yep, very paranoid. Simon says, same here, bro. I just stopped smoking like a week ago, bro. Yeah, man. Try to be as sober as you can be, bro. I know with me, with marijuana and stuff like that, bro, dealing with this crazy ass world, this is definitely a coping mechanism, you know what I mean? But someone said in the live the other day, like, I gotta smoke to keep myself balanced because dealing with the outside world, dealing with these people out here, you know what I mean? It's tough. I need it. I said, listen, I was exactly where I get exactly what you're saying. Cause I know that mechanism that brings it out of you, that fucking mechanism, like, all right, I gotta go deal with this shit. You know what I mean? I get it. But you know, when you live a sober lifestyle, you know, you get certain things back with you, that energy. You're not suppressing anything. You just embrace certain things, you'll be all right. Lois Lane, stay in your lane. Simon says, guess my mommy has schizophrenia and I love her. Bless her. And I had a time years ago when my mom was overtaken by this truth. Arc Seraph, man. She started yelling and exposing darkness that chastised me to grow. Because at that time, in the past moment, I was down bad in the world on games. And if my mom didn't have that episode, I don't know where I'd be without God. I don't know where I'd be. I'm sorry to hear that about your mom. But I got something to share about another coworker of mine that I didn't know until, you know how you're never put in a place, you always feel like you're always put in a place for a reason, like you're meant to be somewhere for a reason. I'm gonna share a story with you about that I found out about a coworker of mine. I'm pretty sure my mom also has it at art. It is not an easy thing to experience. My mom got it from a skateboarding accident. Man, sorry to hear that, brother. Yeah, weed is overrated. Yeah, that's another thing too. Simon says after a while you start to realize weed is overrated. That's the point that I'm at. And then someone asked me earlier before, am I done permanently or, you know, do I plan to indulge back? And I recently asked myself that because like now I'm at the point where it's like, you know what? I really don't need it for real. Like I'm at a point where like I feel good. I feel amazing. I'm high off of life. For real, for real. And then I had to question myself, like, am I done with it permanently? So someone asked me earlier in the chat about it is like kind of like reassuring, like maybe I am. But I do it like I have a good time, be out and stuff like that. And I'm not a drinker like that. I've never been. I'm not gonna say I've never been a drinker, but I'm not a drinker like that. You know, socially, social. You know what I mean? So I could be a social smoker. Bro, do you remember me, Michael Berry? I'm the one that had strep throat. I feel better now. Hey, that's great to hear, Michael Berry, man. I'm glad you better, man. What's up? How you doing, Mark Boogie, the monster? Peace to you, brother. I'm doing great tonight. Talking about the X-Men. Do you make video games? Pot do make video games better. Isaac says, just woke up a while you were talking about Ouija board, but in my dream before I woke up, they was talking about Ouija boards are bad. Yeah, I said, to me, Ouija boards are bad. Ouija boards are bad, brother. I don't know where the Ouija boards have come from or where they come from, but I wouldn't mess with those. All I know is like with Ouija boards, from what I know is like there's nothing wrong with spirits and spirit guides. Your spirit guides are here to guide you. You have the right spirit guides to protect you, to give you that little tap on the shoulder. Hey, don't do that. Don't go there. you know, just a little nudge. But that Ouija board, sometimes you don't know what type of spirits those are. Those could be other things, because the blessing over that board of what they have done, whatever, I think that's what comes with it. I'm not 100% sure on that, but that's it's not good. I feel as if schizophrenia, since they have less brain fluids, make them a target maybe for spirits, energies to enter, but maybe they're able to see it and choose whether to act on it. Best advice I could give anyone is to not let themselves be involved in or contribute to the chaos at all. Keep faith in the fact that you will be taken care of. Facts. Hopefully none of you develop schizophrenia. Fully official. Listen, says I needed that. Simon says, God bless us. I'm thankful. Yeah, Arc7. And if you can always tell humans from mutants, humans are more emotional, mutants are more logical. Yeah, spirit guys, they're for sure when you fall, they say, get the F up, Johnny. You can't lose. Yes. Now, that's not the, oh man, see, now I forgot what I wanted to touch on. Now that I'm caught up. Oh, co-worker of mine. Um, I found out that former co-worker of mine, that his mother, the same way, was put into a mental hospital because she was hearing voices. And you could deem that, once again, as being, you know, schizophrenia. But once again, when you are misunderstood and certain people have gifts, there was something that happened, because even my coworker at the time, you know, he chalked it up as the same thing, like his mother had schizophrenia, something happened, and whatever happened, she began to hear voices and stuff like that. But then something changed his mind. You see, when you are birthed, and I said it earlier, it'd be a lot of these women who have these powers or certain gifts, I should say, and they might not quite understand them. Some might not catch on to it, whatever. But whatever happened, um, her reaction to it or whatever happened, you know, they deemed her as going crazy, having schizophrenia. She was, you know, put in a mental hospital. Now, whatever happened with my coworker, he chalked it up at first as what it was. Something happened to his mom, went, you know, crazy, if you will, or schizophrenia. But then something happened to him, and ended up contacting another coworker of mine and telling him, because this said other coworker has a little something spiritually also going on with him. But I digress. But ended up contacting him because everyone on the job deems him as crazy as well, right? He was the first person that he called and confirmed to him that he was right on something. Now I know I'm being very vague. I'm being very I'm not dancing around anything, but I'm trying to get you guys to understand certain things. And these women, once again, right? For some reason, they are able to possess more of those said gifts. I don't know, it's because of the link to being more of an emotional being. So their feelings are more closely tied, how they feel. I don't know if that's a link to how they can possess those qualities and those gifts more faster, because you have to be in a state of feeling a certain type of way and things like that. I digress on that. But when you are birthed through someone who is or has gifts like that, and good night, Sergeant and Mike. I appreciate you, Sergeant Smith, man. Sergeant Joe Smith, I appreciate you, brother. But these women who have children that have these gifts, whether they are lying dormant, whether they are or finally come to the forefront, it's very powerful. The children that they birth. I'm gonna say that again. These women who come to, like you guys are sharing, like this happened to your mother, that happened to your mother. I have a coworker that said the same thing. His mother got put in the hospital for schizophrenia. So when you hear these certain things, and I talk about X-Men and how they try to capture the X-Men and put them behind bars and stuff like that, right? Listen closely. These women who birth these children and come out to find later that they have these certain gifts, or that they have a certain gift, and they have children. There are only two choices, love or fear. Fear will devour your soul like a garment, and then saunter away, licking its lips and leaving you empty and hopeless. Don't let fear do that to you. Choose, yes. Nasta, I appreciate the love. You really related to Adrian, bro? Nah, I'm not related to that guy. And Nasta, peace to you. I'm sorry, I didn't see you say hi in here. But I hope you guys can pick up what I'm putting down. They try capturing my mom to think I think my dad told me they were fighting over me or something. Now whether it's to be manipulation or not, it's in God's hands. Yeah, nah, that's a fact. However these gifts came along, and whatever the case may be, is in God's hands. What's with the poems at Spring? But once again, man, that's my world. Here we go. Ain't no beeping, bro. You about to get up out of here. Yeah, let me just get you. I'm not even gonna play with you. Yeah, these women with these gifts that birth these children. What do you think they pass down? How long did it take you to fully read Stolen Legacy? The first time I read it, it took me maybe like a couple days, starting and stopping. I can't really pinpoint but I know it took me a couple days because it caught my attention so fast. I had to get through it for real. And like I said, the way I was recommended, the book in the manner that I was recommended it in, I wanted to finish it quickly to really come to a determination which way or what I wanted to do. Ricky Parker says, Kai should not stop streaming. Yeah. What is ever going on with the brother, man? I pray for him as well in his healing. It seems, fame, popularity, money, and all that doesn't really solve all your problems, or, letting it go to your... I can't judge your brother, man, because he seems so genuine and cool, bro. And how he was helping everyone around him, bro. And over the course of time, I guess whatever happened with him, I know he mentioned, losing himself a little bit with the fame and stuff like that. So, a little bit got to his head, but I remember him catching news that his girl cheated on him or something like that. So that could do a lot to your ego. I understand that. And then cut his hair. He wants to go into fashion. He wants to change his direction of where he wants to go. And he's so young where he can stop streaming and go in another direction. So it's a normal thing of someone wanting to stop in to do something because they gained so much and conquered so much. And then wanted to go a different direction. But I recently seen him talking, and it didn't seem right. You feel what I'm saying? So I could tell there's really something going on. Even when he accepted the award at one of the award shows, he mentioned, he was stepping away for mental health reasons and stuff like that. So, I didn't want to make no assumption that, he's battling something crazy or whatever, but from what I've seen of clips of him talking at award show, hearing news about his girl cheating on him, um, and then he was on like a clip talking about, it was just some nonsense, bro. It didn't even make sense what he was talking about. I just hope he's okay, bro. He seems like a genuine cool dude, man. Sprinkle says, screw Adderall, I'm ADHD as hell. And hated the way that made me feel. I would rather be not normal than to feel like that, yeah. Damn. I just realized when you just put in here some mint. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Listen, brother. One thing about me, I have my feelings about that said deity, and I've said some things in past lives that make the lives go liver. But that one is a unique one. I don't even want to repeat it, bro, because you know. Arcep says that's top tier sarcasm, bro. Davey Forrest says, I pray for you. He's talking about Summa or some of Yahweh Romans. Jesus loves y'all more than anyone on earth. I bet he does. Can and is with waiting with open arms for all to run to him, to submit to him, to submit to the Roman deity. God bless. God bless you, brother. Oh, man. Baby, don't hurt me. What is funny as hell. He was nailed by men. Yeah, let him know. Suma meant to. I don't know how to say your name, bro. It's a long name you got there. Quadris, Islam is the truth and the way, brother. Quadrisi, you wasn't in here earlier, bro. There was someone that came in this live with the screen name says Muhammad was married to a 9-year-old. I'm not saying that trying to be funny. I'm not trying to say that to evoke any type of ill will against you, brother. My mother and father's grave, bro. Someone came in here with that screen name about Muhammad, and it literally said Muhammad married a 9-year-old girl. Now that's on the record. That's one of the reasons why Mother Betty, Brother Malcolm X is the great late Malcolm X, his wife, wanted him to denounce Islam. They had an argument about that because when those accusations started coming out, not just about a 9-year-old girl, but multiple underage girls that he had tied to in the name of Islam. She wanted Malcolm to step away from the Nation of Islam because of this, because she felt like this was in support. It was culturally normal back then. Brother, we're talking about a mother of daughters at that time. We're talking about the wife of Malcolm X. She didn't like that, bro. Yeah, he is. But this is something was put on me to talk about. And I want to know how these brothers feel about that. Miss Shabazz felt some type of way about that because they had daughters, brother. You see, this is the thing. Until you got daughters, you want to introduce your daughters to that type of culture, brother? You okay with your daughters? Because it's one thing to say is it was that culture that time, but now until you got daughters and you got to be put on the line, you okay with a 60-year-old man with your 9-year-old? This was, yo, all right, bro. I don't conform to any religion, creed, group, cult, political group, gang, anything like that, bro. Because your religion will influence your culture. Your moral compass is in compromise. You will have to bow down to that God that's telling you, and whoever that leader is. Oh, it is part of the culture, brother. Let me tell you something, brother. Me personally, that's not the man I would want to follow. He would not be the leader of any group that I would be a part of if I knew that about him. And I don't got a daughter. I don't even have a daughter, bro. I agree. Quadri XL. I don't know if I'm saying your name right. You got the Q. I'm gonna just call you Q. Q. Shaka Zulu turning in his grave. Some is funny as hell. Malcolm X did leave. Well, actually, Q. He joined real Islam. Yes, he did turn true Islam. You're 100% right about that. But he didn't leave the Nation of Islam. He was kicked out. He was kicked out. So let's not make it seem like he left under his own volition, and then no, he was kicked out. He was actually had attempts made on his life and his family and those said daughters that was in his house when they tried to burn his house down when he didn't go with their programming as a group. You cannot have an individual thought when you have conformed to the group. Malcolm's life and how they ended it served that as living and dying proof. What happens when you think you are an individual in a group and you may disagree with the group, but no, to the contrary, actually, if the group is being told what to do, you must obey. That's religion, brother. Understand what you're signing up for. That's it. There's no secret they like. I'm gonna show this. Coach Will, what's up? It's no secret they like. It's wrong no matter what culture norm is present. I agree completely. Coach Will, what's up? Since I was one of yeah, this dude is crazy. God is good, Nate. They say Louis is a deviant. No man is perfect. You feel what I'm saying? No man is even I'm not perfect. Have you guys seen the crazy stuff, all the crazy stuff they've been saying about banks? No. Enlighten me for sure. Sprinkle. Well, I really need friends. You got some friends here right now, man. Don't worry about it. No man is perfect, and I don't like to, you know what I mean, do too much on people's, beliefs or religion. But when you come in here with all that, this is the way and the truth and stuff like that, I got some truth for you. I got some truth for you, and you know, not to tear a man down, not to, but there's some truth behind everything. What do you think about the? Yeah, right, brother. Perfection is an illusion meant for self torture. Yes, yeah, you're right, Sprinkle. Damn. I'm perfect with all my imperfections. And once when you are comfortable with that, hey man, you just live life. You do you. But having to live up to a standard, and especially when it comes down to that religion, you'll be constantly chasing after an expectation that you will ultimately never get to. Trying to be obedient and then being sorry to a deity, to an energy, because in your mind and according to that religion, you keep on failing that deity outside of yourself. But when you truly turn within and accept your imperfections, how you are perfect, actually in your imperfection, you will be happy within yourself. That's where you will gain true happiness within yourself. I'm okay with however my hairline is, how I show up to this place. I don't care because I'm comfortable within my own skin. My appearance and all that stuff, that is vanity. I get enough compliments, especially from the right people. When I get the compliments from the right people, that's all I need for real. But even with that, I practice self-love. I love myself very much. But to get the reassurance, it feels very good. And I'm talking about the women. When I get the compliments from the women, you know what I mean? That's all I need right there. I watched a video earlier about, did I read this already? Hold on, let me catch up, guys. Let me give a few tips. Let me give a few tips. You doing it wrong. Okay. I recall that there were entities and they attempted to kill me. Damn. I watched a video earlier about, and this is about the banks. I'm reading about Sprinkle earlier about them making a new law or whatever that will make it so that you are only able to withdraw a minimum amount a day, like 500, without getting approval to withdraw more. Yep, that's some bullshit. Are you part of Black Panthers? Patriot, I'm glad that you asked that question. I'm not a part of any group, any creed, any cult, any religion, any gang. The original Black Panther Party, would have been something I would actually be down with because it was actually a community group where they started they were the original ones to start a breakfast program in Oakland, California for kids in the community of Oakland. Funded it through their community. What they were about was protecting their own from what was happening at that time with police brutality, uprising of Black people. They weren't Christian, but they moved as militant because they understood moving around with certain military tactics, uprising the people, power to the people, and being of the people was very powerful. But then they infiltrated, disrupted it, sent FBI agents through to infiltrate and destroy the Black Panthers and ultimately kill the leaders off. The Black Panthers that we have today are agents. And I said what I said. The leaders of the Black Panther Party of today now are agents. There's one of the leaders now. I'm not sure where he's located, but if you do your research, I was on the internet doing some surfing and looking around, and certain people that I follow, I watch them closely, do their homework. He called one of the leaders out as an agent. He did enough homework. They found a video that surfaced years ago where he is a blood gang member. Dressed in red hat, red. Now all of a sudden he is a part of the Black Panther Party. Power to the people. Agent. J. Edgar Hoover, once again, said the next time you get any type of black uprising or a black messiah, we will be the ones responsible for, and I mean we, they're talking about the U.S. government. J. Edgar Hoover, President of the United States at the time, said the next time we have a black messiah or any type of black uprising, they will be the ones to present it for you. They will do it for you. Think about that. Not a part of any group, gang, color, not affiliated with none of that shit. Prophecy by default. Sprinkle and waiting a week for it to be approved. Oh, damn, I didn't even read that part. 500 to wait. Then you got to wait a week? Wow, it was crazy. Let me look it up. Name of the video real quick. I'm thinking worth knowing about it. Sprinkle that. Yeah, please share. As I catch up to the chat, you probably might drop it down before I actually catch up. I believe that the supreme deity, the ultimate creator of all, should be capital G. And he created us in his image. And in Bible, it says, you are God's, Elohim. So I think God's is us, and give God his respect. Arc Seraph, I'm going to correct you on one thing, or a couple things I might correct you on. One of the things is that in Genesis 1:26, if you read it very closely, reading comprehension is very key. If you go back and read Genesis 1:26 in the creation, right? When God is creating man, after he creates, this and that, hard stars and the moon, and when he's creating man, it doesn't say God is creating man in his image. It says, let us create man in our image. I bullshit you not. On my mother and father's grave, in my mother's Bible, in Genesis 1:26, right in the beginning, I'll say it again. When God is creating man, it says, let us, or we will create man in our image. Now, the question you will have to ask yourself when you're doing reading comprehension is, our is plural, right? So who is the our that is with this God, and they are creating in their image? Reading comprehension is very key. Very, very key. But yes, capital G. There is a capital G. Just like the G that is used in masonry on the aprons of the masons, they have that same capital G because they give reference to a God. It's a God that they serve. Secret is, what God is that they serve? And we are the children. So we the lowercase g's. So when we call ourselves gods, we're just representatives. We are the children. Respect. Just a few things I had to, correct you there. Plain simply, interested ceiling in the crib. No lag. Yeah, very interesting. It is an interesting ceiling. That's the first thing I thought when I moved in here. Okay, so the channel name is makes this woman a video. The new banking rule begins tonight. Wow. I'm looking at this channel too. Lee. Sprinkle. I thank you for this information. This is something for everyone to be informed on. I'm glad Sis was able to come across that and drop that in here for the people. ArcSef says 1 + 1 = 11, bro. I love people that thinks outside the box like this, man. I'm telling you. Tell us why, bro. Tell the people why 1 + 1 = 11. I hope more than anything. That is bull. That sounds so horrible. Yeah, it does. But they want to monitor your money. It's been said that they want to track everything that people are doing. So you're taking out cash because when you use cash, you can't really trace it through a statement. So being that they also plan, I don't want to go too crazy, but when you swipe, that's why they want you to swipe, use a chip on your card and stuff like that, because everything is on your bank statement. Being that they now can track your spending habits and what it is, buy what it is you're buying, where you're going, and this and that. When you take out cash now, right? They can't track that. They can't track your spending, or if you're actually spending that cash, you might be hoarding that cash. So now, with banks being put on blast about not really having enough money in the bank for real, if you want to take out a big deposit, now they want to limit you from taking money out, period. So that's a tactic to deter you from taking money out because you have to wait, or you could just do it quick and fast. Either if you got a chip on your card, just continue to use your card, or how they are trying to get people to just implant a chip in their skin called the mark of the beast to, you know what I mean, do that quicker. So you'll be more reluctant to take out cash because you got to wait, or you can use it instantly wherever you go once you got that chip. You don't got to wait. So yeah, it sounds horrible. But if I wanted to push that agenda, I would do the same thing. I recall the last they said to me was, "Come and join us for a bite," as they ate me to death. Damn. They were two dark furballs. Very Pac-Man. Like, taking a moment to support the stream with a like and comment. I'm live myself right now. Oh, yours is in here before. How to spell Mark. Yeah, man, I would have came over through to show you some love. I still got you written down how to spell Mark. As you can see, I'm still on, brother. I'm about to get off soon, probably in a little bit. I also hope that we remember MLK worked so hard to teach us. He truly sacrificed so much of his everything to teach us as much valuable lessons that we must be remembered. Yes, absolutely. When I Sprinkle, for real, when I found out that even Stan Lee gave reference, made this character of Professor X in honor of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X at that, but to base that comic book off of his legacy and formulate it with the creativity that he did to push what he was about, because you really watch it, you really understand, like, damn, he really, you know, sacrificed a lot. And the symbolism of him not having any legs too, like not having any legs, but, you know, being in a wheelchair, but it shows you the sacrifice. It shows you the sacrifice that he went through, and he literally gave his life and had multiple attempts of being unalive by agents, distractors, and all that. ArcSef says, what about the verse after 26? What about it? ArcSef, I was just saying in Genesis 1:26, I appreciate you for real. Words can express. You're a blessing. I was saying, I don't know what you're saying about what about after verse 26, but it's either in 26 or 27. I was saying I couldn't pinpoint it now, bro. It's 6 in the morning, brother. So you got to bear with me. It's 6 in the morning. All I know is that in that human creation, when they are creating man, it seems like he's congregating with other G's, if you will, because it talks about our image. And this is at the creation of everything. Where did our come from? I feel better about your thoughts on it. Thank you for that. Hey, Sprinkle, yeah. Um, once again, I'm a sometimes I overthink, right? But knowing that they've been having an agenda to push certain things on us, like the chip, that's been happening for years. They've been talking about that. And once when you talk about a story like that, you know what I mean? I would think to myself, like, why would they want to do that? And then it goes back to people using that chip. They want people to use that chip. So to put a hold on, and how they say that they've been tracking our spending habits and stuff like that to see what's going on in our bank accounts and whatever, that, it makes sense to do that, to keep a track on us. 1 plus equals 11. 1 plus what equals 11? Because we're two individuals joining forces create something significantly stronger, greater, or more magnified. I could dig it, Arc Seth. See, that's what happened to open mind. And being open-minded comes into play, thinking outside of the box. Because who's to tell you that you're wrong? If I'm one and someone else is one, and we actually come together, I fuck with it. Sprinkle says, yes, that's the mark of the beast. And I will never get chipped, never. That's on Satanism. Yes, I love that so much. Very thankful. I've learned that tonight. It's beautiful. Thank you, Sparkle. Ark says, this is verse 27. So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them, male and female. And he created them. Let me check that. I'm going to check that right now. Who's our, though? He got the okay, right? Am I right or am I wrong? Did he not congregate within hour? And did he get the okay? Okay, let me do this. What's going on here? Hold on. Yep, 26. And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over everything creeping thing that creepeth on the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female. Created he them. So you gave reference. I give honor to your him that stated after he had to congregate with our. Who's the our that they were talking about? That's my point. 26 comes before 27. Right, Arksev? So if you can acknowledge my hour and who's that hour, in 26, then we could talk about 27. You know what's crazy? Spirit told me like 2 years ago that if I wanted to leave the country, that I would have to do it because in the future I wouldn't be able to. And I just saw that video that is saying that right now they are not letting white women leave the country. It gives chills to my bones, man. People kept referring to the Handmaid Tales. And fuck. All the way, never into it. Never way into never. Man. Yeah, they gotta keep the white women here, man. This is what they, you know, want to do because the white women need to stay put. But Arksep says, I'm only wrong, guys. Don't believe me. Believe in God. Oh, it's not wrong. Oh, that's what you're saying, Arksep is not wrong. Maybe our is the image of God. Sprinkle says, I need to get my tubes tied because I would rather be dead than to be used simple tools to have babies. Yeah, you see where it's going, right, Sprinkle? That's why they need the white women to stay here, and then everybody else, if they gotta dip, they gotta dip, but the white women gotta stay. Not so fast though, Sprinkle. You gotta see how it plays out. And another thing is a lot of this stuff be scare tactics, just to make people make brash decisions. I believe some of the stuff that happened in the past too were how do you call test runs. Like C-19, a test run, just to see who will obey and who wouldn't. Like shutting everything down, keeping people in the house. Just a test run. Who's actually going to obey? Who's going to go crazy? Who's going to do what? Let's see the response that we get. What about first will be last and last will be first? Nobody knows the hour, but God, man, I don't know. No, that's a fact. We don't know. Just as somebody said earlier, somebody was like 125 years before the Christ returns. And I questioned, I said, well, is that 125 years depend on when you caught a hold of the book and now you're counting from that 125 years, or did you have to go back and calculate from that time where it said 125 years, or are we talking what now? So then someone else came in and said, doesn't it say that Christ figure will come like a thief in the night? That we don't know the hour, like you said. Some things are supposed to be mystery. It's left up to be a mystery. We're not really supposed to know everything like that. So once when someone comes along and tries to act like they know everything or seem like they know everything, that's when I started to question that person more and more. We're not supposed to know everything like that. Some things are supposed to be left mystery, and especially dealing with the universe. But there are certain things written. There is certain things written. Once again, I was playing around when I, you know what I mean? When I say, 26 comes before 27. But when you read that, doesn't it seem if he was just going to make them in his image, it would have just said that straight away? It said our image before he actually did it in his image. If I wanted to make something in my image, I wouldn't say to myself, I'm going to make man in our image. Who the hell am I talking to when I say our? Then it was deemed okay. All right, so what I'm gonna do is, they said it's okay. All right, I'm gonna do it like me. Because there's a certain God being represented in that Bible. Just saying. That's all it is. A certain God that is being praised and worshipped until you really start to get down to it. Sprinkle said, yes, I also need to be getting me a Glock. So are you one of people who believes in psychic stuff. Psychic stuff? Am I one of those people who believe in psychic stuff? Yes, I guess. Picking up on thoughts. Thoughts are energy. Thoughts become things. As a man thinketh, so is he. So as other people think, and picking up on people's energy through thoughts, if you are really tapped in like that, yes. You can pick up on what someone is thinking. Oh, I was just thinking about you. That's funny. Because I see our image is the image of God since he created us in his own image. Either way, I'm not here to fight, only peace and growth. Yes, yes, sir, Art said. And once again, just to open your mind a little bit, in that 26, he's talking to, he said, in our image, who's he talking to? Gotta ask yourself that. This is so true, and they have been really turning up the fear factor, BS, lately. Yep. The thing that disappointed me the most was when C happened, was that when this country was told to jump, they simply just looked up and said, how high? Crown holder, peace, said hi. We'll know when it's close, even at the door. Snapshot shooter. Yes, it's all in God's hands. Yes, true. I don't even think most of us humans on this earth, could really be able to grasp or comprehend what is unknown. The Father, the Holy, the Word, Holy Ghost, exactly. Do you believe in paganism? Yeah. Yep. I ran into it. He said, you're not the only one. I ran into a dude born with psychosis. He believed he had psychic abilities. Once again, being a psychic, picking up on people's thoughts, energy, stuff like that. Yeah, I appreciate it, bro. Nah, man, I'm too sleepy to do 50 push-ups. And once again, I'm one of those ones. I don't do anything outside of my body for these live streams. Not for likes, not for attention or money, anything like that. I receive donations and stuff like that, but I receive those donations under the context of who freely donates. That's it. I don't ask for it. And then when people tell me to do 50 push-ups or play some music for this, or I'll donate if you twerk and all this other stuff, you'll never catch me doing anything, selling myself like a hoe on the internet uh, for money or donation. Sprinkle, yes, I'm about to get off the bed too. It's been great talking to you. I'm off the bed. Thank you so much for sharing your fabulous self with all of us. It's truly been a pleasure meeting you and interacting with you. Yeah, same here, love is love. All in the chat as well. Yes, have a great, I won't say night, morning. And once again, stay safe out there. I forget where you say you was located, but stay warm and stay, if you can, stay off those streets during the storm that's ahead. Yeah, I am J Hocho. Yeah, nah, I don't self myself like a hoe, bro. You got the wrong one, brother. I'm not on here for all that. I appreciate it, man. You keep the grind too, bro. Yeah, some people out here still got integrity, bro. If I wanted to do a workout video, I would have did a workout video. You know what I mean? And then you can send me that 50 that way, but it's not workout day. There's a lot more stuff at hand and workout shit. Work out this, man. Your mind. Get your mind right. Do you believe humans are created in the image and likeness of God? But bipolar and schizophrenia, these people are high energy, no? And Floyd, yeah, high energy people. Schizophrenics. See, these are science terms that have been put on people with that said high energy. You have to label these people. You have to put them in categories. If we didn't have those terms, like act like those people with high energy didn't exist before these scientific terms came across, so they had to exist before us. So yes, those people have high energy, high sensitivity to what's going on around them. Some people also have split personality, you know what I mean? But Arc Seth, Arc Seraph, once again, it's not a yes or a no because in that Bible, in that said Bible, right? If you follow me, there's a certain deity, there's a certain God of that Bible that is being worshipped. If you fashion yourself to that, then you're under the compliance of that. When you have a under when you have a other understanding of what God is, when you have another understanding of what God is, generator, operator, and destroyer. As humans, we're created in the image and likeness of God. Then you can say that God is man, right? If God is man and he's made in the image of a human, is God human or is God God? So I'll be very careful. Is God human or is God God? If he made us in his image, then it was said that God would have to be human, right? Because we're human, and if we're made in his image, in his likeness, if I look in the mirror and see my likeness, I'm human, right? So it's not just a yes or a no. There's more context to that. That's why I would just leave it alone because he had to congregate with something else in 26 before he made anything in his image. Who is our? Yo, how long you have been on live? Damn, it's 6:30. I've been on for a minute. Ashley, Mitchell, good to see you here. I've been on for what it says on my clock timer right now, 423 minutes. I don't know what that translates to in hours at this point, but 423 minutes. Floyd Rose, Bridge official can explain to me what energy is. Energy is everything. Floyd, everything is energy. Everything vibrates. Everything around you. Everything holds some form or type of energy. No, Einstein said E equals MC squared. You know what energy is, brother. Come on. life is as should I get drunk at 5 a.m. Hey, man, I wouldn't resort to alcohol if you feel in that state, saying life is as it feels. You know what I mean? It seems like you're in some type of depressive state. I don't want to put that on you, but I wouldn't do that at 5 a.m. That's just going to make things worse. So I would take it easy, brother, or sister, whoever you are. Did you ever astral plane? Oh yeah, that was a question that was asked way before. I'm glad that came up again. Yes. Except, okay, what do you believe in? Because hypothetically speaking, if there was heaven and hell, and Bible says no one comes to the Father but by me, Jesus said. Jesus is different. There's no person like him as far as my knowledge, because he's different, birthed by Holy Spirit and 100% God and human. He believes in sort of like meditation, spiritual stuff. If you have read and continue to read Stolen Legacy, Jesus Christ's story is a farce. It's false. If you want to go by a false God, then you'll end up with a false God. That's what I believe in. I have proof to show you too. Or I won't even show you. Just do your research. Read Stolen Legacy. And then there's also a book called 16 Crucified Saviors. Or Seraph. The world's 16 crucified saviors, which meaning there are 15 other crucified saviors that have existed. That Jesus Christ story that you're talking about, and all this Holy Spirit, and he's 100% God and human. There's 15 other saviors that have come and gone that I think you should do a study on. Well, not study, just read about. A man that knows one book really knows none. You're in a box. You can only talk about Jesus. Your only play is Jesus. There's 15 other crucified saviors. 15 others, which means it's the same story over one time, over again 2 times, over again 3 times, over again 4 times, over again 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. You want me to keep going, or do you get it yet? Ambassador, peace to you. I'm doing great. And Ark says, take it easy, bro. What helped him from his depression was music and going outside, weather, walking, or activities, games, working out, or read a book. When experience actual plane, was it a bad experience or a good experience? The first time I didn't realize what the hell was going on, so I was scared. The second time, or the third time, fourth time, any other time I've astral plane has been a good experience, nothing bad. You just understand that what's happening. If you know how to control your dreams and you have experience doing it, then you should be all right. Ark Seraph. What do you think? You think it was after his story, after that story, that's when they made the other. Bro, listen to me, bro. I just said what I said. Ark Seraph. It's a ridiculous question to say before Jesus, yes? Obviously, duh. If I just told you that story is false and it's been stolen, they had to have taken it from somewhere previous, correct? Right. You need to listen. You'll have your answer without even having me explain and break down every single part, sir. Oh yes, before Jesus. Yes, yes. You just answered the question before. Yo, some people are funny. You're funny, Ark, sir. When experienced actual playing it, was it bad? Oh, I already answered that. If Jesus, if Jesus is Lord, why did he not know the final hour? International phone. That right there is an amazing, profound question. International phone wants to know if Jesus is the Lord and was the Lord and was God, like everyone proclaims and confesses to be, and he's the way and the truth and all this other stuff. Why did he not know the final hour? Q says, play J. Cole, Middle Child. That's my joint right there, but I can't play that, sir. Copyright reasons, I don't like to play any music on my lives. I think, like a movie I saw, there is a plane with many depressed individuals that can drag you somewhere else. It all depends on what your subconscious mind has been programmed to do, brother, and where you are taking yourself through your own mind and where it will take you through your actual plane. You gotta be right. Wow, this is funny. I love it. Thanks, wise man. I will be open and it helps me to not be afraid or start shit though. It scares me because I don't want to go to hell. And that's the scare tactic, brother. Arc Serve, listen. You have to get out of being scary. Think about this, bro. It says, bro, I'm 19. You reminded me of my past Christ figures. No offense, God. Listen, brother, listen to me very closely, bro. You have been conditioned to fear. To fear. You've been put in fear to believe into something. Once when they have that on you, telling you you will burn in hell. Listen, brother. When I turn these lives off, I go to sleep very peacefully and I return back each and every time the same way, brother. All right? Your fear is something that is fed off of. It's an energy. It's a tactic to keep you in the box, to not think outside of anything but the box. The more you give away to that deity, the more energy you feed into the deity, the more you keep it alive in you. All right? Once again, this isn't to force you or take you out of anything that you don't want to be taken out of. But there's something about you, Arc Seraph, if what you're saying to me is that you want to increase more knowledge, more wisdom on what it is that you want to know more about, because there's something along the way, something's not adding up to you. So you're curious. We've even been put on notion to not question God, but what God is that we are not supposed to question? All I'm introducing is to open your mind and just read outside books other than the Bible, because that Bible has been a little tampered with. And it wants you to feed into serving a certain deity. I've had people come to me outside of these lives, stalk my page, right? And Arc Seraph, listen to me closely when I say this. Go to my content, and because of the way I speak, They reveal themselves. They tell me that I need to submit to Rome. I need to submit to a Roman deity. Now, if you look at me in my face, I'm not a Roman. That's one thing I am not. My ancestors don't come from Rome or nothing like that. But the way I speak about Jesus and the feathers that I ruffle, I had someone come and with their belief say to me, submit to Rome. So that lets me all I need to know about the deity that you speak of, that they hold so high regard. Because when I talk about lifting the veil on certain things, who are you really worshiping? They let me know right in front of my face. Submit to Rome. I'm not a Roman. My reply to that was submit to Black Madonna, because the Pope, as a lot of people don't know, the Pope worships a Black Madonna. Yes, a Black Madonna. Search up Black Madonna. Black Madonna is said to be the perfect virgin. You search up, and a little spoiler alert, if you look up the Black Madonna, she's black. She's holding a baby in her hand. It's the Christ figure, to say, or to be, what you will deem as Jesus. And another spoiler alert, that baby is black, by the way, also. So, that's who the Pope gives reference to and the Pope worships, because they know the true secrets and what's behind the veil. Guys, it's very key to watch these people and to understand and just go outside the box a little bit in what you have been taught and read a little bit for yourselves. That's it. But I appreciate you. YouTube Live is so weird, man. The craving attention is out of control. Went from talented kids playing video games to old people who started staring at phones and cars, preaching, lifting, old ladies cooking. 52 is locked. Why come on here and express that? Why not go find those channels that you are more attracted to? That's not going to stop me from doing what I do. Jesus was actively humbling himself and taking care and taking the form of a servant. Okay. I'm 19, yeah, proud. How cooked am I? Ryan, the femboy official. Wow. Okay. You are the co-creator to your reality, sir. Whatever you are doing, whatever your preference is, that's none of my business. If you're living life and you're happy, bro, congratulations. Who am I to say that you're cooked? You're living life. Floyd says, like, when I drink alcohol, I get schizophrenia experiences, which could be compared to an astral plane, even though I know it's just psychosis where there is like an open sea with different places you can go. I think that's just you impaired, my brother. Drinking alcohol or alcohol, and I hope the brother didn't start drinking at 5 a.m. for real, for real. I hope he was trolling. I hope that was a troll or an agent or something like that. But if you are under depression, and that's why I didn't want to speak on depression, but that gives signs of depression. If you're willing to drink that early in the morning like that, that's the first thing you want to hit that thing for breakfast. That shows alcohol addiction. That shows depression. With that, depression is a demon. It's just like lust is an energy. It's just like fear. There's a certain way you move when you are scared. There's a certain way you move when you fear. It's a survival tactic type of energy. So that spirit of depression will tell you, let's go have that drink. But even alcohol is a demon. Spirit. They call alcohol spirits. You ever go to the wine spirits and beer store? That's what we have out here in PA. Wine, spirits, and beer. Spirits. So it could take you to a place for sure, but it ain't no astral plane, I'll tell you that. Those spirits that you're indulging in, alcohol, is taking over. That's why you black out when you really get drunk. How did I end up here? How did I get home last night? Yeah, because that spirit took over. So I wouldn't think that you drink alcohol. It sends you to a different plane, all right, but it also possesses you, the spirits. So just be careful. Barco, do you think aliens are real? No, it makes my schizophrenia worse because certain stuff that goes on, I'm not comfortable talking about. All right, that's cool. But I said what I said about spirits and alcohol, and the spirit that's behind the spirit. I turned into an alien one time after eating radioactive shrimp from Walmart. Rasheen Ware, it's real. I hear you, bro. Yep. Barco, what type of aliens are you talking about? Are you talking about otherworldly beings from other planets, outer space? Or are there already aliens here that walk amongst us on this earth? You ever seen Men in Black? You think it's beings in other dimensions or outer space? Other planets? I wouldn't know. I don't control the science or the satellites to actually would have seen an actual alien. Has science picked up on other aliens? Or have we been given the images by our said government to say, oh shit. Oh, never thought about here on Earth. After being here makes me want to be like David Goggins mentally, cause fuck it, if I'm going to hell, I better live the life how I want and rightly. Has anyone ever been to heaven or hell and came back to tell us and confirm that these places actually exist? And I appreciate you, Arcset, for sharing your age and stuff like that, being a 19-year-old, wanting to get some knowledge, brother. Well, Floyd says, no, I believe in astral planing. I get weird lucid dreams and schizophrenia symptoms from drinking. Alcohol does affect everybody a little bit different. It's just that I never heard that before. You're the first person to say that. I get more better lucid dreaming and vivid dreaming when I am sober. Floyd official, I don't know if these terms that you're using. Have you self-diagnosed yourself, or did you get diagnosed with that? Once again, Barco, and not to ignore your question about aliens, but once again, I'm not one to say if I don't know anything, and I like to question stuff. So, from the information that we have been given, okay, you diagnosed, all right, that's cool. If we're made of hydrogen particles similar to the rest of the universe, then does that make us aliens? I don't know, brother. Um, Certain things that have happened on this universe and continues to happen on this universe is a disregard of the people. And if there's a disregard of people, meaning a separation, or if people are put here in certain places where they're not supposed to be, they call them illegal aliens. So our government uses that certain term, according to them and what they want to do and how they treat the people. Now, when we talk about outer space and what we come to believe are aliens, like that image and flying saucer and stuff like that, us American people, we don't have access to the outer space like that to detect any type of planet to say there's any type of life force for ourselves to prove that there's anything out there like that. We can barely even prove conspiracies that have happened in our United States. So to say anything is out there and they have given us shit to prove that there's life existence out there, I would be off of that topic. If it is aliens, it is. If it's not, then it's not. What is that going to change right now, brother? Do you get what I'm saying? Numerous individuals claiming to have had near-death experience report visiting heaven or hell. Heaven to hell is a mind state. Near-death experience is a near-death experience. When you are dead, there ain't no coming back, brother. Heaven and hell is a mind state. And whatever mind state you deem yourself in or to be in, whatever the case may be, that's what it is. But once you are gone, you are gone. Done. Finito. I'm not talking near-death experience. I'm talking about going down. You think heaven is up there? Has anybody been up there and came back to confirm? Or did they have a vision? Because my mother had a vision on her deathbed. She had a vision too. She didn't say if it was heaven or hell, but she was near death. She ended up dying. That's it. She let me know what was coming for her. It wasn't Jesus Christ, I'll tell you that much. Do you think if we life happily and do good, then we will get back to us? Like what you sow is what you reap, karma. And if we live bad, then we will bad, then I will live in that forever and afterlife. Yes. Once again, heaven and hell, mind state. The mind state that you are in, the mind state that you live with, moving forward. If you want to believe and program it so deep in your subconscious that that's what it is, then that's what it is. No one can tell you different. And Ark Sarah says, do you think Christians and how they believe makes them soft? Do you think you will reincarnate when you die? Your soul gets planted like a seed in a new baby, fresh, refresh. A lot of questions, brother. There's the thing about one, and I'm about to get off of here. It's about to be 5 minutes. I'm off here. It's going to be 7. Christians and them being soft. Christians have been conditioned to think a certain way. They've been programmed a certain way to be followers. I don't know too many strong followers. I was always taught to be a leader. You dig? They compare Christians to sheep. The shepherd is the one leading the sheep. You got it? And as far as reincarnation, don't know. I don't feel like I've been reincarnated back. I feel like I'm having this human experience for the first time. Every now and then I get a glimpse of deja vu, a glimpse of, hey, I might have been here before. You know what I mean? Or experienced certain experiences before. That's about it. Are there signs that we have possibly been reincarnated? Not everyone has that same experience. Maybe some of us do, some of us don't, whatever the case may be. I don't know. Ark Seraph says, I got many sides can debate for Christians, but I don't know anymore since my mind is open to the universe. About being strong, when you are programmed to believe into a deity with that much conviction, with that much prayers and thought power, you give in to that deity. Listen, I hate to say this. I'm gonna keep it G. 2 more minutes. God and the devil blesses people. Just because some people are blessed doesn't mean that blessing came from God or the God that you may think that people aren't necessarily worshiping. The devil blesses people too. The devil also knows the Bible as well. Just something to think about. Christians, once again, are followers of something. Followers. It's a fact. You cannot have too many strong followers, especially if you are telling those followers that they have been living in sin, that they must repent, that they must do this, they must do that. They are being conditioned and programmed a certain way. It sounds too strong to me, but it's a play to get you to feed into the one that died for your sins. Instead of taking your own accountability and taking the power in and amongst yourself, how many times will you ask for forgiveness until you are forgiven? And that's the point that I'm getting to. Diego, how many times you want to be sorry? How many times you want to keep on begging for forgiveness? Because after the time, when I say sorry to someone, right? If I'm sorry for what I've done one time, do you know how many people have to get baptized, say I'm sorry, repent for their sins, constantly pray? It becomes begging after the first, second, after the first time, second time, third time, it becomes begging. But they want you to constantly repent for your sins, constantly be in this energy of praying to this deity. You don't find that weird? You don't find that interesting? The first time should be more than enough, but it seems not to be by the Christians. Say you live in sin every day. How? How do you live in sin every day? Guys, I'll be back on here a little bit later tonight. 7 a.m. If you're not forgiven once and you are truly repentant in your heart and you're trying to move forward with stuff, you feel like you live in sin every day, then that's on you. You live a corruptible life. That's your bag. That ain't mine. Put the glasses on. Peace.